Is that the new one? Oh, you took it off to measure it so you could buy the new one. Gotcha.
On the same brand of my shoes.
You know, it takes me a few minutes to connect the dots in my brain.
Look.
Squeak? 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 Is this your tail? Is this yours?
Yeah.
Is this yours? Is this yours? Hey, Siroth. Hey, Sax. Hey, Ritual. Hey, Matt. Hello, Obsidian. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So today we are going to try to do a little bit of tutorial stuff because yesterday, about halfway through the stream, there were some people asking like how to get started. They were talking about playing Japan. They were talking about playing Italy, which is the tutorial country. They were talking about playing all sorts of stuff. And I really think you get the best experience if you try playing Germany. So we're going to be doing that. So we're going to get a game started and show you how things work as Germany. We're just going to stay traditional. Just don't change things up. And we're going to talk about the decisions we're making, why we're making them, why they're important, what options you have. But mainly we're going to talk about what things do in the game, because there's a lot of things to learn this game. Now, I have all the DLC. You may or may not. The experience will vary. Smiling Hitler. Yeah, we have a mod called Say Cheese. And the Say Cheese mod makes Hitler smile. It makes everyone smile. Look, no, he doesn't smile. He's not very happy. Look, he's happy. Look how happy they are. They're so happy. They're so happy. Look at these bum-bums. Look at this. Even Switzerland's oh, Switzerland's the best. They're so happy. They're so happy. What sound? Dripping? Maybe with the shower? Okay, he doesn't smile. He smiles. They're so happy. Look at Stalin's goofy smile. Italy is the tutorial country. Yeah, Sax. Italy is the tutorial country. Italy's not a very good tutorial. Anyway, so this is Germany. At the start of the game, they have these units on the map, these little icons that you see with the German flag and the number, this green border. Those are your troops. If you see the gray border around other armies with a different flag, those are other people's troops. If you see a blue border, those are your allies. If you see a red border, those are your enemies. At the moment, we're not at war, so there's no allies, no enemies. All we have is these green units, which are our own units. You can left mouse click to box select. See what units you have. We've got 30 divisions up there. Right now, our divisions are not in an army. So that's what this icon at the top here means, unassigned divisions. You can also click on this icon and it'll select a couple units for you. If you hold shift, then you can click and select all of your unassigned units. So shift click will select everyone up here. If you finish producing an army or something, you might have this icon show up. That's what that means. It means you have army units that are not assigned to an army. So let's assign them to an army. So to do that, we click on the bottom of the screen here. We've got new army button. Just click on that. Boink. Now I've got an army with 30 guys in it, 30 soldiers in it. We're going to get that army a commander by clicking on this commander button. And these are our choices. You can choose your commander based on the traits they have, based on the stats they have, a combination of both, or I can choose at random. It honestly doesn't matter. For a new player, just pick a general and you're good to go. So we're just going to pick the guy at top, Erwin Rommel, no problem. Now we have some numbers in red. This means the commander here, this general, can only effectively manage 24 divisions, but we gave him 30 divisions. So that's too many for him to handle. So let's take some out. We need to take out 6 dudes, right, Tony? You want to take out 6 dudes? Want me to throw your donut? All right. This is Tony's chocolate rubber donut. It has a squeaker in it, but the squeaker's kind of dead. This is his favorite toy right now because I'm holding it. The favorite toy of this dog is whichever toy I am holding. That's his favorite toy. He wants it. He wants it. And whenever he's holding a toy, he wants me to want it too. So he thinks this is the most important thing in the world right now. You ready? Oh, oh, oh. Go get it. All right. So let's select some of our dudes and pull them out. Let's take our cavalry. If you double click on a unit type, like this cavalry, then it will select all units of that type. You can see we have 1 mountaineer, 1 cavalry, 1 motorized, 3 tanks, and 24 infantry. I think what we do is we take the infantry out, actually. Let's select the infantry. I want to pull them out. So once we've got the infantry selected, we're going to put them in a new army by clicking down here. And now we have a new army of 24 guys. Let's get them a general. Don't really care whom, so just put them in. And then we need to get a field marshal. So these generals here, they're both good. 6 out of 24 divisions, 24 out of 24 divisions, that's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. That means that they're not over their limit and they don't have any penalties. If you mouse over this number, it'll tell you of any penalties. Like when we had all 60 guys with Rommel, it said there was a penalty of 25%, so we don't want that penalty. So we're gonna keep them at their limit or below their limit. Usually in this game, you're gonna wanna have little task forces, like you may wanna have a group of like 6 dudes for a special job. You might wanna have 10 guys who are good at naval invading. That's a pretty common thing, to have one army of 10 guys for naval invasions, because that's kind of what you do until about the year 1940. Then you can have bigger naval invasions, but until 1940, 10's the limit. So it's pretty common to have like a stack of 10 dudes for naval invasions. We may or may not do that here in this tutorial. I don't know. Naval invasions are probably a little bit advanced for this tutorial. Let's just start about where things are in the game, what to do with your units, your armies and stuff. So we've got these 2 guys. We've got them both selected over here. Army 1, Army 2. You can name them if you want. You don't have to. We're also going to put them in a field marshal. So your generals control the actual units on the ground. Your field marshal will control your generals and give your generals orders. So we're going to get a field marshal for these 2 generals by clicking on this plus sign once we've had our generals selected. So boink, we've now got a field marshal slot. Army Group 1. So we're going to click on this portrait and just pick a field marshal. Don't care who it is. We're not even going to talk about their traits or their stats. Don't care. Just want to have a general and a field marshal. We're good to go. So the red icon with the little raised arm is gone. That means all of our troops are assigned. Our army is ready to go. Next step, let's go find our Air Force. So we have our Army button here, we've got our Navy button here, we've got our Air Force button here on the top right of the screen underneath the date. So we're going to get the Air Force by holding down Shift and select all these. Hold down Shift and click all these. And we're going to put all of our planes right here in Berlin. So this selects all of our planes, and then we're going to right-click on Berlin, send them all to that airport. These little airplane icons with numbers tell you that this is an airport location, and it tells you how many planes you have at that airport and how many planes can fit at that airport. So here at Königsberg, we have 40 planes out of 1,200. Here in Niederschlesien, we have 200 out of 1,200. Berlin, we have 200 out of 1,200. At Holstein, we have 72 out of 1,000, etc. And they're all now transferring to Berlin. That's what these little straight lines are. They're going from their current location to Berlin. That'll take them a few days. We're not going to watch them while they do that. We'll come back to the airplanes in a little bit once they've grouped up at Berlin. So get rid of that. Let's get our Navy and do the same thing with them. We're going to group them up. Now your air wings do not have generals or field marshals like our soldiers have. But your Navy does have admirals. So with your Navy, you will see these little naval groups down here, just like the Army had. So we're going to get all of our naval units, and we're going to select to bring them to Kiel, or we can go to West or Ems. Now let's just go to Kiel. Kiel's fine. All right, so we're going to put Control click and send everyone there to Schleswig, Holstein, Kiel. So again, we're not going to wait for them to get there. They'll get there eventually, and then we'll assign a naval commander for them. So now we're going to go back to Army. What do we have for the Army here? Let's see. Let's talk a little bit about front lines. Let's talk about what to do with front lines when you're at peace. If you plan on having a war with someone, you should probably have a front line there, and at least as many troops to fit one soldier on each tile of that front line. So as Germany, you may plan an offensive against the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Lithuania. You guessed it, you can basically declare on anyone as Germany. So all of these are valid front lines. So then it comes down to, who do you think you'll be fighting first? Who's your first target? Because you are basically the provocateur of the war. So it's up to you to decide who fights first. We're probably going to be going after the Czechs first, and I think we might be doing the Czechs and France at the same time. So let's put our bigger army, the stack of 24, on the Czech border. So to make a front line, you select your general. So we've got, who is this? Erich von Manstein. He's leading a whole bunch of infantry. That's what these little X's are. They're all infantry. And he's going to be on the Czech border. We're going to do that with this button here. It's called Front Line. So click on that. Once it's green, that means you've got the tool selected, and it shows you some potential front lines, all the little glowing borders. Like this is where you can put your front lines, the little glowing borders. In this case, we're going to put it on the Czech border. Now you can right-click and hold down your mouse button to draw a front line, so we can show how that works like this. So it draws the front line from wherever you started by right-clicking to wherever you end by right-clicking. And then you can hold down Alt to see little buttons on the side of, on the ends of the front line. So if you hold down Alt, you can then find those little buttons and then and then right-click and drag the button, just like you were making the front line in the first place. You can go back and edit it by holding down the Alt button and then right-clicking on the little ball that shows up on the end. It's a really useful thing to make a front line at exactly where you want it. And that is one of the little details in this game that you will mess up over and over and over again, is not putting the front line exactly where you intended to put it. Don't worry about it. It's going to be something you get used to. You're going to mess it up. Don't worry about it. So we've got a front line here. That's what this little crenellated line looks like. So your troops will stand on the solid line, and the supposed enemy will be on the crenellated side. Hi, Tony. You want me to throw your toy? Okay, he wants me to throw his toy. You ready? You ready? Is it time to throw the donut? 3, 2, 1. Go get it. So a front line is a defensive and an offensive structure. It will move back and forth as the war goes on. So our troops will start gathering along this line. As soon as we unpause, they'll start moving there. And then if a war begins, we can start pushing into Czechoslovakia, and they can start pushing into Germany. So the front line will move back and forth as your troops move back and forth. But for now, your troops will just stand against the line. We are also going to assign an order called an offensive line. And this order can only be applied to front lines. If you don't have a front line for your army, you won't be able to use this button. So once you have a front line, you can click on this button. All right, see you, Hornet. So once you've got the tool selected, it'll highlight green. What's that? No, you don't destroy it. Once you have the tool selected, you want to right-click and hold down your mouse, and this will let you draw another line with dots on the ends, just like the front line. And this line will be your target for the invading army. So this is going to be our plan then. This line we've created is our invasion plan. And if you mouse over it, you can watch the invasion plan go. So this is what our army is going to try to do when they start the push. That's pretty much exactly what I want. So that's perfectly fine. So that army is all set up. Now you have a little arrow above your general. That means you can activate the order. We're not at war right now, so this won't do anything. But the moment we're at war, this will do a big thing. Your troops will start attacking. So since we're not at war, we can turn this on and it won't have any effect. But you can see that when it's active, the arrow looks very different. This is our attack plan arrow, and it looks massively different when it's active. So you will know when you have generals with active orders like this. The green check mark, clicking that will pause. Clicking that will start the attack, and then the stop button will stop the attack. Clicking the stop button will not stop your units from attacking any attacks they've already started, though. So if you start an attack by accident, or you just want them to stop for any reason at all, this button will stop them from doing new attacks, but any ongoing attacks will not stop. So that's what this button is for. This button is halt. This will stop any ongoing attacks. So if you can do a combination of clicking this red box here to stop them from doing new attacks, and then clicking this red circle here to stop them from current attacks. That's usually what you want to do. And it's easier to do that when the game's paused. So that's how you make a front line. And that's how you make a little attack order. There is another kind of attack order called the spearhead, which is just a different kind of attack order. It tries to be more direct, to go from the source to the target. And it usually won't have this like all-encompassing push that goes to every single tile on the way. Spearhead will be more direct, but we don't need to use spearheads right now. And then the smaller army we're going to put on the French border, because I do expect to have a war with France at some point. So the smaller army gets that border. So if you don't want to draw the border bit by bit by using the right mouse like this, you can instead, here, hold that. Instead of using the right mouse for that, you can do just a regular old left click on the border, and it'll put the front line across the entire border. So be careful. There's a big difference between a left click and a right click when assigning a front line. A left click will just try to put at every tile that it can. A right click will make a small front line wherever you hold down the mouse button, and then it'll drag as you hold down the mouse button and move your mouse. So you can make a specific front line with left click, or a complete front line with right click. Or, yeah, with left click, sorry. In this case, I want to do a small front line because we don't have the ability to put troops into this demilitarized zone. This is the one quirk about Germany that is bad for this tutorial, is this demilitarized zone. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, but we can get rid of it. Right now, what that means is we can't put troops in there, which is kind of bad because I wanted to put troops on the French border, right? But don't worry, the first thing you do as Germany is you get rid of this demilitarized zone, so we'll be able to put troops on the French border very soon. All right, another thing about troops is we need to start making more troops. Germany has this thing where they like war, and in this tutorial, we're gonna like war too, okay? Because war is what this game is about. This is a World War II simulator, so there's gonna be a lot of war, and Germany is kind of the main bad guy here, so he's gonna be doing a lot of war. So to make units, we're going to use this button, Recruit and Deploy. It's the tank with a down arrow. In here, you can see what are called templates. These are the troops that you can make. These are the pre-designed troops you can make. Now, you can edit these templates, but you can't edit them right now. To edit these templates, you need what are called Army Experience Points. Those are these little green stars with a 0 here. And you'll get Army Experience from training or fighting or from your focus tree or from other places, from leaders. We'll probably start getting some points from leaders pretty quickly here. But those points will allow us to design our own templates. For now, we can't design templates. We don't have any points. We'll talk about designing templates once we have some points. For now, though, let's just go ahead and start making some more units. We want some infantry. We want some tanks. We want motorized. We want mountaineers. I don't want any cavalry. So we're not going to be making those. But I do want these, and these. The Mountaineers are a Special Forces type of unit. Special Forces have a limit on how many you can build. If you have Special Forces, you'll see this little icon right there. This little, I think it's a dagger with wings on it. I don't know what it is. It's a little Special Forces icon. That lets you know that this template is a Special Forces template, and you can only make a few of them. So in this case, we can add 2 more. So let's say I want to make all those Special Forces. There, we can make 3 Special Forces. And we're going to assign them to, let's put them in Munich. All right, Special Forces in Munich. Okay, how about motorized? Motorized, let's see, by default, when you click on one of these buttons, by default, it'll set up a build order for infinite units. And then you can say, oh, I want you to make this kind of division over and over and over again forever. Typically, infinite units is a bad way to deploy units because that'll suck up all your manpower. It'll use all of your guns and trucks and tanks and whatever you're making. It'll just use all of that stuff if you have this set to infinite. So be careful with this. When you first select to build something, it will default infinite. So you're going to want to choose how many you make. The way this works is how many you make all at the same time, and then how many you make over time after each one finishes. So how many you make at once is this button right here. So now we're making 2 infantry at once, 3 infantry at once, 4 infantry at once, 5 infantry, 6, 7, 8. We're going to make 8. And then up here, we're going to say, how many of these groups of 8 do you want to make? We're going to say we want to make 3 groups of 8. We'll probably make more later on, but at the beginning, I want to make 3 groups of 8. So it's going to make these 8. When the first one finishes, then this will start saying 2 out of 3, and it'll start making the second one for this line. When the third one finally finishes, this line will disappear, and then only going to be 7 in here. But it's going to try to make all 8 at the same time. But that's how this interface works. Then we're going to click on this button to choose where to deploy these infantry units, and we're going to have them deploy over here in Frankfurt. No particular reason, just I expect to have them on the front line over there. So when they're done training, they'll just deploy to Frankfurt. That's all that button does. It tells them where to deploy when they're done training. The next button tells them which army to put them in, or which order to assign them to. Like if I click on this little gray ball, I can have them assigned to this purple army. See how it highlights when I mouse over it? So now we've got the purple color here. It means they're assigning to this purple front line when they're deployed. That would actually be bad because this army is full. So it would try to shove these units into that army, which would make that general be over his 24 limit. So instead, we're just going to right-click that, and we're not going to assign them to an army. When these deploy, we'll make a new army with a new general for them. All right, panzers. We want a lot of panzers. So let's get 4 panzers, and we'll do this. Let's do this 6 times. No. Let's do this 10 times. I want lots of panzers. Lots of panzers. Put them in Berlin. And motorized. I want lots of motorized as well. Let's do 4 of those. And 10. 4 and 10. Yeah. Lots of motorized, lots of panzers. Let's do it. And they'll be in Berlin as well. So what do motorized do? These are infantry. That's what the little X means. They're infantry. But they're on wheels. So they have trucks or whatever, buses, anything that'll drive them from A to B. Then they get out of the trucks and then they fight as infantry. And then when they move, they get back in the trucks. So what's the added advantage of having the trucks? Well, moving units across the map has a speed. And the speed of your units is based on the template that your units are in. So infantry units have a speed of 4 kilometers per hour. Tanks, like these panzers here, have a faster speed depending on the kind of tanks. Motorized has a way fast speed. I think the default motorized is like 8 kph or 10 kph. It's pretty speedy. It's at least twice as fast as infantry. So it's nice to have some of these guys. These are mountaineers. The little X means they're infantry, and the little mountain shape means it's a mountaineer. So they get bonuses in mountains. That's why you want to have some of these guys. They're special forces. They're good. And this little line is the cavalry. I'm not a big fan of cavalry, but they can be good in certain situations. Some countries get bonuses for cav, which make the cav really good. But we're not going to use the cav for combat. We're going to use them for what are called garrisoning. We'll talk about that later. So we've got some units ready to go. This is how we're going to deploy. They're going to go to Oberbayern, Brandenburg, and Hessen. Up above this is priority for supplies. So who gets priority for supplies? Do you want your newly created units to get priority like this? Do you want your newly created units to get low priority? You can do that too. I think we're going to keep them on medium. But we are going to put supply trucks on high priority, and we are going to put garrisons on high priority. Now, the reason I like to have supply trucks on high priority is because trucks can be used to supply your armies with equipment. The supply system in this game was recently changed, which is part of the reason why we're doing this tutorial stuff right now, so we can talk about the new supply system and explain at least what we understand of it. It's not perfect, and I think it has some bugs that we need to iron out. But from what we do understand of the supply system, we can try to explain that. But supply trucks seem very important in the new supply system, so I've made a habit of putting them on high priority. This means that anytime we finish making a truck, the truck will go to the supply system first before any army will get it. And that is really beneficial to keeping your troops that are fighting able to fight. So I found this to be maybe not necessary, but important enough that I like to have it on high priority. Garrisons as well. Garrisons are the troops that, like I said, I was going to talk about garrisons in a minute. Well, here we go. Garrisons are the troops that manage lands during war that you have occupied. So, for instance, when Germany invades Poland, Poland may capitulate and they may say, okay, you've got us, right? Let's say we get over here to Warsaw, and let's say the Soviets come over here at Eastern Poland. So we've removed Poland from the game, and all they have is this border here between Germany and Russia. Okay, yeah, so you've got Poland gone. But they're not at peace. They are called capitulated. When that happens, your troops standing here don't really do anything. The people living here in the cities and towns and farms and whatever else they have out here are going to be very grumpy about having some other country in charge, especially since there's a lot of gunshots and fighting and stuff going on. So garrisons, these right here, are used to try to control territories during war. Anything that you do not have a core on, and we'll talk about cores later, anything that your country doesn't have a core on will need a garrison to manage it at all times. And that is something you will notice. You'll see like a little flame icon on the top of the screen here. That little flame icon means you have the flame with a fist. Sorry. Yeah, it's a fist icon. That fist lets you know that there is resistance growing in whatever territories you are occupying in your war. And that resistance will grow based on the kind of garrisons that you have Like I like to use cavalry garrisons. It'll grow based on the kind of garrisons you have, the type of occupation laws that you have. Let's see, do we have any occupation laws? Let's see, we do. Okay, so we're going to switch our garrison here. Let me show you what interface I'm talking about here. So once you occupy territories that you don't have a core on, you'll see this button called Occupied Territories. So if you click on that, you can then select your unit that you want to use as a garrison unit. In this case, we're going to be using the cavalry as our garrison unit. So that's now our garrison unit. We'll talk about the reasoning behind that later, but basically cavalry are really good at it, and they're cheap. And then this is your management type. Now, some people really like to have a management type like martial law or secret police, because these types will help lower resistance. See the flame with the fist? This is your resistance. So occupied territories will grow resistance on a regular basis, and this will help put down resistance. So I like to just keep it on civilian oversight. I'm really a stickler for this. I think a new player should keep it on civilian oversight. Don't futz around with too much of this stuff down here, but there are other options. Just be aware that there are other options for dealing with occupied territories. If you want to keep resistance down, there's some really strong options down here. But I like to keep it on civilian oversight. It's a very basic rule of thumb. It means you get a lot of resistance. A lot. But it also saves you on garrison cost, because it only uses half of the normal garrison. So it saves you on equipment, manpower, and there's fewer problems. See, it also lowers your resistance target. So even though the resistance grows faster, the resistance target is lower. And the damage to garrisons is lower as well. So your troops that are actually positioned there to hold them, to keep people, organized and lawful, those troops, these cavalry troops that we've assigned, you don't need as many of them, and they'll take less damage. So I like that. It's a good balance. Some of these down here feel a little bit unbalanced. I've never really been happy with any of those settings. So I like civilian oversight. If you're a democracy, like the USA or Britain or something, they have another setting, and I forget what it's called, but it's actually even better than civilian oversight. So I think it's called local autonomy. It's even better. All right, where are we? Let's talk more about icons. What are these icons on the screen? This means you have research slots available. So you have a certain number of research slots. It means how many things you can research at the same time. If you ever have an idle research slot, like if you have a researcher who's not doing anything, you'll see this icon. This icon means you have civilian factories that are not building anything. Civilian factories build infrastructure. They build other factories. They build ports. They build railroads. They build all sorts of stuff. They build oil silos. Civilian factories are really important, and you want to be using them at all times, no matter what. You want this. You never want to see this icon. You never want to see this icon. This icon here means you have military factories that are not making any weapons at all. You never want to see this icon. This icon means that you don't have a national focus. Countries in Hearts of Iron have a national focus tree. Let me go show you that. So this is our national focus button. You click on the flag on the top left. This is your main interface for your country. This is your government down here. This is your manpower law, your trade law, your economy law, your 3 political advisors, your tank designer, ship designer, aircraft designer, material designer, industrial company, your theorist, and then your military staff, your chief of army, chief of navy, chief of air force, and then your 3 military high command. So this is your government right here. You get to make all these choices. Some countries will start with some of these things filled, like the USA starts with Standard Oil as their industrial concern. Most countries just are empty at the start of the game, so you can fill your cabinet as you see fit. But focuses, that's what this little black icon here is for. Focuses is this big button on the top. And this is the guide, the pathway that your country will take through the game. So if we click on this, it'll open up what's called the focus tree. Germany has a pretty good focus tree. Most countries do not have a very good focus tree, but there are some countries that have very big and very good focus trees. Like I think the Soviet one is twice this big, maybe 3 times this big. The Soviet focus tree is just gigantic. Like I think the last time we played the Soviets, we were in like 1950, and there was still so much of the focus tree we hadn't even done yet. If it was the German focus tree, 1950, there'd be nothing left. It'd be all be done. All be done. So at the beginning, At the beginning, Germany will be doing Rhineland, and this is what I said would remove the demilitarized zone on the French border. That's what this does. This gets rid of the demilitarized zone on the French border. The other option that Germany has is they could oppose Hitler. We're not going to do that. There is this ahistorical option to say, okay, the military said, you know what, fuck you, Hitler, so the military turns on Hitler. That's what that is. And that's what this icon means. This icon here with the 2 green arrows on the sides and the exclamation point means this is a one or the other choice. You cannot demilitarize the French border and also oppose Hitler. You have to choose one or the other. So in this case, for this tutorial, we're going to be doing the Rhineland. We're going to be getting rid of the demilitarized zone. In this focus tree, we also have industrial stuff, including forts, infrastructure, more infrastructure, factories, more factories, some synthetic oil, some synthetic rubber, more factories. We have a research slot down here. There's a lot of stuff over here that's really strong. Germany has a really strong economic part of their focus tree. We also have air stuff, army stuff, including a deal with the USSR. You want to work with the Russians? You can. You can also go against the USSR. So we have this part of our focus tree where if you go down the like hostile path for Germany, where they keep Hitler, then you can go against Russia. You can go anti-Comintern Pact, anti-Soviet Pact, and then war with Russia. So that's what Hitler does. He does this pathway. But there's this other pathway of army innovations, treaties with Russia, more treaties with Russia, more treaties with Russia, and then an alliance with Russia. So you've got all these different pathways that you can take where you get to make big-time decisions. And that's why I think Germany makes a good choice for a tutorial for this game. It may not be the best choice for all new players. Like there were some people yesterday who were saying that they don't like Germany as a new player option because they felt overwhelmed by the amount of choices and things to look at. And I totally get that. That's a very fair point. There's probably a good small country to play where you can only focus, or you should only focus on army and stuff, and then you're good to go. Like a decent focus tree with just army stuff to worry about, that makes a very easy learning experience. But you're not going to learn the Navy or the Air Force by doing that. And you're probably not going to learn like the vast logistics that you need to learn as Germany by doing that. But it is definitely a very valid point. But anyway, after we remilitarize, let me talk about how the focuses work. All these focuses will have preconditions, and some focuses will require you to have the preconditions met during the entire focus. Some focuses only require you to have the preconditions met at the beginning of the focus. So read what the focus says. The focuses will usually give you enough information to interpret how they function. Sometimes they don't. Usually they're really, really good though. So on Rhineland, it tells us no prerequisites. So that means you can do it at the start of the game, which we will. You have to be fully independent. You cannot choose this and also oppose Hitler. You can bypass this if the Rhineland is demilitarized. Right now, it is demilitarized. Oh, sorry. You can bypass it if the Rhineland is not demilitarized. So that's what this check right here is for. So instead of having a start button, you would have a button that would say bypass. You will very uncommonly, but occasionally see a button that says bypass. That means one of these bypass things has been triggered. In this case, it's not, so it's not bypassable. If it has a bypass, that means the moment you click it, it's done. Normally, it has a timer. Some focuses will be 70 days, 35 days, 50 days, 40 days, 90 days, 210 days, whatever. The focuses will have a time that it takes to go from the beginning of the focus to the end of the focus. Most focuses will only have an impact at the end of the focus. Some focuses, however, if you read the details, some focuses will have an impact at the start or during the focus instead of at the end or including the end. So what's it say down here? Moselland and Rhineland will no longer be demilitarized zones. The remilitarization may be reversed if you are confronted and back down. What that means, this is why this is red, is Britain and France both have the option to tell Germany, no, you can't remilitarize, you bastard. And if Britain or France or both say you can't remilitarize, then Germany may go to war with them to remilitarize that zone. So that's the option right here. We're going to get some political power. We're going to get some army experience. This is going to increase what's called world tension. All right, and France is going to get the event, the remilitarization of the Rhineland. Yeah. All right, let's start that. So now we have this progress bar, which lets you know that we are on day 1 out of 70 days to do this focus. When it's done, then we'll see what happens. Okay, let's talk a little bit about world tension, because that was just brought up here. This focus, when it's done, will increase world tension by 5. World tension is this number over here, underneath the globe.
Shenye, I have been poked in the arm with a fun cocktail of liquids, aka a COVID booster shot. Shenye.
At the start of the game, there's 0 world tension. The max that it can go is 100%. As world tension rises, a whole bunch of countries will have abilities that unlock. Some countries will have parts of their focus tree locked behind world tension. Like the USA has to wait until 20 world tension before they can do some stuff. India has to wait until 10 world tension to do their political tree. There's a whole bunch of things that are locked behind world tension in focus trees. But world tension is also a lot of ways that countries can do diplomacy. Like democracies have to have a certain amount of world tension before they can fabricate a claim to go to war. There's a lot of things that world tension unlocks for people. It also increases war support.
Nice tutorial, Shinri. Thanks for giving back to newer players. Will you be going over DLC?
I don't have any plan for any specific thing, no. But I have all the DLCs. So everything I cover in this is going to include the DLC stuff. So at the moment we're at 0 world tension. As this ticks up towards 100, you'll notice that your war support increases as well. World tension will increase war support. I think it caps out at 30%? So when world tension's at 100, I think it gives you a 30% boost to war support. You'll notice, as world tension ticks up and you mouse over your war support here, you'll notice there's going to be a modifier from plus something percent based on the world tension number. Okay, let's talk about these numbers up here. You've got political power. This is your... This is your bargaining tool. This is your chip that you use to bargain for all sorts of stuff. You use political power to assign people to your cabinet, to change your laws. You use political power to improve relations. Like if we click on France here, France doesn't like me. If we want to make France like me, we can do this improve relations thing. This takes 10 political power. So we can do all sorts of things with political power. You can guarantee independence. You can fabricate a claim. So if I click on Poland here, justify war goal. You need 1 more political power. Okay, well, once we have more political power, you'll see this button unlock. You'll be able to fabricate claims on people. Political power is used for these buttons as well, these decisions. So the first button in this list of buttons up here is decisions button. And in here you'll see, here you go, this one takes 10 political power, 150 political power, 100 political power. So this is your bargaining chip being spent on things like anti-communist raids, anti-democratic raids, promises of peace, war propaganda, demand increased Dutch trade, yada, yada, yada. So political power is spent in various ways. You can also get a lot of political power over time if you have good leaders or good advisors or whatever. Like Hitler here has 25% political power gain. When you mouse over your leader's portrait, you'll see what stats they have. This guy has political power. And if you look at your political advisors, which are these 3 positions here, it pops open this window where you might be able to find someone like this guy. Backroom Backstabber gives you political power gain plus 5%. Silent Workhorse, political power gain plus 15%. So you can find ways to increase your generation of political power points, which is usually a good thing to do. One of the first things I do when I start playing a country is I look at what advisors they have available here. Because if I see someone like this with a Silent Workhorse trait, I really, really want to get that person in charge of something so that we can have that bonus. That political power bonus is incredible. It's good. Another reason why Germany is a good country to play for new players is they get that political power bonus. If you stay fascist and you stay with Hitler, you get this nice bonus to political power. And that's a big deal. Because it means you can do a whole lot more stuff over the course of the game. So that's what this is for right here. Every time this hits 100, there's usually something you probably want to do around 100 or 150 political power. So try to keep an eye on that. Welcome, Areknaps. Stability is how stable your country is. This will fluctuate a lot over the game, especially at war. When you're at war, this will drop by 30%. So be aware that your stability will fluctuate. Keep an eye on it. It does have an impact. Right now, it's high stability. Anything over 50 is high stability. Anything under 50 is low stability. So this is currently giving us, at 84 stability, it's giving us a political power bonus, consumer goods bonus, factory output bonus, dockyard output bonus, and resistance is lower. So the higher your stability, the better benefits you get. And alternatively, the lower your stability. If you go below 50, you'll notice these penalties can get pretty bad. This is your war support. It's a little strong arm. Urgh. Your war support is your ability to stay in a war, essentially. The more war support you have, the longer you can stay in a war. Now, that's not always going to be true. Some countries have some very specific modifiers, which make it difficult to stay in war or easy to stay in war. France, for example, has a modifier that makes it very difficult to stay in war. If France loses Paris, he basically just gives up. Why? Well, because of this. France has a national spirit. This is a trait of your empire. And this trait says that his surrender limit is minus 50%. So instead of waiting for 80% of his country to be taken before he surrenders, like most countries do, he only waits until 30% of the country is taken. And then he's like, fuck it, I give up. So any type of modifier like this, these traits, these modifiers are very important in terms of war, manpower, production, politics. They're very important, these modifiers. Keep an eye on what modifiers you have. Keep an eye on what modifiers your neighbors have. Like let's talk just a bit about the modifiers right here. Germany has 3 at the start of the game. We have Bitter Loser, which gives you ideology drift defense. You can also make factions. We have General Staff, which gives you organization and planning bonus. And MEFO bills, which we're probably going to get rid of just because they're a really weird tool. But you can use these if you want. And Germany has the option to use these things. So we really don't have anything that affects our ability to fight a war. None of these really affect our ability to fight a war. They don't make it like easier or harder to launch a war. This one makes it easier to build stuff, which is great. You build factories and shit faster. This one gives you some combat bonuses, but nothing affects how fast we surrender. So war support has more than just like your surrender limit, though. War support also affects your ability to choose a mobilization economy law. So right now, our economy law is on partial mobilization, which is a wonderful place to start. Almost every country in this game starts on toaster economy or civilian economy. And if you look at these modifiers here, the civilian economy is just awful. You have really high consumer goods factories use, that's bad. Conversions between factory types is slow. Your fuel gain is slow, your fuel capacity is lower, and your construction speed for new factories is lower. On partial mobilization, we have a penalty to our oil gain, but the number of consumer goods factories is reduced by 10%, which is great. Converting factories from one type to another is faster, which is nice. There's no penalty at all for fuel capacity, and the fuel gain penalty is almost gone. And then our construction speed penalties are completely gone. You even have a bonus for military construction speed. So that's a nice economy law. The next step up is even fewer consumer goods factories, which is great, and no penalty on fuel, and then a bonus for military factory construction speed. So there's some nice economy law changes as you go through these, and your war support will dictate when you can take these. Like right now, we cannot take the war economy law because the very top requirement says you have to have more than 50% war support. So we will need to raise our war support before we can choose this economy law. All right, what's next? Next is manpower. This is how many troops you can put into the war. So right now we have 1.17 million manpower. The breakdown here is based on our recruitment law and any modifiers. So our recruitment law is currently the 2.5% limited conscription recruitment law. There are other kinds of recruitment laws, even all the way down here where the guy is just wearing a barrel. And the recruitment laws determine how much manpower you can pull out of your country. Notice that you need war support for these. So this war support here not only unlocks the economy laws, but also your manpower laws. If you're losing a war and you're out of manpower, and your war support is real low, like this is real low war support, then you will not be able to take these higher manpower laws. So you may be run out of manpower and you may just be boned. You may not have no more men that want to fight. Like this one, service by requirement requires you to have 60% war support. All adults serve requires 70% war support. And scraping the barrel requires 85% war support. So you have to have a very high war support if you want to choose these manpower laws. So be aware that this number up here will be very impactful if you're at war. If you're not at war, it doesn't really have that big of an impact. This is the number of factories we have, including military factories, naval dockyards, and civilian factories. This is how much fuel we have stored. The number that it shows here is how many days it will take until our fuel storage is full. That's what this little up arrow means on the barrels. If it was a down arrow, then this number here with the days would be how many days it takes until you are out of fuel. It's not the best indicator in the world, but the up arrow means you're gaining fuel. The down arrow means you're losing fuel. And this progress bar shows you how much fuel you have in storage. That's all this means. This is the amount of supplies that your troops are getting in the field. Right now, we're getting all of the supplies we need. We have 60 trains, we need 7. We have 0 trucks, we need 0. We need 2 convoys, and we have 2. So we're perfect on supplies at the moment. Now, this does not mean that we have all the equipment that our soldiers need. This just means that the supply network that we have that bring equipment to the soldiers, that supply network is perfect, or working perfectly at the moment. This may fluctuate a lot during war, so don't be surprised if this number goes down to like 30, and then back up to 80, and then down to 60, and up to 100. If this number is going all over the place, you can probably track down what's wrong, but don't be surprised that this number will go back and forth during war. It's normal. If you are changing settings on your armies, if you expect them to go to combat, let me show you where that button is. So here, if we select one of these armies, Erich von Manstein, this button here on the army tells you your motorization level. And right now it's on a horse. That means there is 0 motorization. This button will change the requirements for needed trucks on this list here in logistics. Right now it says needed trucks 0. If we change this button to a truck, then we'll see that 0, needed 0, will change to a non-zero number. We'll probably go up to like 200 or 300 trucks that we need to supply the army with trucks. All this means is, are you allowing trucks to supply this army? So this prioritization for motorization is only for supplies. How well do you want this army to be supplied? If you're going deep into Russia, for example, you may want to have like this level, maximum level of trucks. Like that may be needed to push into Russia because Russia has very poor infrastructure, so it's difficult to get your supplies to your armies. But the trucks will help. The trucks will help get supplies in. If you have no motorization, like just the horsey, then it's going to be more difficult to get supplies in. When you're at peace, it probably doesn't matter. When you're at peace, you can probably just move your units a little bit, and then you won't need to put any trucks on your armies. But when you're at war, the trucks are going to be something you want to have. So right now it's 0 because we don't have any armies assigned to motorization priority. They're all just on horses, and horses don't take any trucks at all, so that's why it's 0. Next up is convoys. This is how many convoys we have available, which is 198. We're using 2 convoys for supply. That's why you see the 2 convoys needed for supply over here. And then we have 198 convoys unused. Convoys are used to transport troops around. Like if you're doing naval invasions, you will have to have convoys available for that. Convoys are also used to do trade over water. So if you have a trade partner who's like buying your steel, or maybe you are buying their aluminum or something, then you will see convoys in use for that, assuming that the trade occurs over water. Like if we trade with Ireland, then that'll be using convoys because Ireland has no connection to us. We have to use convoys. If we're trading with Spain, we don't need convoys because we have a connection with Spain. So when you're doing trade, you'll see. Let's pop that open so I can show you trade real quick. This is the trade window. It looks like a crate with some arrows on it. And this is chromium, steel, tungsten, rubber, aluminum, and oil. All of these will be needed for production. Like rubber is used for making trucks and airplanes. Tungsten is used for making artillery. Steel's used for making basically everything. Chromium's used for high-end stuff, like newer tanks, big boats. So these resources can be imported either with convoys or without convoys. So because we have a direct connection to the Soviet Union, we can import oil from the Soviet Union without using any convoys. But we do not have a direct connection to the United States, so we would have to use convoys to import oil from them. That may be a factor when you choose who you wish to trade. And that usually is what makes my choice. If I'm looking to trade with someone, the first thing I'll look at is, do we need convoys? I would prefer to not use convoys for trade if we can help it. However, trading with countries actually gives them a bonus. So you may not want to give countries a bonus, and you may choose to trade with someone else just so that country doesn't get that bonus that you might give them through trade. For example, if I trade with Romania, Romania gets a factory. So they get to use one of my factories if I trade for their oil. And that may be okay. Maybe you're fine with Romania getting a German factory. All that means is they can use your factory to make stuff for Romania. That's it. You get their oil, they get your factory. The same thing applies when people buy our stuff. So we currently have 106 steel that we export. If any of the countries in the world buy that steel, then we will get their factories. That's how they buy it. Every 8 items gives you, every factory gives you 8 resources. So if someone bought 8 of our steel, we would get 1 factory from them for as long as that trade deal lasts. All right, what's next? We've gone through the research. Let's open up the research tree and talk about early researches. Let's talk about the research tree in general. So Germany starts with 4 researchers. You can get 5 later on, but 4 is really good. Oh man, most countries start with 3. Some countries start with 2 research slots. Like yesterday we were playing Mexico. They start with 2 research slots. It's real tough to get stuff done with only 2 research slots. Anyway, if you click on one of the researchers, you will see your first research window, which is your weapons and equipment window, your mobile window, your special forces window. That's what's on the first window, first tab. Next tab is support companies. This is stuff that is not part of the main army, but is important to the army, and you're probably going to want a lot of these. And at the bottom, we have trains. These were just added. Next, we have tanks, all the tank stuff. This has changed recently. Tanks are new now. You can customize tanks now. Then you have artillery, which hasn't really changed. Then you have naval. This changed because they took out the doctrine stuff. Yeah. Doctrine's no longer in the research tree. I'll have to talk about that later. I keep expecting doctrine to be here, and it's not here anymore. All right, so in here, you can see blue is the researches that you've already done. So Germany, for example, already has researched the 1936 destroyer, but they haven't researched the 1940 destroyer. These little lines indicate where you can research, the pathways available to you, and sometimes there's a little button which you may or may not notice, like this little button. This is a research, this super heavy battleship. For some reason, they decided that they should make it a button instead of a separate little research icon. Don't ask me why. I have zero clue why they made this little button there, because I didn't even notice that was there. I played my first 5 or 6 games without even noticing that button. Look at that big old battleship. What else? Airplanes, that's the next tab. Airplanes are really important. Pretty much every country should make airplanes. If you have 10 military factories, one of them should be on fighters. Just as a rule of thumb, you need to have some planes being made. Germany has enough research that they can probably just research all the planes in the game, but yeah, you need to at least have something. Engineering, this is where you get research bonuses. This is also where you get radio, nukes, and rockets. So the first thing you get is this boat attachment called Central Range Finding, and a global research speed plus 3%. That's the first thing you get. And then further down this path is research speed plus 4, research speed plus 5, research speed plus 8, and research speed plus 8. So you get some solid research speed bonuses down here. And these, if you mouse over them, they will tell you when they're supposed to unlock. So 1936 is this tech. 1936 is all of these techs. So there should be like a little line here, but whatever. So everything above this line is 1936 text in this area. Over here, though, is a different timeline. So nukes, first thing is in 1940. So don't look at the left. Look at whatever timeline is right next to the thing you want to research. Anyway, if you mouse over it, it'll tell you anyway. See, if you mouse over this, it's the little red text that says technology is 4 years ahead of time, which means it's going to take much longer to research than it should. 1,500 days is ridiculous, right? You don't want to do that. Whereas this tech only takes 99 days. That's more reasonable, right? Anyway, if you mouse over it, it'll tell you if it's going to be ahead of time. So just read before you click, because just because something's available doesn't mean you should do it right away. Yeah, nukes are fun. Great. They're pretty. They light up the map. They also take forever to research if you try them this early, so don't do them this early. On the left side, you have radio, and then in the last tab, we have industry. This is probably the most important tab in the game. Industry drives your economy. If you don't have your industry as a priority for research, you will have a poor economy. And I don't mean your economy law. I mean your ability to produce war weapons, your ability to produce guns and tanks and airplanes and boats. All that stuff is dependent on this. This is your construction speed right here, these 5 researches. This is your production efficiency, which is how, well, I guess let me show you efficiency real quick. This is our production window, the little wrench with the gear behind it. That's our production window. So you can see we're making guns and support equipment and artillery and tanks and trucks and planes. We're making all sorts of stuff, right? We're Germany. Germany makes everything. In here is a production efficiency bar. And this bar, right now it's at 50%. That bar goes from 0 to 100%. And the higher the bar is, the more material you make. So at 50% efficiency, we're only making 50% of the guns that could be made in these 10 factories. Each of these little green icons is one factory. You can add or remove factories, these little buttons here. You can also increase the multiplier. So now we've got 10 factories displayed in a different format, or you can increase it to this multiplier. Now you've got 10 factories displayed in a different format. So if you want to have 30 factories, you can do that. There you go, 30 factories. You can do 100 factories. You can do that very easily using these multipliers here. Oh man, it used to be a pain in the ass. I'm glad they made this change. Anyway, so you start out with 10 factories on guns for Germany. And that means we can make 56.33 guns per day with these 10 factories. This production efficiency will rise after you've done a technology in production efficiency. The first one is it increases the cap to 60%, then we increase the cap to 70%, then 80%, then 90%, and then 100%. So the production efficiency goes up, which means by the end of the game, by 1943, we'll be making, with the same 10 factories, we'll be making 112.66 guns a day. With the same 10 factories, we're going to double production because this bar will go all the way across to 100%. Now realize you don't get the production efficiency right away. What the tech does is it increases the production efficiency cap. But the production efficiency starts at wherever it starts, and then it slowly rises up towards the cap. The longer you leave the same factories, the longer you leave the same factories producing the same item, the faster it'll rise up that production cap, or up towards the production cap. If you start adding more factories, then it will lower the production efficiency because those factories have never made those guns before. They have to learn how to do it better. They have to get used to it. The workers there have to be like, oh, this goes there, this goes there, this goes there, this goes there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So your production efficiency will rise over time. And if you start adding factories, then it'll lower. So don't be surprised if the production efficiency goes down. That's fine. It just means you added some factories. And those new factories are not efficient. The old factories that were already making guns are still as efficient as they were before. It's the new ones that are lowering the overall bar a little bit on the efficiency. And if you switch to a different production, so like if we switch away from support equipment to trains or something, then that will also lower our production efficiency because then all the factories you have assigned are now making something new. So you will notice red on this bar. The red part of the bar is the part of the bar that is not efficient, but will be efficient over time. So that's the part of the bar that gets erased. It gets covered by green over time. All right, where were we? Research. So in the beginning of the game, let's talk about what you should be researching in the beginning of the game. Depending on how many research slots you have available, you can get a lot of the early stuff done quickly as Germany. The first thing I like to do is this, the 3% research speed. That's always my first thing. If we only had one research slot as a country, I would do this first. The second thing I would do, so like for countries that only have 2 research slots, is I would get this, the production efficiency cap. That's pretty important as well. It takes 148 days, get that going. The third research I would do is construction, because you're going to do a lot of construction in this game. Get that going. And the fourth thing I would do is I would check for anything that's a 1936 tech, because we start the game in 1936. I would check for anything that's a 1936 tech that we don't have yet that would be nice to have. Pretty basic, right? There's nothing here because it's a 1940. These are blocked behind that tech. Can't do those. We have the planes that we want. We could get a heavy fighter. That might be useful. We don't really want to do boats. I think boats is probably a mistake for a new player. Don't fuddle with boats too much as a new player. They're not going to be very useful in your game as Germany. You're going to want them in certain specific situations, but most of those situations can be handled with submarines. And submarines are really easy. Do we have the 1936 submarine? We do. So we don't even need to do submarine research. We can start making those 1936 subs right now. What about artillery? Aha! We do not have anti-tank guns. Winner! All right, let's get our anti-tank guns. That was easy. Anti-tank is a type of weapon that is not good against infantry, but it is good against anything that has hardness. What this does is it has piercing of 85. Sorry, so not anything that has hardness. Piercing of 85 affects armor. So if this comes up against an enemy that has some kind of armor, and my piercing value of 85 is higher than their armor value, let's say they have 60 armor, then this pierces that 60 armor. That means that armor is far less useful because of this piercing stat. So armor can help protect your units from damage. The piercing here helps you do damage to armor units. That's what that stat's for. This affects the entire unit it affects the entire division that you add it to. So we haven't modified any of our division templates yet, but we will, once this research is done, we'll want to put this into some of our units. We'll also have to start producing it. We'll have to start putting some factories on making those. Okay, so we've got research figured out at the start. What else? Factories. So now we get to start talking about what do you build in your country. You've got a lot of things to build. That's what this button is here. This is you can build in your country. What do you want to build? I would like to build infrastructure. I would like to build airports, anti-aircraft guns. You can also build radar once you have the technology for it. You've got military factories, civilian factories, naval factories, synthetic oil refineries. What these do is they produce a certain amount of oil and they give you some rubber. So this allows you to make your own resources of oil and rubber, which is crazy good because Germany, for example, has zero access to rubber. There's no rubber here. Most of the rubber in Hearts of Iron is going to be either in Africa, small amounts, South America, even smaller amounts, or East Asia, Southeast Asia, big amounts of rubber there. I'm talking Malaysia and Borneo, this area. How much rubber do you have? 575 rubber in this tile. How much is in Malaysia? 67 rubber. 108 rubber. How much is over here? 252 rubber at Sumatra. There's a lot of rubber here in Southeast Asia. So that's where you're going to have rubber, but that's not where Germany has lands. And if you look who owns it, the Dutch and the British. When you go to war as Germany, you will probably be fighting the Dutch and the British. So don't expect to be able to trade with them when you're fighting them. This trade window here is only available to nations that you have peace with. And we won't be having peace with the British and the Dutch, most likely. It's typically our, German enemies. So that is nice to have synthetics, so you can make your own rubbers. And technology can increase the amount of rubber that each of these refineries gives you. Fuel silo will increase our fuel storage. So our current capacity is 364,000. We can increase our capacity with this. This will increase it by 100,000. This is a rocket site. We have to do rocket research. This is a nuclear reactor site. You have to do nuclear reactor research. And this is your conversion. So there's two different kinds of factories. There's the military and there's the civilian. The civilian factory is what you use to do all this construction. The civilian factories do this construction work. So in the early game, you're going to want a bunch of civilian factories to be built so that they can help produce all your stuff during the rest of the game. Germany starts out with a bunch of civilian factories, but we're probably going to want more. So if we start putting some civilian factories down, this is how many factory slots you have in that province. Like here at Rhineland, we have 5 factories here right now, and we can fit 10 factories in Rhineland. These numbers will change, the second number will change. As we do research, you can increase the number of factories allowed per state, per territory. So in this case, we're going to build some factories out in the middle of nowhere, factories on the coast, sure, some factories here at Franken, some factories here. Just any place that's not going to get too full, right? I don't want to get too full of factories. Leave some room, right? All right, that's probably fine for now. I'll put one at Königsberg as well. All right, so that's a bunch of factories we queued up. Let's talk about how production works. And I do like to start with just civilian factories. You might as well. You get more production out of it. Let's talk about how the production works, the construction jobs here. This button here, this plus, is how many factories to make. So you can see the number there changes to a 2 or a 3 or whatever. So you can choose how many factories to make with these buttons. These are probably something you're going to be clicking for, like radar stations or infrastructure, stuff like that you want to upgrade like a long way. Factories, you may not want to fill the entire state with civilian factories. Like, that's up to you. This number here is how many factories are currently in use, how many civilian factories are in use on this construction task. There's a maximum of 15 factories for any construction task. You want to make an anti-aircraft gun? 15 factory max. You want to make infrastructure? 15 factory max. You want to make a supply hub? 15 factory max. You cannot put more than 15 factories on any job. That's the hard limit. So any leftover factories we have are going to go on to the next task. And by the end of the game, you're going to see all of these projects going at the exact same time. By the end of the game, we're going to have so many factories that all of this stuff on this page will be going at the same time. It's going to be glorious. These buttons will move the job up and down in the queue. So now we've got Thuringen all the way down here. You can also drag in the queue, which is really nice. What else? So that's our construction. What do we got? Decisions available. Cancel the MAFO bills. Military factories. So we have some military factories available. We have 20 in use, and we have 28 military factories in total. So we have 8 more military factories to assign to various construction jobs. So let's see what we're making right now.
Thanks for the tips at Shinryo.
Of course. This is what we're making right now. We are making guns. We have 10 factories on guns. We're making support equipment. We have 2 factories on support equipment. Making artillery with 1 factory. Light tanks with 2 factories. Trucks with 2 factories. Fighters with 1 factory. Close air support with 1 factory. These are like dive bombers. Tactical bombers with 1 factory. I am going to stop the tactical bombers. I don't like making those in the beginning of the game. You can make TAC bombers, but TAC bombers for me, they're like long-range bombers. TAC bombers for me are kind of a compromise if you're planning on fighting in an area where you can't really use your smaller planes. Smaller planes like CAS, the close air support, and fighters are better than using long-range planes. The stats are better. They're better at combat. They're better at dive bombing. They're better at whatever they do. They're better, the smaller planes. However, they don't have the range. So, in certain places, the range is more important, and that's where the TAC bombers become really good. Fighters also have the heavy fighter version, which you can research, which has the long-range fighter capabilities. Again, not as good as a regular fighter, but for long range, what option do you have? In the beginning here, I'm only going to do short-range planes, but realize that long-range planes do exist, and you may want them in your game. So that's all we're making right now. So we have 9 factories to assign. Let's see what else we can make and what else we want to make. So this button here is infantry equipment and artillery, also trucks. We can do armored cars. I'm not going to make those. We're already making guns. Trains. We are going to need trains. Let's queue that up. Trains. Put them at the very, very top. Trains at the top. Where's my trucks? Put the trucks up there too. I like to keep my trains and trucks at the top because the supply networks, which is this button up here, this information up here, the supply networks rely on trucks and trains. So I like having my trucks and trains at the top of my production queue just so I can keep an eye on them. Anytime these numbers are off, like it says we need 7 trains. When we go to war, we're going to need a lot more trains. But right now, 7's fine. So we have 1 factory on trains right now. That's probably fine for the moment. As we go to war, we might want to put 2 factories on trains or 3. I'll keep it at the top of the production queue so I can keep an eye on it. The only reason that I'm doing this right now is because this stuff is new. These trains are new. Needing trucks for supplies, this is new. So for me, I'm still learning this stuff. So that's why I keep it at the top, just so I can keep an eye on it. What else can we make? Oh, anti-air. Let's start making some anti-air. We already make this. We're making all this stuff. I don't want the armored cars. Turn those off. So this little button here is decommission. You can turn on decommission stuff. So here's an old gun that we don't make anymore. You can recommission it if you want to start making those guns again. But we don't want to because they're old. They're gross. They're stinky. And I don't want these armored cars either. So you can just hide stuff in here if you don't want to see it, which is kind of cool. That's also new, by the way. You weren't able to do this before. It's kind of neat. Yeah, so we've got anti-aircraft. Let's get that. Put that in the list. Let's put it underneath the artillery. There you go. What about tanks? We could do some heavy tanks. I don't think I want to do heavy tanks right now. Okay, we don't need these. These are old. Yeah, these are old. Old. Don't need those. Don't need that. All right, there's our tanks. I don't think I want to make these, so I'm going to turn them off. These are the tanks that we make, right? The Panzer II. Oh, there it is, Panzer II. Yeah, so we'll just keep on making those. That's fine. What about airplanes? Fighters, CAS. Ooh, naval bombers. Okay, I do want naval bombers. These are planes that can only attack ships. They can attack them at ports or they can attack them at sea. We're going to want a bunch of these. The best way for the Germans to handle, like, the British Navy is with airplanes. The Germans cannot outproduce Britain with navies. You can eventually have more navies than Britain, but you can't outproduce them because Britain has way better ports. They've got upgraded ports that we just don't have. So they can build more ships than we can. However, these naval bombers that we just queued up can do a lot of damage. Naval bombers are like the single most important plane as a player going against an enemy that has a large navy. Like if you're fighting the US or Japan or the United Kingdom, you're going to want to use naval bombers very, very often. You're going to want them everywhere. So we may actually put some more factories on naval bombers. I'm going to put 2 factories on naval bombers. We're going to have more on there eventually. What else? Attack bombers. I'm not going to make those right now. Ooh, transports. Yes, I do want transports. So this is another thing that's new. I'm going to put this at the top because it's new. This is another thing that's new and it has to do with supplies. Transport planes can be used to supply your armies when your trucks and trains are having trouble getting there. So if you have an airport near your units, this is a very niche situation, but they do exist. There's going to be situations. Oh, right. So I was talking about how when you first assign a factory to a new production order, how it starts with very low efficiency. It starts at 10% efficiency. And then you mouse over it and there's this red bar right? That's the non-efficient part of the factory right now. But the efficiency is increasing by 0.223% per day. So it's going to take a certain number of days before it gets all the way up to maximum efficiency, which is currently 50%. So it's going to quintuple its efficiency eventually. Right now it's making 1 plane a year. Let's put a second factory on. No, I'm just going to leave it on 1 factory is fine. But yeah, in some situations, transport planes are going to be able to supply your units. In a situation where you have an airport nearby, but your trucks and your trains are having a tough time getting supplies to the front line, then your transport planes can help. The downside is transport planes have a very short range, and using them for supply drops actually takes what are called command power points. I call them telephones because I never remember the term command power. To me, these are just telephones. They're just telephones. I don't know why my brain does that. Like I don't think of political power points as a column facade. I don't know what you call that thing. I don't think of it as the icon. But for this, I do think of it as the telephones, and I don't know why my brain does that. So I'm going to be calling these the telephones all day. Sorry about that. When you assign transport planes to the job of supplying units, that job takes telephones.
Shen Shen love.
What's up, Forbara? And that's it. So that's all the things we can produce with the green factories, the military factories. Okay, that means we still have 4 more factories to assign. What do we want to assign them to? I definitely want more tanks. Let's put 2 more on tanks. I think I want more fighters. Yeah, get more fighters. I think I'm going to want more support equipment. Yeah, let's do that. Well, maybe more artillery. Something like that. I'm going to take one off of guns, actually. I'm going to take one off of guns and put it on artillery. All right, good. I like that. So now we're using all of our factories. We're at 28 out of 28. So next up, let's talk about boats. Let's talk about boats. What are we making? We're making subs. This little arrow with the plus sign. You see how these are blue down here and these are like brown with the arrow with the plus sign? That means these are decommissioned. We don't want to make these anymore, but we're just going to finish what's in the queue, I guess. That's what these are. They're decommissioned. So we're not really supposed to be making these right now. I'm going to allow them to finish just 1 instead of 2. These little numbers here mean how many of these boats do you want to make. We'll just let them make a couple of the decommissioned ones. What's up, Kayask? And then down here we've got some cruisers. The Panzerschiff. The cruiser hull. Got some heavy ships, the Scharnhorsts. And I think it's the new destroyer hull. Yeah, so let's get rid of some of these destroyers. I'll let you finish 1, and then I'll put these on infinite. There's a bug in the interface that keeps like shoving the screen up when you click this button. I don't know why it does that. It's really stupid. Anyway, we're going to put this on infinite, which means we're going to keep on making these destroyers for a while. We don't have any submarines of Tech 2 being made. So let's get a Tech 2 submarine being made. So open up the window here. We're going to do sub filter. And we're going to turn off that, turn off that. Let's just start making this Type 7 sub. Bam. And it's on infinite. Good. We also need to make convoys. So these up here, these convoys that you need for trade and supplies and stuff, you need to produce them. So make sure that when you start your game that you make some convoys.
Shen Yay Choo Choo. All aboard the Hearts of Iron armored train. Shen party, Shen party, Shen party, Shen party, Shen comrade, Shen comrade.
Hey, Portuguese. So we're going to put convoys here at the top. I'm going to put 2 factories on that because we're going to be, I'll do 1 factory for now. I often want to have 2 or more factories on convoys. It depends on the situation. But we'll start with 1 is fine. And I will let these guys finish, but only 1. All right, what about the Deutschland class Panzerschiff? Let's take a look at this. Do we want to keep on making you? What are you? You light cruiser? No. You're a heavy cruiser. There it is. You have a torpedo, a scout plane, anti-aircraft, some guns, some more anti-aircraft, fire control, no radar. You're kind of crap. Yeah, I'm not going to make any more of those, so just 1 of those. Let's take a look at the Hipper. You've got better guns. Also not impressed. So just one of those is fine. What about the Scharnhorst class? No, not going to make more of those. So what I'm looking at in these ship designs is I'm looking to see if they're using all the slots. If they're using all the slots, are they using good equipment? If they're using good equipment, do I like the design enough to keep making it? And if I do, then I'm going to make it infinite. Like, let me look at this destroyer. I've already made it infinite, but is it good? Yeah, that's fine. And that for a Tech 1 destroyer, Tech 2 destroyer, that's fine. We'll make a bunch of those. All right. So yeah, everything's set to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then we're gonna make submarines and destroyers on infinite, just so we keep on having an output of subs and destroyers. Definitely want to have a bunch of factories making those. Do you want to have destroyers or subs first? Maybe we'll do destroyers first. That's fine. Yeah, because they take a little more production to make, and they die faster too. What's your opinion on German carriers? They're fine. Look, in this game, all the items are exactly the same between countries. The German tanks and the American tanks and the Russian tanks and the Japanese tanks, the Italian tanks, the British tanks, the French tanks, they're all the same in this game. All exactly the same. The only differences between anything are your leadership. Like, you may have a tank designer who has added a bonus. You might have an armor plus 5% because you have Porsche, and maybe your opponent doesn't have that. Then you have that 5% armor bonus. Okay, but the tank itself was the same before that bonus. So no matter what you research in here, like these airplanes here, these BF-109s, that BF-109 is the same as the British plane in the same research slot. Exact same stats. There's no difference. So don't start thinking that there's any difference between this 3.7 centimeter anti-tank gun and the ones that the Americans make. It's the same thing. The game doesn't treat them as different. They have different graphics. Like if you go into your the research there and you take a look at what the graphics look like, this is what it looks like. This may look different. This is the graphic that appears in the game when you're marching around. This may look different from one country to another, but the actual stats will be identical. When I first played this game, I had that same thought. I had the same thought where I'm like, oh, well, the German tank's going to be better than other tanks. And they're not. I just expected them to be, and I was wrong. All right, where were we? We were in production, right? Yeah. Okay, I think we're good on the production line here. Yeah, I'm okay with this. As far as starting production goes, we've got all of our bases covered. We've got our fighters, we've got some CAS, we've got some naval bombers, we've got some light tanks. We probably want some more factories for light tanks. We've got anti-air, we'll need more factories for that. We've got some support equipment, we'll need lots more for that. Support equipment's one of the things you're going to make a ton of. Guns you're going to make a lot of as well. All right, yeah, I'm happy with this. All right, so now notice that we are at -9. This is our resources here. So based on the production that we have planned in this window right here, the game tells us that this production is going to cause us to have a -9 for rubber. So if we click on rubber, it'll take us to the trade window and it'll have rubber selected. So you can often click around between parts of the user interface. That's not very intuitive. But yeah, here in the production window, you can click on this and it'll take you to the trade window for rubber. Cool, right? Anyway, we're going to import 8 rubber. One factory will give us 8 rubber. So we don't need to get the 9th one. If you are missing a resource in the production window, it'll tell you that, oh, that missing resource is going to cause you to have a penalty of 10%. So our production efficiency is going to have a 10% penalty because we're missing the 1 rubber that this airplane needs. Oh, it needs 2 rubber. So I guess if we were only missing 1 rubber, it'd be a 5% penalty. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and trade for that 1 rubber. We can trade with British Malaya. We can trade with Siam. We can trade with British Raj. Notice that I'm just skipping the ones that take convoys. My eyes don't even see the ones that take convoys. We got France, the Raj. Everyone down here is fewer than 8. This is how many they can trade. So each factory can give us 8. So I don't want to trade with Liberia because I'd only get 4 for 1 factory. So let's trade with Siam. Doesn't take any convoys because it doesn't have a ocean between us. We can just trade across land. And we're going to down this to only 8 for 1 factory. There you go. So if we unpause, this will change to a -1, and we'll start getting these 8 rubbers. So we're good there. Supplies look good. Resources, not supplies. Resources look good. We've got our construction queue. We're just going to make some factories for now. We're making the planes we want, the trucks we want, all sorts of stuff. We've got our units ready to produce. This is our logistics window. This shows us what we're lacking or what we have in excess, like in storage. Right now, we're lacking 14,000 guns. We better make some guns. We're lacking 1,000 trucks. Better make some trucks. Actually, yeah, let's get another factory on trucks. There you go. And take one off of guns. There you go. This is a good place to look to see what you need to adjust on your production window. So every now and then, you should probably be looking at your logistics here and be like, looking at this here, this stored thing. You're like, oh, what are we lacking? We're lacking this and this. And if you scroll down, there's no scroll right now. Usually you'll have a big scroll bar here. But yeah, so we're lacking in some places, but we're pretty good on like trains. We're good on convoys. All right. The last tab here is Officer Corps. And Officer Corps is where you have your Chief of Army, Chief of Navy, Chief of Air Force. This is also where you do your doctrine. Your doctrine is like, what kind of army are you going to have? You're going to have a battle plan army where you have bonuses to prepared attacks, where you sit on the front line for a long time in your trenches, and then the commander says, all right, you've planned enough, go. Then you have this big bonus for that initial rush, that attack. That's what the Grand Battle Plan is all about. You've got superior firepower, which is just like small amounts of bonuses to all of your units. This is probably my favorite one, is just superior firepower. Like the first thing it does, it gives you soft attack plus 10. Soft attack plus 10 means infantry take 10% more damage from you. Tanks don't take any extra damage, but infantry take more damage from you. That's a really big bonus. And it just continues down the same pathway of just soft attack, soft attack, soft attack. It's really good. Mobile warfare over here has 2 different pathways. One of them is focusing on tanks. The other one is focusing on trucks. This is my second favorite pathway, mainly because I like to focus on trucks. My gameplay focuses on trucks, mechs, and occasionally some tanks. I always start out my games the same way. I always start out with infantry, and then over the course of the game, I transition from infantry into trucks and then into mechs. And then we start adding some tanks in there to give it some extra oomph. But as Germany, you do have the option of going down this tank path. And the tank path for Germany is really, really strong. These bonuses are incredible. Tanks have a stat called Breakthrough. And what Breakthrough does is it ignores enemy defense. So your goal when your units are pushing across the map in this game, your goal is to get the enemy units to retreat from whatever tile they're on to somewhere else. So you move the front line forward. For example, here in Czechoslovakia, our planned attack here is to move the front line forward along this little path that you can see guiding across the country right there. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to push the front line that direction. Well, tanks have a stat called Breakthrough, and that Breakthrough stat allows them to push units that aren't ready to retreat. Like, they are still ready to fight, but the tank forces them to retreat. And that alone, that stat alone, is incredibly good if you want to have a very quick push. And that's kind of what Germany did in World War II. They did very quick pushes using tanks to take advantage of the unprepared defenders in Belgium, the Netherlands, and northern France. Like, they just went straight through. The tanks were and are just incredible devices for war. However, they take a lot to produce. Their production cost is incredible. Like, let's look at the difference between tanks and just guns. Guns, what do they cost? Mouse over it, it says they cost 0.5 production cost. Each gun is 0.5 production cost. How much is each tank? Each tank is 10.04 production cost. So you can have 20 units with a gun, or you can have one tank. It's 20 times the cost. And that right there alone makes it really hard for most countries to use tanks efficiently. This is the cheapest tank, the light tank, and it costs 20 times as much as a gun. That may not sound like a lot, but we're talking about all the equipment that a soldier needs. The gun, the grenades, first aid kits, extra ammo, you know, all that kind of stuff. Whatever soldiers need as far as part of their equipment is included in the cost of this gun. This is infantry equipment 1. And this is just a tank. It's literally just a tank. You still have to provide it with men. You still have to provide it with a surrounding army. It can't just be a tank. It has to have an army around it. So getting the tanks into the game is tough because they take a lot of production. But they're very useful because of that ability to just push through an enemy. Also, there's variations of tanks. You can design a tank. Like if we come down here to our light tank, we can click on this design button. You can design a tank and you can say, oh, I want this tank to have an artillery. And the artillery allows it to become a different kind of tank. And now this tank is really good at soft attack. So now this tank will do incredible damage to enemy infantry because you've put on this modifier for soft attack. There's also modifiers for hard attack. There's modifiers for anti-aircraft. Like that. Different graphics for each of these as well. There's a flamethrower variety, which we don't have unlocked yet. There's all sorts of varieties of tanks. So they're very flexible in concept, design, and functionality so that you can use them in all sorts of different ways. The production cost can be pretty intimidating though. Like if we bring back the heavy tank, how much did the heavy tank cost to build? 28.08 production cost. So the heavy tank is almost 3 times as much as the light tank for one tank. That means getting a heavy tank built takes about the same as it would to equip 60 soldiers with guns and all the stuff they need. It's hard to justify tanks for most countries. They're still good. Every single country in the game can make tanks useful, but it can be hard if your production is very small. Germany, on the other hand, has 28 factories at the start of the game, and they have lots of space to build more factories. So we can increase this number of military factories very easily, very quickly. So it means we can produce more tanks than most other countries can. Like, I think the USA can outproduce us by a lot, but the USA just has insane production. No one else can really compete. Russia can try, but I don't think they can really compete. You know, Germany's like number 2 in terms of production. They're crazy good. Anyway, where were we? Right, we're talking about doctrine in here. So this pathway over here focuses on speed and like blitzing, pushing through enemy lines, all sorts of stuff like that. It's good for Germany. Soft attack is superior firepower. I love that one. Grand Battle Plan is all about bonuses for standing at the front line and then pushing. And then Mass Assault is all about having vast numbers. Mass Assault is actually a lot of fun because you don't really even care if your units have guns. It's like, you don't need guns with Mass Assault. You just go. You just go. He's like, oh, we didn't make any guns? Fine. Just pick up rocks. Run at the enemy. That's what you do. It doesn't matter. You get so many bonuses for Mass Assault just for having large armies. Mass Assault focuses on having outnumbering forces. And it's good for like China or Russia or anyone with a large amount of manpower. I mean, even Germany can do Mass Assault, but Germany has a production that they don't need it. Basically, Mass Assault is good if you have ship production. All right, where are we? So that's Army Doctrine. Then you have Naval Doctrine, Air Doctrine, and the last thing here is your Preferred Tactics. Preferred Tactics is what you want your troops to use most frequently when fighting. And you can unlock these in your Doctrine tree. So if you go through here, you'll see this unlocks the tactic Delay. This unlocks the tactic Elastic Defense. This unlocks the tactic Blitz. So these tactics are things that your generals will use during combat. Combat will have many different phases. Each different phase, your general will choose one of these available tactics. This preferred tactic here will increase the chances of your general choosing that tactic during combat. So if you know you're fighting somebody who uses blitz, like who were we playing recently? We played someone recently who fought Germany. I don't remember who it was. We were playing someone that was fighting Germany or going to fight Germany. I'm like, okay, Germany's going to use blitz. I know they're going to use blitz a lot. So I chose to have elastic defense as our main doctrine, our preferred tactic. And that makes it more likely for us to counter his blitz. That's what this does. Elastic defense counters blitz. So it's nice to have that as your preferred tactic if you're fighting someone who you expect to use blitz a lot. Some countries use different tactics more than others, and that's typically what I use this for, is I set a preferred tactic to counter an enemy tactic. However, if I don't really have a general expectation for what the enemies will use, then I like to use breakthrough as my tactic. If I don't know what enemy I'm going to be fighting, because breakthrough is just damn fine. All right, and then in here we have 3 different things we can fill for the Army, 3 different for the Navy, and 2 for the Air Force. And these are spirits. Spirit of the Air Force Command, the Spirit of the Division Command, the Spirit of the Army, the Spirit of the Academy. So this determines different bonuses that you get for your Army, different bonuses you get for your Navy, different bonuses you get for your Air Force. And these are unlocked by using Air Experience, Navy Experience, and Army Experience, which means we can't do them right now, but realize that they exist and you'll want to look in here when you have some of those points. Speaking about those points, Air Experience, Naval Experience, Army Experience, you get them by exercising, which we can do pretty soon here. I'll show you how exercising works. You can also get them by having the military staff positions filled. Each of these staff positions will give you Army experience gain per day, Naval experience gain per day, Air experience gain per day. So each of these people you put into your staff will generate these experience points, and you need these experience points to unlock these doctrines. So if we want to come in here and do more mobile warfare, which we do because we're Germany, then we're going to want more Army experience. How much does the next one cost? This one costs 100 Army experience. And there's a whole bunch of them we got to do. So we're going to need a lot of Army experience to get through our doctrines. Then we have our naval doctrines. That's going to take a lot too. Our air doctrine is going to take a lot too. So we're going to have to generate a lot of these points, which means we want to fill these positions as soon as we can so we can start generating these points. So we can start taking these doctrines. So we can get bonuses to our armies, our navies. Like, these are significant. Like this one right here, look how important this is. This generates 25% more aces. Aces make your planes better. Aces make your planes better at combat, better at finding targets, better at doing damage to those targets, better at staying alive. So this keeps your planes safer and helps your planes do more damage. So I just love just to come in here and just grab this and just be like, well, I don't need the rest for a while, but I really wanted that one. So generating 100, 200, 300, 400 air experience is really important. So you may want to have some airplanes doing training exercises all the time just so you can keep on generating those air experience. Or hire this person for your Chief of Air Force as soon as possible so you can start generating those points passively as soon as possible. Definitely an important thing to do. All right, what else are we on? There's so many things to talk about in this game. This game is a very complex game. We've been talking for an hour and a half, and there's still a ton of things to talk about. We haven't even unpaused the game yet. Let's go over as much as we can before we unpause the game. This main menu here is for your country. Shows you what your focus is, shows you who your leader is, your national spirits, what faction you're in. We are currently in the faction called the Axis. We can delete the Axis with this button. We can invite countries to the Axis, like if we click on Italy, there's an invite to faction button. It currently says no. Why do you say no? Well, positive 13, negative 70. You need to have more positive than negative for him to want to accept. So he likes fascist stuff, so he's interested because of that. He has strategic reasons to ally us, meaning we both kind of have common enemies in the world. And he likes me a little bit, so +1 opinion. However, he's a major power, -50, and he has a base reluctance of 20. So he's got a negative 70 versus a positive 13, so he's not ready to ally us yet. He'll ally us later, probably. And that would add someone to our faction. If he allied us, then we'd have 2 people in our faction. can planes and boats die during training? They take damage. When you train, you take damage. We'll talk about that more when we train. All right, what else is here? This is our current type of government. We are a fascist government. We don't have any elections. This is the political makeup of our country. So we have 20% democracy, 20% communism, and 60% fascism. We have 0 non-aligned. And this can be modified. We can increase our governing faction, the fascist faction. We can increase their influence on the populace up to 100%, or we can just leave it where it is. That's what these tools here do. The political actions under events and decisions. There are political actions which include anti-democratic raids, anti-communist raids, banning of those parties, also press censorship, which will boost the governing faction, the fascist faction, and it will lower the other factions just over time. So we have buttons we can click here, which will spend political power points to affect our political pie wheel here. The support of our ruling faction has an effect on our stability. So right now we have +9 stability because of this 60 support from the people. So if we increase this support, we'll also increase our stability a little bit. It doesn't have that big of an impact on your stability, but it is noticeable impact on your stability. So I'm at 60 right now. In most situations, I would say that's fine. You don't really need to be above 60%. But the benefit of being above 60% is it would raise your stability a little bit. All right, what else? Occupied territories. This shows you territory that can be released as a puppet. So we could make a puppet of Kashubia or Silesia. I'm not going to do that, but it's available to us. This is our occupied territory, including the names of the territory. You can sort the list here, that's all. We've already been over what kind of units we want to put in here. I like to use cavalry units. Let me talk about why I like to use cavalry units here. Because cavalry units have a higher suppression stat than infantry units. So if we click on the edit button for these divisions, you can mouse over these and it'll tell you how much stats they give in various categories. One of them is suppression. So a basic infantry unit gives you 1.5 suppression. Let's check out the cavalry. The basic cavalry unit gives you 2 suppression. So cavalry gives you more suppression than infantry. That's it. It's that simple. So suppression is used to keep resistance down. So the more suppression that you get out of your division, the better. The fewer divisions you will need to keep resistance down. Each garrison that you have will require a certain amount of manpower and equipment to fulfill the garrison needs for that region based on your law in that region. So if we had Kashubia region, what do we have? Hinterpommern. So if we had Hinterpommern on civilian oversight, then we would be using half of the normal garrison manpower, half the normal garrison equipment for the cavalry that we use on that region, and that would lower the resistance by 10%. The suppression done in that area is just a total suppression needed for that area. So the way to fulfill that suppression is by using these divisions. You don't actually produce these divisions. You don't have to make these divisions, deploy them on the map, and then move them to that region to pacify that area. It used to work that way, but they changed it. The garrisons are now completely hidden. They exist in the game, but not on the board. They're not part of the game map. They will take your manpower, they will take your supplies, they will take your equipment, but they won't appear on the map. You don't move them around. They're just all automatic. So the game says this region needs X amount of suppression. So then it divides X by the suppression that your suppression unit provides. So our suppression unit is the cavalry unit. How much suppression does the cavalry unit provide? Let's take a look. The cavalry unit provides, right there, 8 suppression. We can increase that by adding more cavalry units. like this, that would increase the suppression to 10, right? But that doesn't really affect the way the game calculates how many of these you need for suppression in an area. Because you're not producing them, it doesn't even matter what design you do in here. It really doesn't. The only thing that's going to matter is when you do research, there is a technology called military police. And this technology can be added to your cavalry division to increase their suppression. The first level of technology increases suppression by 20%. So those 8 cavalry would be doing 9.6 suppression. Those 4 cavalry would be doing 9.6 suppression instead of 8 suppression because of this military police addition to the cav. And as you upgrade it, it goes up another 10%, another 10%, and another 10%. So by the end of this, you're doing 50% more suppression just by having this thing on your cavalry. So by the end of the game, those same 4 cavalry would be doing 12 suppression, which is pretty significant for 4 cavalry. So you're going to want to put these military police into your suppression unit. Whatever you use for suppression, you can use armored cars. They're really good at suppression. They're better than cav, but they take more production than cav. Cav just need guns. The same infantry equipment that you use for soldiers is also used for cavalry units. So it's really easy to supply your cavalry units. They use more supplies than soldiers do, but not that much more. So the suppression bonus is still worth it in terms of, is it better to use infantry or cav for suppression because the cav use more supplies? The infantry are still worse. But you can, whatever unit you use for military for suppression, you should put the military police in there. All right, what else do we have? We don't have any collaborations. Don't worry about that. We don't have any vassals right now. Don't worry about that. If we had them, though, they'd be appearing in here, right? All right, we've gone through conscription law a little bit. Our trade law. Trade law determines how many of your resources are automatically removed from your pockets before you even get to touch them. Here in Germany, we produce 424 steel, but we only get to touch 257 of them because we're trading away a whole bunch automatically. Now, these do not bring in factories on their own. This is just how much of our resources are automatically removed. And this took me a while for my brain to understand. These resources are not yours. Your trade law says these resources are not yours. Meaning you don't get to trade them. You don't get to use them for getting civilian factories or anything like that. They are just gone. That being said, people can trade for them. People can trade you civilian factories to use some of them. But you don't automatically get the civilian factories. And that took my brain a little bit to understand. I'm like, but if the resources are going away, then surely the factories must be coming in. No. Doesn't start out that way. But they can. All right, what else? So, in here, in the trade laws, you've got 4 different choices here. The top choice, free trade. It gives you a nice construction speed bonus, a nice research speed bonus, a nice factory output bonus. You're going to be making more trucks, more tanks, more guns. But it also sends 80% of your resources to market. So right now we are on limited exports, which sends 25% of our resources to market, but it has a lower bonus for factory output, a lower bonus for research speed, and a lower bonus for construction speed. So going up in the trade law sends more of your resources away, meaning instead of only sending 106, which is 25% of the 424 we make, instead of only sending 106, it would send 80% of that, or a huge number. We would barely have any to use on our own. But it would let us research faster. Our factories would produce more stuff. So it's something to consider. If you are playing a country which has like no resources at all, you might as well go free trade. If your country has like nothing, like Poland. Poland has almost nothing in their country. Well, that's not true. They have some stuff in the West. There's large parts of the map which have like no resources at all. So those countries in those parts of the world are very good to set on free trade, because who cares if 80% of your shit goes outside your country and you don't get to use it? It doesn't matter because you don't make anything. That's definitely the case for countries that don't have any steel. Countries that don't have any steel, just whatever. Doesn't matter. Like if you're down here playing Ethiopia, what do you have? You have 3 rubber. That's it. Your whole country produces 3 rubber. Nothing else. No steel, no oil, no rubber, I mean, sorry, no aluminium. So you just go on free trade. Doesn't matter. Yemen, you have 2 oil, free trade. Oman, 3 oil, free trade. Afghanistan, nothing, free trade. Tibet, 2 tungsten, free trade. Like, some countries, you look at them, you just realize that they don't produce a damn thing. Free trade is perfect for them. All right, what else? We talked about economy law. We talked about the political advisors. Political advisors in here, you get to choose 3 of them. So you get to choose 3 people from this list and realize that this little red X means you can't hire them right now. But parts of your focus tree or parts of the world around you may unlock the ability to use these people that are currently blocked. So look through all the people available, realize that some of them are unavailable to you at the moment, then look at the ones that are and say, okay, I'm going to plan on getting this one, and this one. You want to try to plan ahead for these 3. You don't have to take them right away, but plan ahead. Look at what's there. If you have a guy with a silent workhorse, you may want that. Silent workhorse is really good. It's like my favorite thing to get in the early game, but it may not be best for your situation. So in this case, I definitely want the silent workhorse. I probably want the backroom backstabber, not guaranteed. Fascist demagogue would give us some war support, which would be nice, and it would give us some fascism support, which would make our 60% of the pie go up. So this guy would increase our war support by 10 and would also increase our stability by a little bit, because he would be constantly making our fascist supporters increase, which means the democracy and communism supporters would decrease, which means our part of the pie would go up. As our part of the pie goes up, we get more stability. So he's going to give us war support and stability. That's kind of good. There's also the communist revolutionary, which means you, as Germany, can flip to communist by choosing Ernst Thälmann. You want to go communist? There you go. It's available. There's also a war industrialist who can make factories quickly. There's an armaments organizer who can convert factories back and forth quickly. There's a lot of different options here. This guy down here, this elusive gentleman, he's going to unlock once we build our spy agency. And we should do that. We should build our spy agency like right now. That's the second tab here. We haven't talked about it yet. It's intelligence agency. In here, you get to do all your spy stuff. And if you have at least 5 industrial if you have at least 5 civilian factories, which we do, currently have 22 civilian factories available to us, then you should probably get this set up. And yeah, let's go ahead and get Abware. You can choose a logo for your spy agency. It takes 30 days to make your agency. We'll come back when it's done. And you'll notice that we no longer have 22 factories doing construction. Now we only have 17. Why? Because 5 of them are making our spy agency. They're literally making a building or 2. That's what they're doing. And in a month, we'll have our building. All right, what's next? We got research. We did that. Diplomacy. Don't even worry about that. You know, I never open this window. Do any of you ever open this window? I don't know. I never use this window. I don't know what it's for. I just ignore it. Trade. That's going to be fine. We have 1 trade for rubber that's going to come in just a little bit. Construction, we've done that. Production, we've done that. Recruit and deploy, we've done that. Logistics, we did it. Officer Corps, we did it. Oh my goodness, did we actually go over the user interface? No way. Yeah, we talked about the designers. There's different bonuses for these designers. Sometimes the designers will be locked behind stuff in your focus tree. Sometimes they'll be locked behind whether or not you're at war with the country. Like some of them are reliant on you having good relations with the country. Like Manchuria has to have good relations with the Soviet Union to do one of their designers. Yeah, these designers are various bonuses. Like you can get close air support bonuses, you can get light air support bonuses, medium support bonuses, whatever. Artillery, infantry, motorized, these are all just research speed bonuses. So if you want research speed bonuses, there you go. Right here, same thing. IG Farben gives you synthetic resource research, industrial resource research speed. They're really nice to get, but they all cost political power points, which we don't have yet, so we'll have to wait to get them when we have political power points. You're a theorist. These guys give you discounts on your doctrine. So, open up the doctrine, you've got your military doctrine. Like, okay, if we're going to stick on mobile warfare, then do we have a theorist that would help us with mobile warfare to make this cheaper to go through our mobile warfare doctrine? Probably do. Yep, mobile warfare expert, Eric von Monstein. So he would make mobile warfare doctrine 15% faster. So it wouldn't take as many army experience points to go through that doctrine. There's also the submarine specialist, the nuclear scientist, air warfare. So this is all doctrine stuff. Your chief of army, he's going to have bonuses like organization, division training time, division speed, division attack. Some people will have division defense. For navies, we have a convoy raiding guy, and we have a decisive battle guy. There's tons of other guys for Navy as well. For the Air Force, same thing. And for your high command, you get 3 choices for high command. This is just like your political advisor. You get 3 of these. So don't think you only get 1. You get 3. You've got Rommel. You've got Air Force, you've got Navy, and you've got Army, all in the same place here. So even though you've already done an Air Force, a Navy, and an Army over here, you can still do another one here. Realize, though, now this is something that it's new, and it's taking me a while to comprehend how this works, because it can be really troublesome sometimes. Hiring these advisors for your Chief of Army, Chief of Navy, Chief of Air Force, and your Military High Command, hiring these people specifically takes these telephone points. And it doesn't take them temporarily, it takes them permanently. So if you have 100 telephones and you want to hire one of these people here, let's say you want to hire Victor Schutz, whatever this guy's name is. You want to hire this guy. It's going to take 30 telephones permanently until you fire him. So if you have 50, this guy's going to take 30. You'll be down to 20. And you'll be sitting at 20 until you fire this guy, and then go back up to 50. And that's something that's taking me some getting used to. Like, maybe I don't want to hire all these positions just so we still have some telephones available. The telephones are incredibly useful during war because they allow you to click some special buttons. And you have to have these telephone points ready to go to click these special buttons. Like, we were doing a invasion of Hispania. We were playing Mexico yesterday. We're doing an invasion of Hispania here. We're trying to land on these coastal tiles here at Santo Domingo. And it was really tough because I wanted to use a special ability called Force Attack. So if you select your general, these little buttons on the very, very top are their special abilities. Your generals and your field marshals all have separate special abilities. They're really incredibly useful. Like, if you mouse over what Force Attack does, it gives you 20% more offense, 25% more breakthrough. So your units do more attack damage, and they help push the enemy off the line. You don't take any organization damage during the 7 days that this is active. So it doesn't... let me talk a little about organization versus this orange bar. So on your army over here on the left, you've got the green bar, which is organization, and the orange bar, which is supplies. And the organization is the way they do combat normally. So when they're doing combat, they're like ready to go. They're like, okay, we're going to be going left, and we're going to be attacking people as we go left. So you start doing that, and then your organization goes down as you're doing this maneuver or whatever the hell you're doing. You're ordering your troops to do something. Whenever you order troops to do an attack or whatever, your organization will go down. During the combat, organization drops. When it goes down to 0, the troops will back out of combat. So if they were attacking, then they will stop their attack when the organization is gone. They are not only spending organization though. Organization is this green bar. So even though the green bar is going down during combat, they're not only spending this. They're also doing things like breaking their guns, using their grenades, running out of bullets, breaking down their trucks. Their tanks got blown up. Their leg got shot off. Whatever. All those things happened at the same time as the organization bar dropping. And as those things happened, your supply bar, the orange bar, was also dropping. Just not very much. Your supply bar typically will stay very high during combat because you're not using all your bullets. You're not using all your manpower. Like, not all your soldiers are dying. Not all your trucks are breaking down. Not all your tanks are blowing up. Not all of it, right? So the supply bar stays up for most of the combat. But the green bar, the organization, that one drops quickly. That's like how prepared you are for this attack you're about to do, or whatever. If you're defending and the green bar, the organization, goes all the way to 0, then you get pushed off that tile, and that unit that got pushed will physically move to the tile behind it. When you're attacking, they will just stop the attack. You can be attacking and defending at the same time, though. So during combat, if that happens, I'll try to point it out, because attacking and defending at the same time is really bad. It's situationally okay, but it's important that you notice that it's happening, because if your units are constantly attacking and defending at the same time, they are going to lose a lot. If you're in a situation where you're noticing that, you might want to select your units that are doing the attack and defend, and press this button when you have them selected. Like if let's say it was these two guys doing the attack and defense at the same time, get them selected like this, they're selected, and then hit this button. Hold. That will cancel their attack so that they are then only defending. It's a much better situation to be just defending instead of defending and attacking. You get a 50% combat penalty to attack and defense if you are attacking and defending. So you don't want that. All right, let me get some coffee. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Wow. That's 2 hours of talking. 2 hours. We haven't even unpaused yet. All right, coffee acquired. Okay. So there's still more of the user interface to go through, but that's a huge chunk of it. That is a massive chunk of it. Oh boy. We talked about all those buttons, talked about the national spirits a little bit, talked a little bit about the focus tree. There's a lot more to do in the focus trees. But basically, if you see this like flashing icon on a focus, when you mouse over it, that means it's available. If you don't see the flashing icon, it's not available. The name underneath the icon, if it's got this like popped up button graphic, that means it's available. If it doesn't have the popped up button graphic, then it's not available. If it's bright, it's available. If it's dark, it's not available. Just get that through your brain. You will see that very obviously, very quickly. The lines underneath them tell you that they are prerequisites for each other. So West Wall requires for your plan. Grossraumwirtschaft requires for your plan. Autarky requires for your plan. Down here, co-liquidization requires autarky. Synthetic rubber requires co-liquidization. And this one requires one of the following. So not both, it requires one of the following. Synthetic rubber or KDF Wagen. So you can go from autarky to co-liquidization to synthetic rubber to your extra research slot. You don't have to do these right away. You can come back and do them later. Also, like I said earlier, there are some choices you have to make where you can do one side or the other, but not both. There are even other choices that'll have like 3 options. I don't know if we have one here. Oh, we do. We have a 4-option choice. Oh my. So here in Germany, we have a 4-option choice. We've got Plan Z, the U-boat effort, rebuild the High Fleet, or accept British naval dominance. And these are all one or the other. You can't do... Wow, that is a lot of choices. Holy crap. So if you want to do U-boat effort, which we probably do want this, it's mutually exclusive, so you can only choose one, with Plan Z, rebuild the High Fleet, and accept British naval dominance. That's pretty wild. So once we start doing our naval rearmament, we'll come on down here and we'll go do U-boat effort, and once we do that, it'll lock out this path, and it'll lock out that, and lock out that. Neat. What else can we talk about in here? There are some bugs. There are some bugs in this game that you might be able to trace back and find something wrong with the focus tree. I think Germany's focus tree is pretty bug-free, though. There's probably a couple. Yeah, the newer path over here, the oppose Hitler path, probably has some really weird stuff. The traditional path is pretty straightforward, though. We're going to do the traditional stuff. The filters at the top allow you to find things more easily. Like, this is all the political stuff. It highlights them. This is all the research. Sometimes it's an extra research slot. Sometimes it's some kind of bonus for research, some discount for research, an ahead-of-time penalty for research, whatever. Industry, manpower, stability, territorial expansion, and war support. There are also focuses that every country gets called continuous focuses, and these are actually really good. So if you don't really have anything that you want to do in your focus tree, you can come down here and you can say, oh, I want to annex my subjects. So this will help you annex your subjects. I want to make units faster. This will help you deploy units faster. I want to make buildings faster. This will help you make buildings faster. I want to make airplanes faster. So there's a lot of neat stuff down here. And every country gets this. This is all just generic continuous focuses. Every country gets this. If you are having a tough time deciding what you want to do in your focus tree, just do one of these. All right, the spy stuff will come in eventually. I guess we can start talking about the specifics of Germany's situation here in 1936. It's 1936. Hitler's in charge of Germany. He's a crazy warmonger dickhead, and he's a piece of shit that probably should have been aborted. Playing Germany is not a fun experience for thinking about it, but it's definitely a fun game to play. So try not to think about it too much. Just enjoy the game. It's a good game. Our situation is really strong. We have the industry, the manpower, and the resources to get a lot of things done. We have plenty of time to get our political stuff out of the way. We are doing our non-militarization, the remilitarization of the Rhineland. We're going to do that first, and this will allow us to do more military stuff in our focus tree. Like the Anti-Comintern Pact, that's our first really big political thing that we do, and then we can annex Austria. So Germany just comes down here and says, yo, Austria, get annexed. How do we do that? We should start preparing for this. So what does this requirement say? It says the German Reich is fully independent. At least 500,000 manpower in divisions in the field. So we're failing that. Does not have the national spirit Rhineland challenge met. Its focus will pause if the requirements are not met. It's going to give us some army experience. Austria is going to say Germany wants to annex us. And uses Austrian gold to reduce the cost of MEFO bills. That's hilarious. Will be abandoned if one of the following is true. Germany is a vassal of another country, or if we have Rhineland challenge met, or if Austria has declared war, or if we've declared war on Austria. So Anschluss is the first thing we're going to do that's going to be for territorial expansion. And Anti-Comintern Pact is something we can do. We probably should do it for, like, building our alliance. This is essentially how Germany builds their alliance, the Axis, is with the Anti-Comintern and the Anti-Soviet Pact. And then, when the Soviets do finally come to us for war, all of us will join together in the Anti-Comintern Pact, and they'll join the Axis. For example, when that could trigger, what these do, the Anti-Comintern and Anti-Soviet, what they do is they form a defensive agreement between whoever accepts it, like Romania, let's say. If Romania accepts the Anti-Comintern Pact invitation, then the Soviet Union will eventually come for Romanian clay. So if I type in Romania in the Soviet Union focus tree here, you got claims on Bessarabia. There you go. Romania gets the event, the Soviet Union demands Bessarabia. They get 3 claims on Romania, and they demand the land. Just give. That's in the Soviet focus tree. They just say, give that land. If Romania accepts invitation to the Anti-Soviet Pact, then they will call us into war when the Soviets declare war for Bessarabia. That means Romania will join the Axis, and Germany will join the war against the Soviet Union. So that's how that works. Other countries might say yes, other countries might say no to joining these pacts. So Finland, for example, the Soviets will typically go for Romania, Finland, Poland, you know, the typical stuff, right? If they join the pact, then Germany will join the war against the Soviets and they will join the Axis. But if they don't say yes to the pact, like let's say Finland says no to the pact and the Soviets come knocking on Finland's door, then Finland may give the Soviets the land because they don't have anyone backing them up. We actually saw that yesterday. In our Mexico run yesterday, I want to say that was a unicorn run because that happened. There were so many weird things in that run yesterday. Mutapa formed naturally. I've never seen Mutapa form naturally. Finland accepted Soviet demands. That never happened. Just some crazy things happened yesterday. But yeah, continuing down this path, we have war with the USSR. You can get Turkey in line. After annexing Austria, what's coming up down the path after that? You can reassert Eastern claims, gives you claims on Poland and on Lithuania. You can go to war with Poland, that's Danziger War. But notice that this requirement has 950,000 manpower in the field. What does that mean? Because the same thing was up here for Anschluss. What does that mean when it says manpower in the field? Well, if you mouse over your manpower at the top of the screen here, it says used manpower, 434,000 in the army, 269,000 in the field. That's where it's talking about. It's talking about that third number, 269,000 in the field. So for Anschluss, we need 500,000. We need to double our presence. So we need to poop out units as fast as possible. That's why I've queued up all these units. I want to poop out all these units as fast as possible so we can get our in the field numbers increased. So for Germany, you really do have to get a lot of units deployed so that you can start doing Anschluss and stuff. All right, so that's the path for Poland. You got Danziger War. You also have to choose between Czechoslovakia friend or Czechoslovakia enemy. And then you can go down the path for Yugoslavia. This is all Czechoslovakia. This is all Yugoslavia. After Yugoslavia is done, you can do Greece. And after Czechoslovakia is done, if you really want to, you could be nice to Poland. That's kind of interesting. So after Czechoslovakia, you can trade Slovakia to Poland and ask Danzig in return instead of doing Danziger War. So it's nice to have these little choices. Like, that's actually very interesting. You can make Poland your friend. After all of that, you have the option to go around the Maginot for Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and then France. You can also go befriend Denmark or go kill Denmark. There's also Operation Tannenbaum for Switzerland. And you can core Luxembourg and Alsace-Lorraine. So that's going to be our path, our political path. I guess we'll do the aggressive path because we're Germany, right? But you have so many choices. So I would really encourage a new player to try Germany 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times in a row and try to do the same thing each time. You will learn so much if you do the same choices each time. You will make incredible progress. This game is really hard to learn at first. That learning curve is not steep. It's a fucking cliff. You got to climb up that cliff. Once you're up that cliff, you're fine. It's just absorbing all of this initial onslaught of data and information and where's this button? Where's that button? How do I find this stuff? That thing takes forever to learn. But once you get it down pat, you're golden. All right, I noticed you don't have any orders over there, Rommel. Your orders are to go west. Go west. All right, what else we got to cover here? Outdated equipment in production. Those are our old boats. We talked about that already. Decisions available. Cancel MEFO bills. Do we want to cancel the MEFO bills? In order to fund our growing military industry and to keep this secret from the British and French eyes, we have been forced to use a balance sheet and entity to route payments to in the form of promissory notes. If we do not use our political connections to extend the due dates of these notes, we'll be forced to repay them and will no longer receive the benefits. So the benefits of these notes is factory construction speed plus 25%. It's a lot of bonuses, but it costs us political power points every day. It lowers our consumer goods. That's really nice. It's actually really good, but we're not making any of that stuff right now. We could make some of those. Right now we're doing civilian factories, but we could do military factories first. You know what? Let's do it. Let's take advantage of the MEFO bills. Let's make some military factories. 25% construction speed is solid. Let's do that. So I'm going to hold down control as I place these military factories. Why do you want to hold down control? Because I want them to go to the top of the queue. And yeah, you can drag these things around in the queue, or you can use the up and down arrows to put things to the top of the queue. But it's really easy just to hold down control. And then as you click, they go to the top of the queue. See? Oberbayern, military factory. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, all right, let's make some military factories. So we're going to make use of the MEFO bills to make some military factories. Sounds good to me. So I don't want to cancel them. What happens in 180 days? Our issued bills are soon falling due. We must decide whether to extend them or begin payments. Effects in 180 days. Issue a 6-month extension on MEFO bills, so another 180 days. The cost of each extension will progressively increase until war breaks out, at which point reliance on the MEFO bills is removed and payment is delayed until after the war's conclusion. Okay, so we're going to have MEFO bills until we go to war, I guess. So we'll keep them going for now. That's cool. What else? No template for what? Towed anti-air. Ah, yes. So we're making some anti-air. So this icon up here means that you're making something that you're not using. In this case, it's anti-air. And that's fine. When we get 10 army experience, we'll put the anti-air into the division template. All right. We can get speed up. This is your speed of the game. It starts out on speed 1. You got speed 2, speed 3, speed 4, speed 5. I usually go on speed 3 when I'm playing. When I'm streaming, I'm on speed 3. When I'm playing alone, I play on like speed 4 or speed 5 when we're at peace. But when I'm streaming, I always play on speed 3. I'm used to it. It allows me to like read chat and talk and stuff. So I'm actually going to start doing that now. Now that we've exited the like, how's this user interface start thing, and we've gone through all this stuff. Now that we've done the basics, let's start looking at chat. Hi, chat. Hi. It's been almost 2.5 hours. How are you? Let's unpause the game. Oh, one last thing. I encourage, hello folks. I encourage you to press tilde. Tilde is the console. I encourage you to press tilde so you can type this in, FOW, Fog of War. Fog of War is now off. Don't use this all the time, but use this when you're at peace, because it helps you, tilde to turn that off, it helps you see what's going on in the world around you. And one thing that I find in this game is my curiosity is never ending. I have to know what's going on in the world. So we like snoop around the world when we're at peace, and we're like, what's Russia doing? What's Japan doing? What's the USA doing? Because it's always something interesting. Hello, Burvestnik. But yeah, I like to have Fog of War turned off when we're at peace. So let's unpause, and after the first day is done, we can go check on other countries and see what they're doing in terms of their focus tree. And that'll give us a good idea of what's going to come in this run, in this game. So as soon as the day is starting the new one, there you go. We can check on UK. They haven't made a choice yet. France, no choice yet. Poland. Oh, Poland's going to go Senationist. Okay. So that's interesting. Spain. Spain's going to go either fascist, monarchist, or combination fascist monarchist. That's historical, because Spain went Oh, they had Francisco Franco, so they went nationalist. Yeah. So they did the combination. Historical Spain is this, Great Spain, and then they do the combination of fascism and monarchist. What's Portugal doing? Portugal's doing Estado Novo. That could really be anything. Yugoslavia? Nothing yet. Romania? Romania's going fascist. Good. Oh, sorry, not Romania. Hungary. I did that yesterday too. Hungary. They're going fascist. That's normal. Romania's doing Balkans dominance, so he's just going to die. Bulgaria hasn't made a choice yet. Turkey's doing the Monroe Convention. Japan! Japan is doing fascist. Okay, so Japan's being normal. United States hasn't made a choice yet. Romania chose death. Yeah, Romania has the Balkans dominance. For whatever reason, Romania's focus tree is just kind of silly. The AI doesn't know how to do this. Balkans dominance requires a player, because the AI just doesn't know how it works. So, yeah, they're not going to do very well. Demand increased Dutch trade. Oh, right, the gateway to Europe. So we haven't talked about this yet. In the events and decisions, you've got our MEFO bills. We talked a little bit about that. The gateway to Europe. This is the Dutch focus tree stuff. The Dutch focus tree has things that are locked and unlocked via this, the gold standard. And, sorry, not the gold standard, via this, the new government. So they are the gateway to Europe. So the Dutch focus tree is based on what happens in the events and decisions area here. The British and the Germans both get this button, the gateway to Europe button, demand increased trade. So if the British influence the Dutch, then they will go down this path, cave to the British. If we influence the Dutch, they'll go down this path and go fascist, cave to the Germans. If neither of us dominate, then they'll go down the middle path and either go communist or monarchist. If the British succeed, then they'll go democratic. So this unlocks the pathways for the Dutch. I really don't care about that. I'm not going to participate in the gateway to Europe. So they're probably going to go democratic because the British probably will participate. The reason why I'm not going to do it is because we can probably invade them and just take their stuff, so they don't need to be fascist. And this costs political power points, which I'd rather spend on something that I care about. So, doesn't matter to me. But if you do want to play around with the politics in the Netherlands, that's where you do it. Only Britain and Germany can do it, though. I tend to forget it's there, because I always just ignore. I don't really do it. All right, keep going. You're waiting on pocket time? Pockets are fun. Pockets are all fun. Are you doing the tutorial on historical? Nope, we're not doing historical. So when you're starting up your game, I didn't even talk about that. When you're starting up your game, there is a choice for historical or non-historical. What difference does that do? Well, historical means Germany's going to go fascist, Japan's going to go fascist, United Kingdom is going to stay democratic, France is going to stay democratic, Spain's going to go nationalist. Like, it's just that. Stalin's going to do the Great Purge. That's what it means. It means they're going to do the historical things. Or at least they will attempt to do the historical things. If you have historical off, like I do, then random things will happen. So I really enjoy the random stuff. But that is a good point. This is a tutorial. I probably should have done this on historical. Sorry about that. I didn't. I always play with historical off. I love historical off. I didn't even think about that, but you're absolutely right. You know what else I should have done? I probably should have turned off NATO symbols. So the game has... where is it? Game. There it is. NATO symbols. I use this. I like NATO symbols. That's the... I'll show you what it is with it off. This stuff. So you got your infantry division, shows a little helmet. Your tank division shows a little tank. Your trucks division this is what you're going to see in your game. I forgot about that. I don't use these. I use the NATO symbols. So I'm going to go back to the NATO symbols. That's a setting here in game options. So open up game options and then go to game. And it's this one, NATO symbols. So now they're back to being an X and a circle and an X with dots. I keep forgetting about that because people come into chat and they're like, is that a mod? I'm like, no, it's not a mod. It's a setting. Did we do Trotsky? Yeah, we've done Trotsky twice, Jim Bear. We did Trotsky as the Soviets, and we did Trotsky as Mexico yesterday. Hey, Nestle10. Did you go over map modes? I did not go over map modes. Why don't we do that? Let me go over map modes real quick. We finished our spy agency, but hold on. Let me go over map modes. So for that, I got to move my camera. Oh, that was rough. All right, map modes are behind my camera over there. So you've got the default map mode, which is your armies. You've got your naval map mode. You've got your air map mode. You've got your spy map mode. You've got your supplies. Supplies is neat. Supplies is new, so I'm fascinated. I love trains, so you get to watch your trains going around. Look at those little trains! I play train games a lot. I play Transport Fever. I play Railway Empire. I love train games. Railroad Tycoon 3. I love this shit. So they added this to the game recently, and I'm just ecstatic for it. Little choo-choos. And it actually shows what they're carrying. Whatever locomotives you build, that's what it shows. And then it shows what they're carrying. Like these guys are carrying tanks and artillery and fuel. You can actually see this stuff. So neat. Anyway, that's the supplies map mode. You have terrain map mode, resistance map mode, compliance map mode. These two are only if you have occupied territories. We don't have any right now, so there's no resistance compliance. That's what it's for, though. Resources, so where you have your steel, your tungsten, that stuff. Infrastructure levels. And your factions, like the Axis, the Allies. This map mode is very useful to get an overview of what wars are going on, right? Because if Japan's, he doesn't have it right now, but if Japan's Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, what a name. The Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere is Japan's faction. And if he owns all of China, and he's at war with the Allies and the Comintern, which is very common, then you'll see this big front line over here between the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere and the Comintern. And you'll have another smaller front line here in Southeast Asia between India or Burma and China, because they'll typically own all that stuff. And you'll see those factions like blobbing against each other. That's what that map mode's for. There's also more map modes here. You got the states, the diplomacy, the players. If you have a multiplayer game, you'll use this one a lot. Population and ideology. Ideology is pretty neat. I don't know why it's not one of the default buttons here. Ideology shows you who's fascist, who's democratic, who's a monarchy, and who's communist. Those are the four kind of governments in this game. Although the monarchy one could be something else. Could be some weird dictatorship. It's not always a monarchy. But yeah, fascist is brown, communist is red, democracy is blue, and monarchy non-aligned is gray. So this is a nice little overview. You can see South America's got a little communism, a little fascism. And you can see Japan is fascist, and Italy's fascist. So those are the map modes. Let me move my camera back. All right, so now we finished our spy agency. We have built it. That means our factories are back to making more factories. Good. So now we're going to get a spy in 30 days. 1 month to our first spy. We can start upgrading our spy agency. There's a whole bunch of spy agency upgrades to do. You got economic, army, naval, air force, passive defense, anti-partisans, all sorts of stuff. Cryptology down here is actually really, really good. Let's want to open up cryptology? I think I do. Yeah, let's get some cryptology going. I hate to do that while we're doing the MEFO bills, but yeah, we're going to do it. All right, how goes our focus? 31 days. We got another 40 days to go. But yeah, I love having fog of war off when I'm at peace. You can just spy around and see what they're doing. The Soviets are doing heavy industry. China's inviting foreign investors. Italy's doing their Ethiopian war logistics. Italy and Ethiopia start the game in a war. So this is where the tutorial takes place down here. You can see Ethiopia has a bunch of pocketed troops over here, so they're going to die. A pocket is a group of troops which have no access to supplies and have no way to retreat. These units have no port, which means they cannot retreat by sea, and they are surrounded on land, so they have nowhere to go. They will die. They also have no supplies. If there was a city here, they would be getting some supplies from the city. And if they had a connection to their capital, they'd be getting supplies that way. If they had a port, they could get supplies that way. They have none of those, so they are starving. They are running out of equipment. That's what these little icons here mean. The little red box with an exclamation point means they're out of supplies or running out. They have no access to new supplies. So Italy's going to clean them up. Oh, pause. Okay, that sound effect and this green icon means that we have finished our first military factory. Yep, we finished one. Let's take a look at our military factories now. We went from 28 to 29. So we have one available. And we'll go look at the logistics here and see what do we need the most. Well, we're still missing the most guns, but we're also positive 45 guns a day. That's pretty good. I think we need more trucks. Let's get more trucks. In fact, let's get that many more truck factories. I want lots of trucks. I want a very quick army. So in this situation, you're having soldiers fighting, right? You're seeing fighting between these two armies. There are deaths taking place on both sides, casualties, wounds, deaths, whatever. That's happening on a constant basis. However, at the time that army was captured, they were not out of soldiers. They still had this orange bar down here is like how many soldiers they have left and how much equipment they have left. That orange bar was not anywhere near empty. They had like half power on that orange bar. So that meant the rest of their soldiers were captured. Not wounded, not killed, just captured. That's what happens in the pockets most of the time. You'll have some of them, like these guys, their orange bar is like half gone. You'll have some of them where their orange bars go almost gone, and then they get captured. Those might have all been killed in combat. But for the most part, troops just get captured. Yeah, Ethiopia's trying to hold off this Italian onslaught. The difference is you can see Ethiopia's orange bars, which is manpower and supplies, or manpower and equipment. Let's put it that way, manpower and equipment. Orange bars are manpower and equipment. His are only about half, a little over half, which tells me he probably has manpower. Like if we take a look at him, we go to the Intel Ledger and go to his civilian tab. Yeah, he has 74,000 manpower, or 65,000. So he's got lots of manpower at the moment. So that's not his problem. His problem is he doesn't have equipment. Let's take a look at his stockpile. The Intel Ledger, this tab here, typically you can only see this if you have spies in that country, but we can see it because I have the fog of war turned off. Like I said, I'm curious. I like to look at all this stuff. So if we go to the second tab, which is his military tab, and then we go to the stockpile screen. Yeah, there's a lot of clicking to find this stuff, right? You can see that he has no guns. This is his problem. He has no guns. That's why these orange bars are not full. Yeah, all of his orange bars are about halfway. So that tells me that he has manpower, but he doesn't have guns. So his units are having a tough time holding off these Italians because the Italians have manpower and guns. See, their orange bars are full. Anyway, we've upgraded our spy agency. We now have the cryptology department. Wonderful. Let's get some commando training. And our first operative is ready. Let's hire our first spy. Ooh. Hildeford Hoffner, Peter Erler, Jessica Schneider, Otto Skorzeny, Nikolaus Ritter, Alessia Bosna. Let's get Alessia. He's got double nationalities, which means he can speak Turkish and German. And he's an infiltrator, so he's less at risk during infiltration missions. Let's hire him. So we now have a new agent. This is Agent Wolf. Oh, let me close my window. It's Friday! Sorry. Hi, Tony. Sorry about the noise. I'll turn off my mic for a minute here. We'll just pause the tutorial for a minute because leaf blowers won't be here too long. They're here every Friday. All right, Tony's like cowering from this. I know he doesn't like this. Every week it tortures him. Poor boy. Sit by the fire. All right, let's sit by the fire while the leaf blowers are here. Sorry about that. All right, sit by the fire time. Hi, Tony. Bark, bark, bark. Hello, AVS. Well, thank you, Six. I do try to help. I mean, we stream almost every day of the year. I might as well take some time to help people out, you know? It's not all about me. I gotta mute this. It's so loud.
Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni Shenpets Shentoni. Nah, but it helps players like myself that haven't played in a while and are now seeing all these new changes. Thanks again, Smile.
I think they're almost done. All right, they're basically done. Oh God. They're gonna leave sometime. All right, there was a joke about an hour ago. Just bought a blacksmith's dog. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. Thank you. You want to stretch? Let's stretch. Oh. 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 Blah, blah, blah. Oh. 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 Oh, man. All right, good. Fingers? Missoula, Mennonite, enjoy your fingers. Tell your friends, tell your family that they too can get fingered live on Twitch TV for the low, low price of nothing. All right, Agent Wolf. Where are we going to spy? Let's start spying on the French. Those silly Frenchies. We'll go to Calais. How does the railway system work? Like, do I need to connect them all to stay supplied? Shencat. Oh, right, the cat. Sorry. Bye, cat. How does the railway system work? Like, do I need to connect them all to stay supplied? How often do I need to build supply depots as I'm moving through the front line? So the devs said that you only need one supply hub per region. So if you go to your supply hubs, you can see that we have one in Thuringen, we have one in Saxon, we have one in Franken, we've got one there, we've got one there, we've got 3 in Württemberg. We've got one there, one there. So it looks like we have a supply hub in most regions.
Great tutorial. Def struggled at some parts of the game.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it, Drewski. Everyone struggles in this game. It looks like we don't have a supply hub in Ostmark, so we might want to build one there. But every other region has a supply hub. So we might want to build one in Ostmark, maybe. I could see building one like right there. That'd be fine. But other than that, we're good to go. That being said, some regions are bigger than others. These regions are small. Some regions are very, very large. Like in the Soviet Union, there's some regions here. We were fighting over here recently. This region and this region. They're like, this region alone is as big as like a third of Germany, right? It's huge. But there's only 270,000 people there. There's not much infrastructure there. And there are no supply hubs here. So if you go to your supplies map mode, your supplies map mode, you can see the supply networks in Russia. They have rails going out from the capital, and they have supply hubs through various states. They don't have anything down here. There's no rails and no supply hubs down here. And there's none down here either. So pushing through this area during war is very tough, just because there's no way to get supplies here. So I often find building supply hubs during war is like the only way to really get supplies to your units sometimes. So in situations like this, yeah, I would build a supply hub there, just so you can push through this area. But I don't think you need to build supply hubs everywhere. Only in areas where you expect to push, where you expect to need the supply hubs. And that's basically, do you expect to go to war in this part of your country? Yeah, build supply hubs there. Supply hubs take forever to build. They're really expensive. 20,000 production cost. Like, what do these military factories cost? These military factories are 7,200. So this is like the same cost as 3 military factories just for supply hub. They're really expensive. So I try not to build them if I don't have to, but man, if you're doing a lot of fighting in Africa, you're gonna build supply hubs. If you're doing a lot of fighting in China, you're gonna build supply hubs. There's parts of the world which, if you have fighting there, you're going to have to build supply hubs. No question about it. South America, oh my God. We recently did an invasion of South America. We were playing as Romania. We did an invasion of South America, and we had to build supply hubs everywhere. Because there just aren't any. There's some, like it's mainly ports. So there's nothing really inland. And that's where you got to build supply hubs. Yeah. Russia's the same way. Russia's got a lot of ports, but everything away from the ports is hit or miss. Some parts have supply hubs, some parts have basically nothing. Like this area down here, how many supply hubs you got in here, Russia? Fighting in here is just awful. You've got this one rail line, just one rail line bringing shit down here. You got a supply hub there. So you got that region, that region. This region has 2 supply hubs. Yeah, one there and one there. You got a supply hub here. And is that it? Oh, and he's got one more there. And then one more there. So yeah. So this region has no supply hub. This region has no supply hub. 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 You get the idea. There's a ton of territory down here with no supply hubs. So if you do any fighting here, it's just awful. It's horrible. And if you plan on fighting there, you better build supply hubs there. Hello, Bot Frog. Does Germany have the decision button that gives them 300% supply build speed? Oh, good question. They do not. Wonder why they don't. Some devs didn't want you to be able to build supply hubs at all. Yeah, I can understand that. Oh, right, decryption. So, since we finished our cryptology department, right? We opened our cryptology department. That allows us to do cryptology. Cryptology is a part of the spy system where you try to break some other nation's crypto code. So, we're going to go break France's crypto code. We're going to click on this button, boink. And we're now decrypting France. We've got 960 days to decrypt France. We're currently generating 12 decryption power per day. And France has 12,000 decrypted targets. So once we get 12,000 decryption power, then we'll have cracked his cipher. However, we can upgrade our department to generate more decryption power, so we'll get this done sooner. And those upgrades are down here. Radio interception group and then machine-assisted decryption. So we'll do those later, and that'll help us decrypt these guys. Heck yeah. In the meantime, though, we have assigned Agent Wolf here, Agent Alessia Bosna, to Calais to start opening a spy network in France. That'll take him some time. All right, unpause. How's our progress going? Oh, it's almost done. We're about to remilitarize the Rhineland. I'm ready. That means we can bring troops on the other side over there. Yeah. You're still learning the railway thing? Yeah, the railway thing's going to take some time. It's I'm still learning it too, because some of the railway stuff is bugged. And some of the supply stuff, they fixed some of the bugs, but there's still more bugs in the supply stuff. It's just brand new, so I expected there to be some weird stuff. All right, Rhineland. We did it. We have remilitarized the Rhineland. So notice that it's no longer glowing red. That means we can hold down Alt, and we can extend our front line to go all the way across now. Perfect. So this is something I haven't talked about yet. Green versus yellow. And there's another color which can show up, which is red. So that area there with the line striping, the hashing, which is green and then yellow. The reason why it's green and then yellow is because we currently have 6 units in this army. And this front line is 6 tiles long. So 1, 2, 3, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this front line is currently 6 tiles long. That means there are 6 tiles for units to stand on along this front line. And we currently have 6 units in the army. So it shows you a green color, meaning you have enough troops in that army to put at least 1 soldier on each tile on that front line. And this is very important. You better have green front lines. Yellow front lines mean that you will have a gap somewhere. One of these tiles, or in this case, 2 of the tiles, will not have a unit standing on it. And that could be potentially very bad for you. So be aware when you have a yellow or especially a red front line, you will have gaps in that front line. And that means your front line isn't really effective. So that's why we're making more units here. We're going to put these new units on that front line there. We could assign them right now. Yeah, I think I will. Let's assign some infantry to that group. Actually, no. No. I want tanks in that group. Yeah, tanks and motorized. That's what should be in that group. So let's change the deployment from Brandenburg to Stuttgart. There you go. Still have more infantry. Still have more mountaineers. Okay, good. So what's in this army anyway? What's in this group of 6? We've got... Oh, we have mountaineers in here. No. Take the mountaineers out. Put them in a new army. Take the cavalry out. Put them in a new army. All right, so yeah, just trucks and tanks in here. That's all I want. Motorized and tanks. I want this to be my fast army. The fast army. In fact, we can rename them. We'll call them the fast guys. Fast guys. And we'll probably want to put them on motorization priority. I expect them to need truck support for resources. In fact, we'll put them on high priority. Yeah, high priority for trucks. So what we've done then is we've told these panzer divisions, the tank divisions, and these truck divisions to deploy here in Stuttgart, both of them. And then the blue color means that they've been assigned to this front line. So as soon as they deploy, they will line up on this front line, which is perfect. That will fill the gaps that we have there. All right, Rhineland's done. We have generated 5 world tension. There it is. We have generated 5 world tension, as we said we would. And we have remilitarized the Rhineland. This unlocks Anschluss, also unlocks the Anti-Comintern Pact, unlocks us befriending China or Japan, unlocks army innovations. Do you want that? Discount on land doctrine. Gives you a division speed guy if you want them. Air innovations. The 4-year plan. The 4-year plan is pretty important. We could do our Navy stuff. I'm not super keen on doing the Navy stuff right away, but it is available. What does U-boat effort get us? More dockyards. U-boat effort gives us discounts for submarine models. And the cruiser hull. Trade interdiction. Cheaper submarines. Crossing the Atlantic. Oh my. Ooh, I do like that. I don't think I've ever done that. But it's there. I don't think I've ever done that, but it's there. There's always something better than boats in this game. Boats are really fun, but they're not super necessary, and they take a lot of production and planning. Boats are really easy to screw up and lose your entire navy. So typically I don't focus too much on boats. It's just it's too expensive to invest in, and it's too easy for everything just to go wrong. It's just like, whatever. Feels like time is better spent on Army and Air Force. So what's underneath the 4-year plan? We have infrastructure speed. That's pretty good. We can align Romania and Hungary, which will give them some fascism support. And then we can build some factories. West Wall, add some forts on the French line. Atlantic Wall, put some coastal forts, just in case we get pushed by Britain. This is in northern France and the Dutch lands. That's kind of cool. And then Ostwall is forts against the Soviet Union. Yep. So we're definitely going to want this stuff eventually. Ooh, discounts for excavation. I like that. Excavation technologies give you more resources. So we currently dig up 508 steel. With excavation technologies, we would increase that by 10%. So 560. And then another 10%, another 10%, another 10%, another 10%. These will also unlock buttons. A lot of countries will be able to use these technologies to unlock decisions, these events and decisions window, which will increase the amount of resource production in certain territories. And that's usually locked behind these excavation technologies. Usually. Not always. Sometimes it's just, okay, you're playing this country, then you can expand the resources. Like Canada can just click a button to get like tons of resources. Ooh, more factories down here. I do want that. You know what? I really want that. Yeah, let's get more factories. Let's do this. 4-year plan. We now have enough political power to hire somebody. So we're going to hire the guy I said I would hire, which is the silent workhorse. He's going to give us more political power gain. Do it. So now we're getting 1.73 per day. Not too shabby. There's a finger redemption. Let me see. There is a finger redemption from Moist Pineapple Pizza. Enjoy your fingering. Still have Promises of Peace, anti-democratic raids. Right. So if we wish, we can do some raiding on these peoples, which will increase our stability a little bit, and it'll get rid of one of our opposing factions here. Our stability is pretty good, though. Maybe I don't really care about it. Yeah, maybe I don't really care about it. I think I'm going to turn these off. And I'm certainly not going to do Promises of Peace. These political actions are really good. I do like to do the raids. For some countries, you'll see me do the raids nonstop because it's a constant source of stability. It's really good for stability. They're really slow, though. They give you a penalty to stability at the beginning, and then over the course of 4 months, you eventually get that stability back. And a little extra. You get like 2% stability out of each time you do it. And it costs 50 political power to do it each time. I don't know. It's really useful for some countries, but we start with high stability, so I don't really care. I don't think I need to ban the parties either. I think what we'll do is institute press censorship. We'll do this, and we'll have that constant fascism push. Or, instead of that, we could do this guy. The war support and fascism support guy. He seems pretty good. Joseph Goebbels. What else we got? First among equals, heavy fighter production cost. Oh, that's kind of cool. Political power gain. So I was talking earlier about how I wanted to use the short-range planes, the regular fighters and the close air supports. This guy, Rudolf Hess, gives you a bonus to heavy fighters. That's really interesting. We could still go communist. There's still time. We could go communist. Oh, and we could do the war industrialist. So we currently have a bonus to production speed of military factories. We could build on that bonus. We could add on to that bonus with this guy, Walter Funk. He would give us another 10% construction speed for military factories. That might be really nice. Just stack them while we're doing these factories, because we're doing a bunch. No, I am not idolizing Joseph Goebbels. I am saying he'd be good to have as an advisor, okay? Please. Please do not connect the dots between saying someone is a good character in a video game. Like, fucking Hitler is a really good leader because he gives you political power gain, okay? That doesn't mean I think they're a good individual. I think they should have been aborted at some point in their life. All right, Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory, close to the French border.
Communism, Lisa needs braces. Communism, Lisa needs braces.
Indeed. Yeah, I know you're just joking around, but not everyone in chat knows you're just joking around. Why? It's not the kind of jokes that I appreciate. Why are you doing military factories versus civilian? Well, MEFO bills. Germany has this 25% bonus for construction speed for factories, but they only get it before they go to war.
Buen Ocean, Buen Ocean, Buen Ocean.
Thank you, Josh. Buen Ocean indeed. What's up, J-Dog? 4 months of looking for a job. You just got a job offer to work for the state. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's actually some place that a lot of people don't even know you can look. Like I live in Oregon, and you can go to the Oregon website, the official Oregon website, and they have job listings for all sorts of stuff. Everything you could think of. They have job listings for art, for artists, for computer programmers. They have job listings for security guards. They have job listings for everything. Everything. Like when I was doing spreadsheets for 17 years, I was occasionally looking for government jobs that did similar stuff because I was like, well, I've been doing this for a while. Maybe I could get, paid better. But I never did it, but I probably should have tried it. That might have been fun. Do they have a listing for Twitch gamers? No. Yeah, so the MEFO bills bonus is only for military factories. So I did initially queue up a whole bunch of civilian factories, but because the MEFO bills, we'll do the military factories first. It's too hard to pass this up, right? It's so good. And it's a temporary bonus. And as a temporary bonus, it makes sense to utilize it while we can. Want to build optimally as Germany, you'd build civilian factories to mid 37 or so, then switch to military refineries. Not that it matters too much as Germany against the AI. I mean, that's true, Jasif. But, I mean, that completely ignores the MEFO bills, though. Right? If you spend... He's talking about spending a year and a half building civilian factories.
Just to celebrate work is finished for 2021 and pay a small tribute to your entertainment
Oh,
talent.
hey, shit. Thank you, Mehdi. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Jasif is saying to spend a year and a half doing civilian factories and then start doing military factories. That means you're paying political PowerPoints for MEFO bills on a daily basis and not using it. Ugh. I don't know, that's being kind of wasteful. You get plenty of use for it. Yeah, but you're still spending the political PowerPoints and not using them. Like you don't get anything out of it. I have no idea what you mean, Valder. Yeah, you can have MEFO bills for years. The cost goes up. Yeah. They're pretty cheap right now. Ow. 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 How do you activate MEFO bills? It's automatic. You start the game with them. All right, you guys are confusing me a lot right now. I'm not seeing any clear indication on numbers versus military factories versus civilian factories. So if you're not going to communicate clearly, I'm just going to move on. All right, Turkey has remilitarized the Turkish Straits. So the Bosporus and the Dardanelles are now militarized. They started out demilitarized, which means Turkey could not move units in there. But they did the same thing as we did, and they remilitarized it right away, right at the very beginning. Happy Friday, UGH. Happy Friday to you. A happy Friday to you. We need some trucks. We need some trucks. How do you maintain fuel in the 40s playing as Italy? How do you maintain fuel in the 40s playing as Italy? I mean, there's a million different variables that come into the game. Wow, Italy finished up Ethiopia quickly. There's a million different variables that come into the game. Have you conquered Romania? They have oil. Have you conquered Azerbaijan? They have oil. Go conquer the USA. They have oil. Like, I mean, your situation's going to be so different than anyone else. Maintain fuel. If you don't plan to conquer oil, then you can build oil. If you do research in the industry tab, there's synthetic oil right here, and you can start pooping out lots and lots of oil. Oil, oil, oil. These take a while to build. There you go. It's 14,000 construction cost, so it's not as expensive as a supply hub, but it's pretty damn expensive. And these things give you rubber and oil, so that will help you right away. You'll get oil from that, which means you'll get fuel from that. And if you keep doing the research for more fuel from oil and more oil from your refineries, if you keep on doing this and this, you'll get lots and lots of oil from your refineries. So this part of your research tree will help you stay supplied with fuel. But you can also conquer oil. Any place that produces oil will give you fuel. So if we go check out the resources map mode, he says he's playing as Italy and he wants fuel. Romania's got 84 oil. That's a good chunk. I would say go for Romania if you haven't done that yet. This part of Russia has a good chunk of oil down here in the Caucasus Mountains. There's oil in the Middle East. Iraq and Iran both have a decent amount of oil. And if you want to, you can go from Ethiopia right across Yemen and Saudi Arabia and Oman, and then make your way through Iraq and Iran. That's a decent chunk of oil. There's other places that have oil as well, but not as much. There's a little bit here in Borneo, a little bit at Sumatra. The next big chunk of oil is over here in the US. Like a huge amount here in Texas, 600 there. California's got 350. And then in Venezuela, there's 69, 59, 52, 18. Like there's a decent chunk down here as well. I don't think there's any in Nigeria. No, not right now. You can probably prospect for oil as Italy. I think Italy has a prospect for oil in Libya decision. Let me take a look. Let me see. Libyan refineries. There it is. Yep. 4 oil in Benghazi. It's not a lot, but it is something. So you get a little bit. Oh, 8 oil in Sirte. There you go. So 8 oil and 4 oil. You get 12 oil in Libya. So that's something. You got Derna, Sirte. So you get 8 oil there, and then 4 oil in Benghazi. Yeah, right there. So you get a little bit, but not much. So your options are war or refineries. Yeah, they take factory slots. Yep. So if you want to build refineries, they take the same spots as factories. As Germany, we'll definitely be building some refineries. 100% yes. I mean, you can trade for oil as well. Trade works. So we have switched this army over to trucks. So this army is being supplied with motorization priority, which means we now need 480 trucks. We don't have enough trucks right now, so this supply number is not 100% anymore. If we turn this back to horses, then we're good. So put it on trucks. Let's get you supplied with trucks. And we'll slowly see that number creep up. We have a new army now. This is cavalry and mountaineers. I don't think I want any more cavalry. Let's make you into a motorized. Yeah, you're a motorized now. And I'll put you back in the blue army. All right, so now we have 2 motorized. So you can switch the template that you're using for an army at any time. Some templates are locked, meaning you can never switch them. But for the most part, templates can be switched at any time. You click on the unit that you want to switch, and then click on this button. You can choose whatever division you want to change it to. Notice that we cannot choose the Mountaineers division because you're only allowed a limited number of special forces. So our special forces are very limited right now. And notice that when we switch this unit over, the orange bar, which is their supplies and manpower, went down to basically 0. And that's because the templates changed. So all of the cavalry stuff is gone. They have to bring in trucks now. So they got to go find some trucks and bring them in. We're missing 335 trucks. We're missing 430 infantry equipment, and we're missing 30 support equipment. So this will take a while to fill back up with supplies. Hey, our spy agency upgraded. We now have commando training. And I think the next thing we want to do is the interrogation group. Yep. Get that going. And this is now our mountaineer. Where are we going to put the mountaineer? Let's put him on... Put him on Austria, down here at Innsbruck. So we're going to make a small front line here for this dude. Right there. And we'll say your goal is to go here. This is just in case Austria refuses Anschluss. He won't refuse, but just in case. And let's select a general for the mountaineers. Do we have a mountaineer general? No, we don't have anybody that knows how to do mountains. That's okay. So these generals have all sorts of perks. And we don't have any that have the mountaineer perk. That's all right. We'll just pick a decent dude for supplies. Like this. Non-combat out-of-supply penalties. No, well, maybe. No, not a tank person. You will do quite well. This guy has a 4 on supply consumption, so he uses fewer supplies. He is cautious, so he's less likely to get wounded, and he is good for attacks and planning. Oh, I like that a lot. You can be my mountaineer, Albert Kesselring. So we're going to make all the new mountaineer units, which are down here. The Gebirgs Brigade. We're going to have them deploy right there. So they will join that front line as soon as they're done training. So the way units are produced, first thing they have here, this first bar, is getting manpower and equipment into the armies for training. This bar over here is their training progress. They will deploy as soon as both bars are full. When that bar is full and this bar is full, then the unit will deploy. However, as soon as they are at 20% training, you can click this button and deploy them right now. So you don't have to wait for this to finish. You only have to wait for this to get to 20%. That's why these buttons are available and these are not. These guys are only at 1%, so they're not at 20%. I can't deploy them yet. These guys are at 65%. I can deploy them right now. I can deploy these tanks as well. And since we're playing Germany, I kind of do want to deploy them right now. I think I will. Let's get these guys pooped out. Yeah. And get you guys pooped out. Get you guys pooped out. Now, the reason we're doing this is because Germany needs to have, remember this from earlier, they need to have army in the field above 400,000, 500,000, 950,000. We have targets in our focus tree for Anschluss, which is 500,000. For Demand Sudetenland, 725,000. Demand Slovenia, 750,000. Danziger War requires 950,000. So we have to keep on increasing the number of troops that we have deployed in the field. And to do that, we're going to be deploying troops before they're fully trained. Now, that's not the end of the world. You can train them after they're deployed, so that's okay. But realize that deploying them early like that will make them be deployed as green. And green is the lowest level of skill for combat. Low skill combat incurs combat penalties. So these guys here are green, which means they have a 25% penalty in combat. If you get them up to trained, which is level 2, see if we have, here's the one that's trained. If you get them to trained, then they have no combat penalty. If you get them to level 3, then they have a 25% combat bonus. This window here, the recruit and deploy window, where we made the armies, or where we told them to start preparing the armies to train, this window here will only get them from level 1 green up to level 2 trained. So when they deploy out of here, if you don't force them out early, they will deploy as level 2 trained, which means they have no combat penalties. However, once they are deployed, you can train them with this button. If you hold down Shift, they will only train units that are undertrained. Undertrained means below level 3. There's 5 different levels of experience. You can train them up to level 3 by using the exercise command. So we're going to hold down Shift and start exercising. That means when they reach level 3, they will stop exercising. You can also not hold down Shift, and you can let them exercise even when they reach max level that they can train to. And the reason why you might want to do that is it generates a small amount of army experience every day that they're training, or that they're exercising. So if you desperately need some army experience, you can have them exercise for a while. While they exercise, they will be breaking equipment. So it's not uncommon to have your orange bar go down, to have your balance on your logistics window go red while you're exercising, because they're breaking stuff on a regular basis. All right, you guys are all fully exercised or fully trained. You're good to go. You guys could use some training, so let's shift exercise on you as well. And we have some new units to assign to a new army. These are just basic infantry. So who wants a basic infantry? What am I looking for in a basic infantry? This. I'm looking for this. Gotthard Henrici. This guy is cautious, meaning he has a less chance to get wounded. He is also a good infantry leader, and he's an engineer, so he's good for fort and river attack. You are my guy. And where are you going to go? Let's put you on the Netherlands. There you go. Draw the arrow, your target. And we'll have some new infantry deploy there. And we'll have them exercise as well. Now, if you select your army, you can change a lot of aspects about their appearance. We already talked about how you can change their motorization. You can say, I don't want to use trucks. I want to use some trucks, or I want to use as many trucks as possible. We're going to keep them on just horsies for now, no trucks. But you can customize the name by clicking on the name. You can swap out the leader. You can assign railway artillery. You can assign airplanes. We haven't really talked about that yet. We'll talk about that some more when we start getting closer to combat. But in here, you can customize the appearance of the army. You can change the color to whatever you want. Notice that it's changing the line color and everything. So they're yellow now. You can also change their icon. Right now we have a shield. You can make them like a little castle or a spade. Whatever. Yeah, go with the little Teutonic Order shield. Mountaineers, we can give them like a little triangle because they're mountaineers. And infantry can be, there you go, you can have the red and yellow army. Done. Whatever. Just little decorations, right? What's your favorite division structure in low resource, low manpower country? Well, it depends on your supply situation. If you have a good supply situation, then probably big, beefy infantry divisions, like 9 infantry and an artillery. That's like 21 width. Something like that's pretty good on defense if you have the supplies for it. If you don't have the supplies for it, then maybe 6 infantry and an artillery. Yeah. And then for like support equipment, I would definitely get the entrenchment guy, what are they called? The engineer. For support equipment, definitely get the engineer, definitely get the recon, definitely get, well, if you don't need manpower, then I would skip that. But I really like field hospital, and I like maintenance company. Maintenance company is super good for keeping your stuff from breaking. This thing reduces the breakage on your equipment in the army. It also, yeah, it gives you a 5% reliability bonus, and it also allows you to capture equipment from enemies during combats. That's really good too. Not only does your stuff break less frequently, but you also capture equipment from enemies. This is a really important unit for countries that don't have good production. Extremely important. If your manpower sucks, you definitely want this field hospital as well. The downside of the field hospital is it needs trucks. So these support, they can join your army without anything else. You just need to build support equipment. For these down here, you need support equipment and trucks. And for this one, you need support equipment, trucks, and radio. So it gets a little bit expensive to start using this stuff. But this one's really important. A lot of countries have trouble with manpower, and this helps a ton. Calgar and Kai-esk, welcome back. I need a cup of coffee. All right. How does 21 with work? I thought the game tells me I only need to display 3 units, then sorry, just arrived. How does 21 with work? I thought the game tells me I only get to deploy 3 units, then sorry, just arrived. What? Billy! Billy! How does 21 with work? I thought the game tells me I only get to deploy 3 units then. What does that mean? I thought the game tells me I only get to deploy 3 units then. Sorry, I'm just not understanding the question at all. Sorry. I just can't. I can't. My brain doesn't handle it. Ooh, improved working conditions. This button would give us some stability. That would give us about 12.5 stability over the course of 6 months. It does lower our factory output for a while, though. I guess we don't really need it right now. But this is a very good option for a lot of countries. As Germany, we may not really need that. Nah, we'll probably need it at some point. Parse error on input? Yeah. I'll play a game in China tonight. Do you prefer playing as China proper, Communist China, or a warlord? China's messy, man. China has a DLC all to itself called Waking the Tiger. But it has some weird functionality. It's very buggy. I don't know. If you play as the main China, they have a pathway. Yeah, here you go. Main China has this political pathway. 3 peoples, and then nationalism, and then you choose either foreign threats or interior threats. If you do the interior threats, and you subjugate the warlords like as soon as possible, like you just go do this right away, as soon as you can, then you're going to be in a good position to fight Japan. If you wait and you do other stuff, you can get a lot more production, a lot more factories, a lot more guns, a lot more troops. You can get a lot of stuff if you wait and do this later. But realize that Japan is coming for your ass. 9 times out of 10, 9 games out of 10, Japan will come for China. They don't always do it, but they usually do it. And if you're busy fighting the rest of China, or if you've got like half of China's in your faction, half of China's in the communist faction, or whatever's going on. If you're stuck in some weird stalemate situation when Japan attacks, you're boned. So you want to have all your ducks in a row before Japan attacks. And I would really encourage you to go down this pathway. Now, that being said, you don't have to play as China. China has different mechanics. Like you were saying, there's other countries to play. There's Guangxi, Shibai-Sanma, Xinjiang. They can all do interesting stuff in China. Because Yunnan, for example, they could become the leader of China. Yunnan could say, you know what, I'm China now. And then you could have two Chinas, or they could merge, and then Yunnan would be the leader. Like there's weird stuff that you could do, and I'm not super familiar with all the mechanics behind it. Like communist China can start flipping other parts of the region, other parts in the area to communism, and they can just expand that way. There's all sorts of weird stuff that happens there. Xinjiang can take over communist China. China's messy. It's kind of hard to explain how China works just because it is a mess. It is very messy and very buggy, unfortunately. That being said, it's a lot of fun to play as China because you get to fight Japan. And Japan is like a huge invading force that's really hard to repel. But you can do it. You can definitely beat Japan as China. It's tough. All right, we finished our first technology. We now have access to 3% more research speed, and we can unlock our first computers. 4% research speed. Nice. It's a long technology. It's a long research, but we got to do it. You got to do it. These are probably like the second most important thing in this entire research tree is just getting this pathway done. The sooner you get this pathway done, the better you're going to be because you're going to have faster research speed. The most important pathway in here is just getting your industry done. Your industry has to get done. All this production efficiency here, these choices down here, which give you more factories in your states and more factory output, these are also very good. These choices here for faster construction, very, very good. All this stuff is just like highest priority. And the good thing about this, the way my brain prioritizes the research tree is the most important stuff is on the odd years. 1937, 1939, 1941, 1943. That's the industry. So all the odd years is when you do the industry. And then what about the research speed bonuses? Those are on even years. 1936, 1938, 1940, 1942. That's when you get these techs. So on the odd years, we do industry research. On the even years, we do research. It's just the way my brain works. It's very convenient that way. Yeah, if you have any specific questions on strategies or planning, go ahead and ask. We can try to help you out with that. This is going to be tutorial stream all day today. So we're going to try to answer as many questions as possible. We're going to try to go over whatever we're doing in as much detail as we can to try to help people understand why we're making these choices, what other options were there. Like these things are something that a new player just won't grasp, right? So feel free to ask whatever you want. All right. So our goal right now is to get enough manpower deployed that we can click this Anschluss button. That's my goal. So I want to keep pooping out units.
What is the best combat width now in the DLC? Is it still 2040?
No. 2040 is out. Now it's all about multiples of 7. So size 21, size 28, size 42, size 35. These are multiples of 7. Basically, I would say 21 and 42 are the easy ones to think about because it's similar to 20 and 40. If you're used to 20 and 40, switch over to 21 and 42. You'll be fine. Never see you use jet planes or rockets. Are they any good? So, we talked earlier about production efficiency, right? Oh, I should probably put these guys on high priority. Yeah, we're going to high priority this stuff so we can deploy units as soon as possible. So with these things on high priority, we're going to have units pooping out faster so we can increase our in-the-field numbers more quickly. But it also means that these units that are training are not going to get their broken equipment fixed. Whoops. But yeah, we're going to prioritize pooping out new units. So when I was saying about efficiency, when you're talking about jet planes, by that time in the game, jet planes come around, what, 1945, I think? Yeah, 1945, jet planes. So it's about 9 years from now, you unlock the jet planes. Up until that point, right up until that point, you're making propeller planes only. So propeller planes, and then all of a sudden, jet planes. The difference here is the game treats them as completely separate entities. So when you say you want to have a factory that makes fighter planes, that factory is going to be making whatever you make first. In this case, propeller planes. And then eventually you said you want to do jet planes, right? Well, you can't really transition them. They don't really transition from propellers to jets. You can do it. You can force them to do it. But then your efficiency is going to go down incredibly far. The cost to produce the jets is much higher, and the efficiency drop feels like really drastic. Every single time, like in the last, I want to say like the last 5 or 6 runs, when we've reached the point where we finally have jet research, and it's like, okay, get the jet research done. We finish the jet research, and then I go to my production window, and I'm looking at all the fighters that we're making. We probably, at that point, we probably have like, 30 factories on fighters or something stupid, right? Some stupid number of fighters. By that time in the game, when you're that far into World War II, you're shitting out fighters like there's no tomorrow. The efficiency loss from switching from one production to something else is huge. You lose almost all of your efficiency when you switch your product over. And it takes a long time to come back. So you might be going from like 100 planes a week down to 15 planes a week or 20 planes a week, or even lower, because the production cost goes up as well. The production cost between Fighter 3 and the jet fighters is, what is the difference? So you have a combination of things. The production cost goes up. Production cost is 28 versus 30. So the production cost goes up by 9%, something like that. So they cost more to make. Each plane's going to take longer to finish. And the efficiency just drops to the floor. Fuel is doubled on jets as well. Right, they use more fuel as well. Although by that time, we usually have lots of fuel. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've had some runs where we started making so many planes that the amount of fuel we were using was just incredible. And we couldn't trade with anyone for fuel at that point. Like no one would trade oil for us. We were like, okay, well, better start building some synthetic oil. We couldn't even keep up with this. The factories, the oil refineries took so long to build that we couldn't even keep up with our oil demands. It was crazy. But usually that's not the case. Usually I don't even notice when we switch from propeller planes to jets. But in recent games, the reason why you haven't seen any jets in recent games is, first off, they come really late in the game. So 1945, the World War might be over. For instance, yesterday we were playing Mexico. We finished our big war in 1942. We conquered all of USA, we conquered all of Central America, and we conquered parts of the Caribbean. Everything that we had set out to do, we finished by 1942. So that's way before jets. So you might be in that situation where it's like you did your big goals already, so whatever. You don't need to, dive into jets. But in recent games, we've either finished the game before 45, or by the time we reach 45, we've been in the middle of a giant war, and I don't really feel comfortable losing like a huge amount of fighter production. If you're in a situation where you are losing the air game, like we were recently playing France, and we were making so many planes as France, but we could not keep up because we were fighting Great Britain, we were fighting Austria-Hungary, we were fighting Italy, we were fighting Germany. We're fighting everyone that borders us. They were all at war with France at the same time, and they were just flooding us with planes. Not only that, but they had been building planes for a long time, and we had only recently started building planes. So even after I ramped up our plane production to huge numbers, we still couldn't keep up with the amount that the enemies were making, because there was like 6 times as many factories than we had. So they can just make tons of planes. And they've been making it for a long time as well. So in that situation, switching from like really rapid plane production, which was what we had, over to jets probably would have been a bad thing for us, because we would have lost tons of efficiency, and the planes would increase in cost as well. So I think that would have been bad for us in that situation, which is why we didn't do it in that situation. But normally, you will eventually make the transition to jets. And normally I do that too. It's just the last few runs we've had, we haven't reached that transition point at a situation where I feel comfortable with switching my factories over. I would have preferred to switch my factories over to jets, because jets are just better. But the situation just wasn't right for it. Sorry it took so long to answer that question. It's not like I'm avoiding jets. It's just we haven't situationally needed them or wanted them. Press censorship. Okay, so I was talking about possibly doing press censorship to lock in the stability, to lock in the fascist faction. Like that'll push fascism all the way to the max. Or I was talking about hiring the fascist demagogue. I think I want that, because that gives us war support as well. Or we could do the war industrialists and make those factories a little faster. Oof, man, there's some good choices here. Yeah, let's get the fascism support. So that'll get us some war support right now and some stability as our party popularity goes up. So that's what he's going to do. How much better are jets versus normal planes? Let's take a look. It's all about stats. The game will tell you the stats. If you look at the cards, we'll show you. So here's a fighter, and here's a jet fighter. Range is the same. Manpower is doubled, so it takes twice as much manpower to handle the jets. Let's see. Defense is a little bit higher. Attack is significantly higher. 10% higher? No, more than 10%. Agility is lower. Agility is actually lower. Superiority is the same. Naval attack is lower. Speed is much faster. And they use twice the fuel. Yeah. Agility is actually lower. That's surprising. Agility is really important. So this determines how easy it is to get shot down. Although speed helps with that too. I always thought the jets were higher in terms of stats, but it looks like the only thing they have better is their defense and their attack. The attack is significantly better, but that agility loss is kind of oof. Design companies enhance propeller planes. Do they not affect jets? Let's see, what do we got? Fighters and carriers. So, Keb, are you saying that this Messerschmitt does not affect jet fighters? I think jet fighters are counted as fighters. Jet 2. The Jet 2's better. Let's see the Jet 2. All right, so there you go. If you want to see two windows side by side, you have to hold down Shift. So if you click on the Hornies and hold down Shift and then click on the JU88, you get both. You can open up 3 as well. You can open as many as 1 actually. Just to keep on opening up more. It's all good. Yeah, you can have multiple windows open. Hold down Shift. All right, so the fighter and the jet fighter. Jet fighter 2. Oh, wow, yeah, range is way better. Agility is the same. Oh, wow. So the jet fighters have 72 agility. Both of them do. Interesting. Huh. So the propeller fighter 3 is actually more agile than both jets. You don't want to say jets are bad, they're just not worth it. Yeah, that's fair. I do like that range though. That 2,200 range is pretty good. How does that compare with the heavy fighter? Because heavy fighters are all about range, right? Let's see. Oh, okay. So the jets, looks like the jets take over for the heavy fighters. That's what it is. Yeah. So compare the jet to the heavy fighter. 2,000 range, 2,200 range. Air defense 18, air defense 18. Air attack 54, air attack 40. So the jets have lower air attack, but look at the heavy fighter's agility. This thing is really easy to hit. 33 agility versus 72 agility. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. Not only that, but it's also twice the speed. 600 kph versus 1.1, or 600 kilometers per hour versus 1.1 thousand kilometers per hour. It's a big deal. So yeah, I could see the jets replacing the heavy fighters for sure. Interesting. I always thought that jets were like the natural transition from fighters, but yeah, maybe fighter 3s are just better for like short range stuff. All right, let's keep going. And we definitely want to have these guys keep pooping out. Keep making more dudes. You want to play as Finland? What should you focus on? Finland does not have very many factories or vehicles. Infantry. Focus on infantry. You want to get some basic support equipment like entrenchment tools, spotting tools. As Finland, you're probably going to want to put some forts built as well. I would say as Finland, you want forts down here. Right? They got some forts there. Build more. Upgrade forts. And then up here, I would say you want to have forts in an area that you think is going to be pretty defensible. Like if you plan on holding somewhere against the Soviets, probably like a little corridor here, some forts through there. Maybe down here. Maybe along the rail line. Yeah, maybe forts along the rail line. Because you have to protect supplies, right? To protect supplies, you're going to have to stand on or in front of that rail line. Yeah. I think you're going to want to build forts along the rail line. That's what I would do. Defend the rail line and nothing else matters. All right, agency upgrade. We got radio interception group. Let's get number 2. So now that we've got that, we've doubled our decryption power. So now France will be decrypted in half the time. Simple math. Good stuff. Can you explain coordination that comes with radar research since the patch? Coordination that comes with radar research. Coordination. What's this? I haven't even looked at this. This is new stuff. Coordination increases the amount of damage dealt to the primary target in combat. Other damage is spread over all other targets. The primary target in combat. I don't know what the primary target in combat means. That's a good question. Hey, chat, what does the primary target mean? It's a naval combat stat. Oh, let's take a look at the Navy. Maybe at the guns. Let me open up a boat. I don't see target mentioned, but maybe it's during combat. Admirals have it. Divisions each picking a target. Coordination increases the chance they'll pick the same target. Oh, when you're attacking multiple divisions. Oh, okay. Well, we haven't shown any combat yet. When we show combat, remind me to point that out. So there's going to be a combat window that pops up, and I can't show it to you, but I can describe it to you. Imagine a combat window. So on one side, you've got the attacking army. On the other side, you've got the defending army. You've got units that are currently in combat. You've got units that are waiting in reserves, and they'll pop in as soon as there's space for them to pop in. Well, the units that are fighting in combat, they have these green bars, organization. And when that green bar drops down to 0, they will retreat from the front line. They'll go to the reserves, or they'll just leave. If they're attackers, then they will go to the reserves, and they'll just be sitting there. They'll wait, and they can attack again later on. If they're defenders, when they leave, they will be pushed off the tile. Either way, they leave that frontline combat. So in this window, you have troops, and you have these little bars next to each individual troop. You might have 4 guys. Let's say there's 4 guys on one side. So you got Army 1, Army 2, Artillery 1, and then motorized. So you got 2 infantry, and artillery, and a motorized. All these divisions defending, or whatever. If they are being attacked, and you're seeing their organization bars drop. What chat's telling me is that coordination is talking about how likely they are to pick the same target so that that target loses their organization bar faster. So if they all coordinate and they all attack the same target, then you can push out those units from fighting quicker. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing, but that sounds wonderful. I did not know about coordination. That's new. Oh, you get 4% from radio. Oh my, that's really good. 4% from radio, 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%. So you get 1% again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you get a total of 10%. So once you've done all this, you get 10%. Is there coordination in the doctrine window? Ooh. Is there a coordination over here? If it's somewhere, I expect it to be here. Yes, there is. 10% coordination. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, it makes sense to have that here at Grand Battle Plan. Do you get it with Air-Land Battle? No. No. So it looks like you're only going to get that here in Grand Battle Plan. Oh, that's really interesting. So normally, if I'm playing a country that I want to use Grand Battle Plan on, normally I'll go down the infiltration path because I really like this. Land night attack, 25%. This is really, really strong. I don't know if you've ever done this before, but land night attack allows you to do more damage at night. Normally at night you lose almost all your damage. You do like what, half damage or 40% damage. This gets rid of half the penalty, so that your side of the combat does more damage half the combat. Your troops will fight day and night. They don't care what time of day it is. They don't get up in the morning at 6 a.m. be like, oh, I guess we should start fighting again. They don't do that. They're fighting all day and all night. So having an advantage during the nighttime is big, really big. This is a huge bonus. But yeah, there's no coordination over here. It's all over here. I kind of want to do a coordination and see if we can get that up to 20%. I wonder if there's other modifiers as well. Do generals get bonuses to coordination? No, show me your stats. Attack, defense, planning, supplies. Yeah. If it's not here, I'll be very surprised. No. So there's no coordination here. This is where you upgrade your generals. These are the bonus skills they can get. They're really good skills. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Makeshift bridges, really good one. Yeah, there's nothing in here for coordination. Okay. Is there a army command bonus for coordination? Attack defense. Planning, no. 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 What about here? No. Entrenchment, reconnaissance. Coordination. Ooh, maneuver warfare. I'll have to try that. It's only 5%, but it's something. I'll take it. Okay. Do navies have it? I bet they do. Sorry I'm taking so long of a detour here, but I didn't even know coordination was a thing. So there's nothing for the Navy for it. What about aircraft? No, it looks like coordination's only for armies. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we just went through the tech tree. You get 10% coordination in the tech tree in radar. There's so many details in the game, it's hard to grasp. It is. There are. But don't feel bad about it. That's just normal. That's just the way the game is. All right, keep on hitting these buttons to deploy dudes. United Kingdom is dominating the Dutch trade negotiations. That's fine. I don't really care. Let the United Kingdom do whatever. So we're deploying more troops here to the Dutch front line. How much have we deployed? 375. We got to get above, what, 450? No, we got to get to 500 for Anschluss. So that's our goal. Our goal is to deploy 500,000 manpower, hit the Anschluss button. When we Anschluss Austria, we're going to take over all of his armies. So whatever he's got built, currently has 9 divisions. We'll take over all those Jews. That's it. And then we'll get all of his territories and we'll core that, yada yada.
Time to do a fully coordinated run.
Yeah, fully coordinated. Why not? You can get 25% bonus coordination. There might be more ways to get it. Like maybe there's a nation that gets a bonus from coordination in their focus tree. I've never looked for it. Do we get one? Coordination? Nope. But maybe someone does. In the meantime, everyone's training. We're up to 44 command power, so we can start doing some bonuses on our generals here. Erich von Manstein wants to be a fortress buster or a scavenger. Ooh, fortress buster is really nice. And scavenger is pretty nice too. Scavenger gives you more equipment captured. Fortress buster allows you to do more damage to forts, which, playing as Germany, we've got Czechoslovakia and the French. There's probably going to be some forts that we have to push through. So yeah, let's get that. Von Manstein, the Fortress Buster, that unlocks a new ability called Siege Artillery. So we can spend telephones, manpower points, to give us more damage to forts, 200% extra damage to forts, and increased chance to attack forts, or to damage the forts, and a bonus to our attack strength for 7 days. This is one of the special abilities that you can do as a general, which you can unlock. It's really good. Radio Company adds coordination. Let's find out if Radio Company adds coordination. It does not. Damn. Does add 20 organization, though. Yeah. So, what the Signal Company does, the main thing about it, is this initiative. The higher initiative a unit has, the quicker it can reinforce into battle, and the quicker it gets its planning done. Initiative also multiplies coordination modifiers. Wait a minute. Multiplies coordination modifiers. So it doesn't directly buff coordination, but it does buff coordination. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't buff the stat directly, but it does still buff it. Ooh. I'm tempted. So it sounds like this is a big deal that I've never even noticed was in the game. Yeah, I know, right, Chain Shot? It sounds like this is actually a big deal. Like, I've used signal companies before, but coordination wasn't a thing when I've used them. All right, 4-year plan is done. Yeah. Oh, did Britain make a choice? Britain's going to go change in course. So it looks like Britain's going monarchy. When Britain reinforces the empire, that means they are not going to let go of their puppets. And when they go change in course, it means they're going to abandon democracy. So they're either going fascist or monarchist. Probably monarchist. If they were going communist, then they would not be reinforcing the empire. They would be going towards independence in the empire. So we know that they're going either fascist or monarchist. Don't know which path yet, though. France, have you made a choice? Did you make a choice, France? France has chosen to either go monarchy or fascist. Interesting. What are the Soviets doing? Soviets are going Stalin? Yeah, Soviets are doing Stalin. Okay, he's going typical Soviet stuff. Japan went normal fascism. Who else is making choices? Has the USA made a choice? They have not. Haven't seen Spain make a choice yet. Yugoslavia, you went normal? Yeah, Yugoslavia's just being normal. Well, mostly normal. Romania is not going to do a damn thing. Hungary, what are you doing? Have you done anything yet? No, he opened up. He's going to go fascist, but he hasn't chosen yet. He will. Turkey, have you made choices yet? No, it's a little early for Turkey. Oh, we know that he's not going democratic, though. He's going non-democratic. Just don't know what kind. Bulgaria, what did you choose? Bulgaria chose to get rid of the Tsar. All right, so he's either going communist or democratic. Okay. Like I said, I like to snoop around and see what everyone's doing. It's very interesting to me. All right, 4-year plan's done. Next up is autarky. Yep, research for excavation. And then after that, we can get some civilian factories. Sounds good to me. For Germany to be truly great, it must be self-sufficient. We must make better use of our resources and become more efficient in our construction. Let's do it. What is the difference between organization and coordination? So organization is this green bar over here. Organization is how much time your troops can spend in combat. Once the green bar is gone, they can't fight anymore. That's all it's for. Coordination, apparently, this is speculation here because we haven't really looked at it before. But coordination supposedly is how well your troops will organize their attacks so that they attack the same target. So if you have 4 troops in the combat window that you're attacking, it's how well your troops will focus their fire on one of those opponents to drive their organization down to 0 first to make that unit leave combat. So the idea behind coordination seems to be that your troops get better the more coordination they have, because they will force the enemy units off the battlefield one at a time instead of just shooting randomly. I don't know. I didn't even know coordination was a thing. So that sounds good to me. Yeah, organization is like stamina. That's a good way to look at it. If you're not fighting, then your stamina stays high. If you're fighting, your stamina will drop. That's a great analogy for it. And coordination is nothing close to that. France can still go democratic. Can they? From there? Oh, you're right. So, no. Can they now? Oh, yeah, they still can. So if they protect the rights of man, then they can go down here and that stays democratic. Oh, I see. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. I made an assumption that they were going fascist or monarchist, but that ain't sure yet. Also onions. That's right, Allfather. Excuse me. Signal and logistics also gives you breakthrough. Does it? Where do you see breakthrough? Signal and logistics gives you 10 breakthrough. I don't see breakthrough. You sure about that? You get organization. Did you mean organization? Because they do give organization. Signal company gives 20. Logistics gives 10, which is nice. Field hospital gives 20 organization. Maintenance gives 20 organization. All right, machine tools. Now you get to make a choice. Do you guys want to have centralized industry or dispersed industry? What's the difference? Well, dispersed industry gives you less factory output, but it increases your production efficiency. So you may get more output from dispersed at times, and you may get more output from concentrated at times. I typically go with concentrated, but dispersed is perfectly fine, and you may actually do better with dispersed. They're both equally good in certain situations. Some countries are really fine, are really beneficial with just having concentrated because it just gives you 5% more output. And some countries are better having dispersed. Like if you're not going to be able to protect your factories from bombing, then dispersed is way better because this lowers the bomb vulnerability of your factories. So your factories, while you produce less shit with them, they're less likely to be deactivated from bombing. So that may be your situation. Oh, they get breakthrough from trucks? Oh, okay. So the support companies get breakthrough from trucks because the support companies use the trucks. These ones do. Oh, well, that's really interesting. Learn something new every day. All right, research time. We could get our basic gun tech. It's not bad. Maybe. I think I want my support tech, though. Support tech is pretty darn important. And I do want to get down here and unlock our railway gun. I love the railway gun. So let's get this. Let's get the armored train, and then we'll go after the railway gun. Kind of want my railway gun. But yeah, let's get some support equipment. Let's get the military police. So we can put that in the garrison unit. Okay, we've unlocked the anti-tank. Start making some of those. Dum ba bum. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum. There you go. Anti-tank. What should Germany optimally do with a navy? I heard convoy raiding with subs is pointless against AI. No, convoy raiding is fine against the AI. Why would you say it's pointless? I mean, it sinks AI convoys on a regular basis. Trains, and even more trains? How many trains are enough trains? There's never enough trains. Get more trains. Oh yeah, lazy head, right? All right, we finished our second radio interception group. That's why I had the two little lights down there. Like this one has 4 little spots you can fill in. This one has 3 little ones. That means you can do that same thing a few times. Some of them you can only do once. Some of them you can do twice, 3 times, 4 times. I think I'm going to hold off on this. We could become the Spy Master. The Spy Master gets extra spies based on the number of members in your faction. Right now, we don't really have any extra members in the faction. We're the only ones, so it's not really going to do anything for us. So I'll just not do that. MEFO bills are coming due, which means we're about to lose some political power per day. That's okay, because we have Hitler and we have this advisor, this guy, the power gain, Martin Bormann. So together they're going to try to counter that MEFO pain. Silly MEFO pain. Still making more factories. Good. What's up, Folly? Anyone got any more questions about the game? Have you tried the Road to 56 mod? I have, but not in a long time. I tried Road to 56 a long way back, and I never really got the grasp of some of the changes to the research tree. I kind of gave up on it after a while. It wasn't super interesting for some reason. It felt, you know what it felt like? It felt like it was a bunch of mods glued together and nothing worked right. But this was like 2 years ago, maybe, was the last time I tried Road 56. It's been a while. Road 56 is one of the more popular mods. It's a big mod. There's some good mods in this game. Hello, Gurgle. How's your air game? That's a good question. I don't think we've looked at it since we merged all of our planes together. All right, so let's look at that while we're here. We've got all of our boats and all of our planes to merge. We're going to do that. We're going to merge the planes. Whoop. So what we have here, we have 280 fighters. We have 480 tactical bombers. We have 4 transport planes. We have 80 close air support, and we have 72 naval bombers. So we're going to divide up our planes a little bit. I like to use stacks of 50, so we're going to be using stacks of 50, which means you guys are going to go down to 200, and we're going to split you up into stacks of 50. Done. You guys are going to go down to 400, and they'll split you up into stacks of 50. Done. You guys are going to go up to 100. So what we're doing is we're clicking on this little button here. This is how many airplanes are in this air wing. If you click on it, you can adjust the target number of planes. It doesn't just instantly put in 5,000 planes if you tell it to. They will ask for planes, and as they're built, then those planes will be delivered to the air wing and slowly fill it up. So this air wing only has 80 out of 100. Some planes will have to fill in those missing spots. Or we're going to split it in half, go down to 40 out of 50 on both. And the same thing with the naval bomber, we'll go up to 100. And then we'll split it in half and go down to 36 out of 50 for both. So as the airplanes are built, they'll slowly get pushed into the air wing. So this is what we have right now in Berlin. We're going to select all of our planes. We're going to lower their operations intensity. This is probably one of the strangest things that I keep forgetting to do is intensity on my planes. By default, your planes have maximum intensity, which means no retreats. They'll keep flying their planes even if there's only one pilot left. Air wings are really good if they can actually fly together. If you have 10 planes, they're going to be okay. If you have 50 planes, they're going to be strong. If you have 100 planes, they're going to be really strong. You can have wings bigger than 100 if you want, but 100 is kind of like the soft cap to make planes as good as they can be. A lot of people like to have wings that are small, like 20 or 40 or 60 or whatever. I like to hover around 50, just as a very convenient number for like raising 100 planes and then splitting them in half. That's fine. The number of planes that can actually participate in combat is infinite. So you can have 10,000 planes on one side, 5,000 planes on the other, and they're all just skirmishing and stuff. Each air wing has room for one ace. So you can have an ace in each of your air wings, and the aces give bonuses based on the size of the air wing up to size 100. Anything beyond size 100 does not get any more bonus from the ace. So you want to have your air wings be somewhere below 100. The aces bonus is increased if you have smaller air wings. So if you want, you can have air wings really, really small. It's up to you. But one airplane flying around by itself is very vulnerable and very susceptible and probably won't do its job very well. 10 planes flying around doing the same job will do that much better than one plane. They can protect each other. They can survive a little bit of combat. They might lose a plane or two, but they can still finish their mission. So by having a decently sized air wing, like 30 planes is probably my lower limit for decently sized. 20 planes is kind of small, but still effective. Can do a job without putting too many lives at risk, then, you know, man, I'm just crazy here right now. I don't even know what to talk about with airplanes. I am not the most experienced person with air game or naval game, but I will tell you what I do know. I like to go with size 50. It's a very convenient size. When I first raise my airplanes, I like to hold shift and click on exercise. Just like we did with our army, this will cause our airplanes to train. They have 5 different levels of experience, just like armies do, from green, where they have combat penalties, to trained, where they don't have any penalties, to better and better and better, to veteran, and so on. where they get combat bonuses. They can only exercise up to level 3, and that's what we did by holding down shift and clicking on the exercise button. We caused them to exercise up to level 3, but not beyond that. Or well, they'll stop exercising at 3. But I like them to do that at low intensity, just so they have some planes to fly with. They will damage and break planes during exercises, but for the most part, they'll train up without incident. When the airplanes are done training, then we'll talk about assigning them to armies, because we're going to want the airplanes to follow our armies around, which is a really cool feature. Boats. Let's get our boats organized. All right, boats. All of our boats. Click on boats. Put them all in the same group. All the boats. Let's see what we have. All right, there's all of our boats. Get in there. Get in there. Group up. They're going through the Kiel Canal. Okay. All of our boats are now in one little group. We have 2 battleships, 3 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 14 destroyers, and 18 submarines. That's our fleet right now. We're going to split off the submarines, because we don't want subs in this fleet. Subs kind of need to be on their own. So we're going to select the subs. We're going to put them in their own little navy. We're going to give them a submarine leader, like Carl's Donuts. He's a great submarine guy. He's got the Submarine Seawolf bonus, 20% more submarine attack. And he's got a promotion. What you got, Carl's Donuts? Lancer, torpedo screen penetration, or Silent Hunter? Torpedo reveal chance. Let's get Silent Hunter. And torpedo expert? Torpedo hit chance or loading drill master? Torpedo cooldown. I think I want the cooldown. I want to fire faster. All right, good. So he's going to be our submarine guy. We are going to set a size of our submarine, like patrol groups, to be like, I don't know, 6 maybe? Maybe 8? Maybe 10? Let's do 10. All right, so split this in half. All right. We're going to click on this button, which is our template. And we're going to say we want to have 10 submarines in this template. We'll call it subs. And save it. So now we have a submarine template. Okay. So now it says 9 out of 10. What this means is that the next submarine that finishes will come join that little Navy group. You can also change their logo. They're going to be a submarine. We'll give them the submarine logo. Make them blue. There you go. And then this guy is also a blue submarine. Oh, no, make him a green submarine. You can be a different color submarine. That's fine. And we'll also put this on the subs template. There you go. 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10. And then as we get extra subs being built, we'll have them form new task forces. In the meantime, though, we want them to train. So we're going to hold down shift. And that's right. We're going to hold down shift and train our subs. Training airplanes, training boats, training soldiers, it's all the same thing. They go from low experience to medium experience when they're fully trained. And then they can use combat to get above medium experience. But that penalty that they have when they're green is just really bad, especially on soldiers. On soldiers, it's a 25% penalty. On planes and boats, it's a little less penalized. But still, you want them to have some experience before they go into battle. All right, so our main fleets, the fleet of cruisers, battleships, and destroyers. We are going to take out the destroyers. There you go. And we're going to use destroyers, and let me take some of the light cruisers. What kind of light cruisers do we have? Leipzig, Königsberg, Emden. What's the difference between the Emden and the Königsberg? You don't have a scout craft. Do you have a scout craft on the Königsberg? No, this is a mine layer. Okay. It's on the Leipzig. There's my scouting craft. Okay. We might want to design a boat for scouting, because this is a scouting boat, but it's not a very good one. All right, we'll take it, though. We'll take the Leipzig. Yeah, give me both Leipzigs and put them in the destroyer fleet. So unpause. There you go. So the destroyer fleet are going to be used for scouting. We're going to use these ships to find submarines and other boats to kill. And then these are going to be our strike force. So we have combat cruisers, and battleships. That's our strike force. So give them... Oh, yeah, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to train right now. Let's hire a guy for training. Let's see, naval speed, naval damage, experience gain, positioning, and... Ooh, he's a retreater guy. He's Craven. No, I don't want him. Gentlemanly. No. Alright, so you all suck. Is this guy any good? No, he's not good. We might go with this shitty penalized experience guy. Because I sure as hell don't want Craven. And I don't think I want this either. Or that. Yeah, I don't like those either. I don't know. This might be okay. That 5 organization might be really good. I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Yeah, I guess we'll go with Mr. Gentlemanly here. Man, that's tough. Oh well. Anyway, let's get you some logos. So you're gonna be our strike crafts. You can be gonna be the hat. You can be the little captain's hat. There you go. And the scouting ships. There you go, binoculars. Perfect. Now you guys can probably split up. Let's split up. And we'll put in a template for scouts. No, I don't want the mine. Oh my god, there's so many mine layers. Ugh. Ugh. We'll have to edit this as we go forward because this is just gross. Okay. Okay. And you guys are also going to train. Oh, and you guys need to train as well. All right, so the next thing to talk about is your naval auto reinforcement jobs. Yeah, we're going to want to auto reinforce all this stuff. That's fine. Just keep it like that. Just call it whatever. Because I don't plan on building these ships. We probably won't replace anyone. Anyway, so auto reinforcement's now on. This means when boats are finished, they will come join these navies as necessary. This is auto repair, or sorry, auto split off. We want that turned on. Auto repair is high. And then their combat engagement situations. I'm only going to allow these guys to engage when they have a clear advantage, when there's low risk. Because Germany's fleet is kind of tiny compared to, let's say, Britain or USA. So if we do go into combat, I don't want them to do it when they're outnumbered. It's really easy to lose your fleet by accident in this game. Really easy to lose your fleet by accident. Like just, you're not aware that there's naval combat going on, because the indicators in the game are not very clear when something important is happening in the Navy. They need better indicators. So if you miss some naval combat going on, then you might not be aware that you just lost half your fleet or 2/3 of your fleet. It can disappear like that, and you won't be any the wiser. So be aware that your fleet is very vulnerable, and if you're ever fighting someone who has a big fleet, it's very likely you will lose your fleet if you're not paying really close attention to what's going on. And it's tough to do that. It's tough to pay attention to what's going on with the Navy when you're also fighting land battles somewhere, which is often the case. You're often doing multiple things at the same time. So pausing the game will help you like look around. Be used to pressing the space bar every time there's like an alert on the screen. Like, what's this alert? You will see naval alerts over here on the right side of the screen for naval combat. Underneath the new theater button, you'll see naval combat icons. There's also naval invasion icons over there. Lots of stuff's going to show up over there. Hello, Safid. Boss just told me her kid tested positive this morning, so sent home. That's okay. Hello, Vera Johnson. Hello, Campy. What do the small symbols mean below the level of an admiral or general? Below the level. Oh, this? Gotcha. This is their role, their like military leadership role. So if you go to here, you've got military staff roles for Chief of Army. You've also got military high command. These roles here are for the officer corps. So you can get a fleet specialist, a naval strike specialist, carrier specialist, capital ship specialist, submarine specialist, and so on and so on and so on. And your admirals and generals can be assigned to those specialist roles. So some of them are already here. We've got a submarine specialist already. So we probably don't need another submarine specialist. We already got one. We've got a tank specialist. We've got a army recovery rate specialist. We have a paratrooper specialist. We probably don't need more people of these kinds, but we can unlock new people for this window here. So we can hire these people to be part of our military high command by going to here and seeing this. So this guy is the submarine specialist. This guy is the decisive battle specialist. This guy is the commerce rating genius. This guy is the fleet logistics genius. And then these two do not have a selection yet, so you can click on them. And for this guy, we can unlock naval maneuver. So he could be our chief of navy. And this guy, we could unlock nothing. So he's got no skills yet. He'll have to get some skills before we can use him as a leader. But that's what that's for. It just means what kind of leader they can be used for in your military hierarchy. So they can be an admiral or a general or a field marshal, and they can be part of your military high command. Yep, yep. Do you have an idea about fleet optimum composition? I do not. I do not, Maddie. Unfortunately, I am not very versed with the naval stuff in this game. It's the naval stuff, I use it as a necessity to do naval invasions, and I use it as a necessity to control seas so that we don't lose all of our convoys. So I use it to help with supplies, and I use it for naval invasion, and that's about it. I don't really use my fleets for, big naval combat. I try to avoid that stuff. I like using my Air Force for naval combat. So I might use my fleet as bait if I have really good air combat, really good naval bombers and air superiority over a sea zone, and I know I'm going to be fighting an enemy who has a really big fleet, and I don't have a really big fleet. Then what I can do is I can use my fleet as bait to pull the enemy fleet into a sea zone where we've got naval bombers just ready to go. And then the moment combat starts, those naval bombers will do bombing runs on the enemy fleet. And you can kill a ton of ships with your naval bombers and tactical bombers and close air support. Anything that can do naval attack from the skies is really good. That being said, you can lose a lot of planes. We were playing... Who was it? We were playing Greece. We were playing Greece, and we were invading the USA. And we got to the Caribbean, and I'm like, okay, we're going to go from the Caribbean to, like, Florida or something, right? Well, we were sinking the American Navy with our naval bombers over and over and over again. And eventually, what they did is they start putting out tons of light cruisers. Light cruisers have really good anti-aircraft attack. So they were shooting down like 50, 60 naval bombers just at a time. They were crushing my naval bombers. So there is the flip side to that. It's not just that naval bombers are good against navies. Some navies are good against naval bombers. However, you will find that the vast majority of navies are crap against naval bombers. The Japanese Navy, crap. The British Navy, crap. They fall apart to naval bombers. The American Navy seems far more robust and resistant to naval bombers. That being said, we did eventually sink the vast majority of the American Navy with our naval bombers. It just took a fuckload of naval bombers. I have an easier time braining my way through naval bombers than I do through navies. Navies, for whatever reason, are complicated to understand. And I am not going to be the right person to help people learn naval stuff because I have never really learned it myself. I've tried, and it's not something that's really become obvious to me. Usually, if I try something enough times, my brain goes, oh, that's how it works. And then from that point on, I got it. I can think about it. I can process it. I can challenge it. I can tackle it. I can solve it. That has not happened with the naval combat. Partly because it's difficult to be aware of naval combat. Naval combat kind of hides in its own little area on the right side of the screen. And my eyes are never looking at that side of the screen. So I don't even notice when there's combat most of the time. That's part of the problem. But yeah, navies definitely matter. The composition of your navy matters. You want to have screens for your carriers and battleships so that your carriers and battleships don't get torpedoed. You want to have carriers and battleships so you can hit enemy carriers and battleships from a good, safe distance and keep yourself, without getting too risky. You want to have submarines that can target stuff and get away without being caught. You want to have destroyers to find submarines, all sorts of things that you want to have. But the details of it are beyond me. Like, I couldn't tell you the exact reasoning on why you would want this ship over that ship. I might have a vague understanding, but... Can Germans do Operation Sea Lion? Is that the one where they invade Britain? Let's see. Break the Anglo-French colonial hegemony. Annex the United Kingdom. Annex France. Blah, 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 blah. But this is from the monarchy tree, right? Yeah, that's from the monarchy path. We're not doing monarchy. It looks like they don't have Sea Lion. No. It stops here. You've got Denmark and Norway. France. Switzerland. That's it. No Britain. Interesting. There's nothing here for Sea Lion. Nope. I wonder why they didn't include it. Hello, Lord Kina. There's an achievement for it, and it's called Sea Lion. Ah, but there's no focus for it. I gotcha. Alrighty. Have we seen what direction the British are taking? Not yet. I think it's going to be monarchy. They typically do monarchy, not fascism. But fascism is available to them. Hello, Cupid. All right, let me get some liquids. I'll be right back. All right, liquids acquired. So what else can we cover? There's a million things we need to cover in this tutorial. I mean, the basics are like things we covered in the first couple hours. That's the basics. From this point on, I think it's going to come down to explaining our choices and why we're making them. We're at 438. We're almost there. We need another 62,000 manpower deployed, and we'll be able to start Anschluss. Awesome. How goes the exercise? You guys having fun over there? All right, let's watch them. They're doing push-ups. Yeah, there you go. Push-ups, yeah. More push-ups. Yeah. This guy's fully trained. He doesn't need any exercises. This guy's practicing his gun maneuvers. Right shoulder. Now that you had some time to play around with the tank designer, go back and give the Navy stuff another shot. The systems are similar, and having a point of reference from the armor stuff might help. Oh, I've done the Navy stuff before, Sidonian Monk. Like I was just saying, I've never really learned the naval stuff, partly because the naval combat is never obvious to me. My brain doesn't even notice that there's naval combat indicators on the right side of the screen. They're not obvious enough to me. So, designing boats, I've done boat designing. It doesn't really translate to anything because I'm not noticing the combat and I'm not seeing how combat works. Like, just watching the naval combat is funky. Not once have I looked at the naval combat screen while I'm watching a battle occur. And not once have I sat there and gone, oh, I know exactly what's going on here. No. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, what? Why'd that boat sink? Why is that boat getting away? You know, it's like, I don't get it. All right, so we have to make a choice between concentrated or dispersed. Concentrated gives you 5% more factory output. Dispersed gives you more efficiency, retention, and base. Let's do dispersed. I do expect to get bombed. So going dispersed means we'll have some protection from bombing. I expect the British to bomb the shit out of us. Naval combat is unintuitive. It certainly doesn't come out and explain itself to you. All right, Spain's having their civil war. This is a early game event, which happens sometime around 1936, 1937. You're going to see Spain doing a civil war. I don't think they can avoid it, but they will choose a pathway. And this time they chose the pathway of the nationalists. What pathway did they take? They went pure nationalism. Okay, so they're going to go the pathway of Francisco Franco, which is historical. So it looks like Spain is being historical. So we should try to send volunteers. And we can send volunteers right now. Ooh. I can send 3 volunteers. What this does, this allows us to participate in the Spanish Civil War. There's another way we can participate as well, which is called sending attaché. Sending attaché allows you to get experience from another country who is fighting. So for example, when World War II kicks off and Germany is fighting Russia or something, if you send an attaché to either Germany or Russia, you're going to get a crap load of experience because they're doing a lot of fighting on that German-Russian front. It's also very useful in civil wars, where you expect the civil war to last for a few years. Spain is a perfect example of a civil war that lasts a few years because Spain has modifiers on their territories that make combat very difficult. It's only during the Civil War. So after the Civil War, those modifiers are gone and combat just is normal. But during the Spanish Civil War, every province has what's called unplanned offensive, which lowers the combat stats by 90%. So anytime you're attacking someone, it's really hard to do anything because you have 90% less attack than you normally do. So the Spanish Civil War is pretty much guaranteed to last a while, unless, this is a big unless they get outside involvement from someone like, I don't know, Germany. If we start sending volunteers, we might be able to end this war much more quickly than it normally would. Volunteers can be very influential in the Spanish Civil War, and any civil war. This is also a good chance to get some experience. So let's see. I'm tempted to send some tanks. Very tempted. What's our tank division look like? It's not very big. It's only got 23 organization. Oof. Does have 102 breakthrough though. 50 soft attack. Motorized. How good are you? 131 breakthrough. You have more breakthrough than the tanks. You're also a bigger division than the tanks. You got way more organization too. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I would use the trucks here. I think I would use the trucks instead of the tanks in this situation for sending volunteers. The tank's advantage is having armor. So it's extremely unlikely that the Spanish troops will have anything that can pierce armor. So the tanks are going to be very well protected because of that armor. They also have a much higher hardness. Yeah, that hardness means they're not going to take much damage. Whereas the trucks only have 20% hardness, so they will take a lot of damage. Pun time? All right, let me say. What's the pun? Shen had a presentation about wind energy today. It was a breeze. I had a presentation about wind energy today. It was a breeze. I'm glad to hear that. We could also just send some infantry. Infantry are fine. Spain is a lot of mountains. We could send the mountaineers.
Shen waves, Shen wow, Shen pog, it's that time of the month again. Now time to go back to Shenlurk.
What's up, Nucleomine? Happy 33 months. You lost 300,000 paratroopers invading England, and I'm not sure what went wrong. Did any of the paratroopers survive the landing? Landing paratroopers is extremely risky in this game. Naval invasions are much safer. Because if a naval invasion if it gets repelled at the shores, your troops that were invading just sail home. Like, yeah, they'll take a bunch of losses when they're attacking, but the moment the attack fails, they sail home. Your paratroopers, if they fail that initial landing, they're dead. 5 of them survived the landing. 5 out of 300,000? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, John Iron, is the motorized have way better soft attack. All right, hold on a sec. Let me look at the infantry. Are you guys any good? Soft attack 72. I think the motorized is the right choice here. All right, 3 motorized. Are we going to send Rommel? Might send Rommel. Yeah, let's send Rommel. So get the panzers out. Panzers in a separate division. Delete this front line. Panzers to the front line. Set the deployment orders for panzers to that line and motorized to that line. Can we deploy anything? Not right now. All right, Rommel, stop training. We're going to Spain, bro. Rommel's going to go into a new theater of high priority. So we'll call this high priority. Sorry, I'm trying to type with my right hand on the left side of the keyboard while I'm holding my coffee with my left hand, because I'm a moron. All right, high priority. And they need a field marshal. I guess I'll assign the field marshal when we get to Spain. You don't need him right now. In the meantime, though, I would like you to finish your training before we go to Spain. And since these guys are on high priority over here, so I haven't really talked about this yet. These are your theaters. So we have medium priority, and then we have high priority. What that means is when equipment goes to your soldiers, who gets the equipment first? Well, the medium priority gets it later than the high priority. That's what it boils down to. High priority gets their equipment first, medium priority gets their equipment later. That's it. So these troops I expect to go into combat soon. So I want them to get all their equipment, like right now. So these orange bars of equipment will fill up faster than the orange bars for equipment on the other armies. These guys will get their trucks, their guns, their support equipment first. And we're going to use them to help out the nationalists down here in Spain. Can you add one tank to the motorized to add hardness? Yes, you can. You can add like one tank or whatever to anything to add hardness. One of the favorite ways that I like to add hardness to my infantry is to put a heavy tank in the infantry. Because heavy tanks have a base speed of 4, and your infantry also has a base speed of 4. So they kind of go hand in hand. They have the right speed to go together. And heavy tanks have a nice hardness amount. So they add a decent amount of hardness to your infantry templates. What's up, Desert Delaford? You got your Twitch recap? Uh-oh, I gotta check my Twitch recap. Oh no. Where is it? Oh, maybe I don't have mine yet. Yeah, I got nothing from Twitch about a recap. Not yet. I'm sure it'll show up at some point. All right, autarky's done. Nice. So now we can get the Ermengoring work, which gives us 6 more factories. Nice. We get 2 in Hanover, 2 in Württemberg, and 2 in Weser Ems. We must rid ourselves of the fickle influence of private capitalists. Therefore, we will form an industrial conglomerate under our control to oversee growth in the mining and steel sectors, as this will form the backbone of our military industry. Damn right. We also have 150 monarch points, political power points. So we can get another political advisor, or we can get a designer, or anything. Captain of Industry gives us that civilian factory. Yeah, I probably do want that. Yes. Civilian factory. All right. Now that we have the civilian factory guy, we're going to start doing some civilian factories. We're going to put this, and we're going to start weaving these in here. And these are going to help produce all of our factories faster. Let's get some more military factories queued up. Always need more factories. And weave them in. So we now have production bonuses for military factories and production bonuses for civilian factories. So we'll do both. Hey, Duckweed. Will you send the tanks through France or will they oppose? So when you send divisions to go as volunteers, they are automatically just magically teleported there. It takes 2 weeks to get there and 2 weeks to get back. There is no travel through countries or over water. There's no risk to them sinking or getting held up at a border. They just magically get there. So volunteers are not something that physically walk back and forth on the way to their target. So they'll be fine. What's up, Sordin? Hello, Skink Warrior. Yeah, Wolf Shirts, tell me more about the paratrooping of Britain. It's fun to paratroop Britain, but it's tough. Anytime you paradrop, you really do run the risk of losing a lot of paratroopers. Paratroopers have a really tough time landing and surviving after they land, if they land. So right now, the Spanish Civil War, if we click on these provinces, they have this modifier, unplanned offensive. Division speed, minus 75. Division attack, minus 90. So you basically can't do damage. However, Spain can get rid of these modifiers on every single province. And once they get rid of these modifiers on every province, then it becomes much easier to finish the Civil War. Paratroopers with flamethrower tank support? Yeah, flamethrower tanks. You can have flamethrower tanks with your paratroopers. It's kind of special. The 11th Olympic Games were held in Berlin, Germany. There you go. Okay, this guy's almost done training. He's still missing some equipment, though. Yeah. Close air support is not subject to the debuffs in Spain. Is it really? It says ground support, minus 75%. Sounds like it is subject to it. That's what close air support does, is the ground support mission. They were held in Berlin and Breslau. What part of it was in Breslau? Land paratroopers on supply depots? Yeah. So he's talking about paratrooping Britain. You can see Britain has supply depots in Manchester. No, Sheffield. He's got a supply depot in Sheffield and Birmingham and Glasgow and Inverness and Aberdeen. Yeah, so he's got supply depots scattered around. You might be able to land on some of them. Like, he's not protecting Sheffield right now, and he's not protecting Birmingham right now. So if you have the range to paratroop there, which you may not, then you might be able to get those supply hubs. That's kind of cool. See, I haven't done any paradrops since the changes to supply, so I haven't even tried that. All right, poop out some more guys. Is that 500? It is! Hey, we can do Anschluss. We now have 500,000 deployed. Oh, Anschluss time. And then we'll have all of Austria's 9 divisions. Woo! We'll just convert them into whatever divisions we want. Star Sector had an update. Star Sector. I think you've shown that to me before, Sax. I don't remember it, though. How goes the tutorial? So far, so good. We're trying to cover what we notice. Oh, okay. France is going... Is this fascist? No, France is going non-democratic. Yeah. He's committing to non-democratic. Yep. You've never seen a playthrough where someone invades Britain successfully? Really? We've done it recently. What is Italy doing? Italy doesn't make choices. Italy doesn't get to make choices. Italy's focus tree is terrible. Yeah, Italy's focus tree is one of the worst ones in the game. It's not a good focus tree. The bug report in the forum mentions that CAS is not debuffed for Nationalist Spain. Oh, is it debuffed for other Spains but not Nationalist Spain? That's interesting. All right, the first 2 divisions of motorized are ready to go. Just training up the last one here. Still need a lot of equipment, though. All right, hold off on the motorized. Yeah, hold off on the mechs as well. Let's cap this off for now so that we can get these troops ready to fight. I actually do want to fight in the Spanish Civil War. I want to help out nationalist Spain so we can have a fascist buddy here in Europe. When did you invade Britain? I might be able to find the VOD. What was the most recent one? The most recent one was maybe France? What was the most recent time we invaded Britain? Anyone know? I don't remember. It was recent. Was it Romania? Greece? I don't know. You tell me. Greece? All right, check out the Greece VOD then. Greece was very recent. Man, I'm tempted to go in right now and try to save some of these bastards. It's going to be hard to save any of them, though. There's some nationalists that are kind of pocketed. Those 3 guys are dead. Well, probably. That guy's definitely dead. This guy's definitely dead. All right, Ermengoring work is done. That gives us some factories. We can get some more factories and then a research slot. But first, I want to do Anschluss. All right, the Anschluss, or union with Austria, is a long-held goal of the German people. Although forbidden by the Treaty of Versailles, the time has finally come to bring it about. Let us offer the Austrians a chance at sharing our glorious destiny. And now we can use Austrian gold to reduce the cost of MEFO bills. So right now our MEFO bills cost 0.35 political power per day. So they're reducing the amount of political power we generate per day. When Anschluss is done, it says it's going to use Austrian gold to reduce the cost. I don't know what that's going to do, but it's going to change this a little bit. We'll find out. We can also hire another dude. What do you want? Oh, we can go to war. We can go to war economy now. We've got 56 war support. Let's do it. War economy. So we're going to change the number of factories that are used for civilians down from 25 to 20. And we're going to increase military factory construction speed by 10%. Sounds good to me. Oh, that's so good. We got war economy in October of 36. I'm sure you can get it faster than that. But that's pretty decent. Doing Anschluss in October of 36, that's pretty decent. Hello, Matthews. After seeing the Byzantine run, you tried to give it a go. You were about done with Turkey. They had a rebellion that immediately joined the Axis with you. So now I don't control the whole thing and you can't advance. Yeah, that's a restart. That sucks, Josh. It happens. Does anyone know if the Hearts of Iron Ultimate Edition ever goes on sale? Ultimate Edition? Have you checked istthereanydeal.com? Let me check. That website keeps track of all the different bundles, I think. Is there any deal? Hearts of Iron. It's called the Ultimate Edition. Starter pack. Resistance bundle. Law resistance. Together for Victory, Colonel Edition, Anniversary Bundle, Battle for the Bostrus, Radio Pack, Victory Bundle, Waking the Tiger, Death or Dishonor, Immersion Bundle, Sabaton Soundtrack, Ultimate Bundle. There we go. Historical Low, 57% off. There you go. I got the link for you. There you go. So you can see when that price was, 57% off. All right, we've got our armored trains ready to go. We can start doing our railway artillery. Hell yeah. So this is a special thing. This is brand new. And it is a special thing that kind of follows your army around. And when there's battles that are inside its radius, it will affect that battle. And it'll lower the opponent's damage against you by 10%. Something like that. So we're going to research that. We're going to start making some of those, and we'll attach them to our armies. Armored trains. Yeah, we can start making some armored trains. I don't think I will, though. I'm just going to stick with the civilian trains. They're cheaper. So that website might give you a hint on when to expect the next sale. I mean, it's better than nothing, right? It may not be accurate, but it's better than nothing. It's a guess, I guess. Next week? You think it's going to be on sale next week? Let's get some combat bonuses here. Defense, breakthrough, defense, breakthrough. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Actual railguns, not a sci-fi thing. Hey, the Navy actually has... Are they called railguns? I think they're called railguns. The U.S. Navy has some kind of weird weapon. I think it's called a railgun. All right, that unit just popped. The train gods demand more trains. You want to see the trains? All right, let's watch the trains. There you go. Choo choo, chugga 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 chugga. Where you going, Mr. Train? Where you going? We're gonna go west. We're going somewhere. Are we going to the boats? We're probably going to the boats. We're going to the boats. So this train's bringing fuel and weapons and stuff to the boats because the boats are exercising, and the boats are breaking all their equipment. Or do they finish exercising? Oh, they finished exercising. Oh, good. Oh, that one didn't. Here, you can train. Yeah, so all these boats are trained. So they stopped exercising. Good for them. How are the airplanes doing? Aha! So they are mostly exercised. All these stacks of 50, they're at regulars. They now have bonuses. Isn't that nice? Yeah, yeah. So we have 200 fighters. We have 400 tactical bombers. There's some transports. How many transports do we have available? 2? Okay. So make this 6 transports. There you go. So these transports are going to be used for this mission called Air Supply. And that's going to help us with supplies, both in Spain and in any war, really. They do take command power points to use, but they're really handy. When doing air supply, each plane gives you 0.2 supplies. And you can find out how much supplies you need for each army. Like this infantry division needs how many supplies? Supply use, 0.72. So you would need 4 transport planes to supply 1 infantry division, because 4 transport planes would give you 0.8 supply, which would be enough for 1 infantry division. And as long as they have that on a regular basis, they'll be fine. All right, keep pooping out dudes. You're doing great. What are we up to now? We're up to 616,000. We're going to need more. We're going to need way more infantry. Let me get some more infantry queued up. Way, way more. How goes training, Mr. Rommel? He's getting there. He's currently at 48% on training. We're going to go down to Spain when he's done his training. There's no reason to go right now. Well, he could go right now. I just don't know how useful he would be right now. The Spanish Civil War is going to go on for a while. It's definitely a fun war to help with. Though. Let's go ahead and train him. Or let's go ahead and send him. We can send 4? Give me another one. I can send 1 more. 1 more motorized. Get in there. As you deploy more units, every time you hit this button to deploy units, or whenever they automatically deploy, it will increase the amount of special units you can get. Like we can now have more Mountaineers. Let's get that. And it will also increase the number of volunteers you can send. Because the number of special units and the number of volunteers is simply a percentage of the number of deployed units you have. Lots of training. Hey, we got military police researched. So we can upgrade our cavalry with that. As soon as we get to 10 experience, we can try that. What else should we be researching? It's still 1936. Let's get radio. Radio needs to be researched. Yep. What else can we do? Artillery upgrades. There you go. Sure. USA railguns driven by strong magnetic forces to shoot a projectile at Mach 8 towards the target. Downside is the barrel will deplete itself after a couple of shots. They only shoot at Mach 5 right now. Wow, okay. Saw an airplane with pontoons. What kind of plane is that? Probably the naval bomber. It won't use pontoons for, like, anything. It's just graphical. Yeah, this guy, naval bomber. Yep. They don't use the pontoons for anything, but they have them. All right, Anschluss. So we're going to unpause, and Austria is going to say, sure. What is this, like a 5% chance? Austria said no. It's so uncommon. All right. It's incredibly uncommon. Interesting. So we can reassert Eastern claims, get some claims on Lithuania, and get some claims on Poland. Yeah. Let's get that going. The Great War saw the loss of much German territory in the east, with the resurrection of Poland and the transfer of Memel to Lithuania. An ultimatum shall be sent to both nations, but Poland at least will likely not bow to mere words. Wow. So we now have claims on Austria and conquer focus on Austria. So we're going to shift our troops. I'm going to put you guys down here to high priority. Kick you out. Mountaineers. Yep, you guys are now high priority. and we're going to take your units off of Czechoslovakia. We're going to put you on Austria, right through here. And your goal is to get to Vienna and Graz. The Mountaineers are going to tackle Innsbruck. I don't think I need anyone else down there. You guys are done training. You guys are done training. Let's get a field marshal down here. Walter Modell's more of... I guess he's both defense and attack. Yeah, he's crazy. Let's use Gunther von Klug because he's got that attack bonus. Yeah. He's got a bonus we can turn on. What do you got? Charismatic for recovery rate. I like that. Helps you keep pushing. All right, how many troops do you... Oh, I got to turn off the fog of war. Right. If we're going to go to war, turn off the fog of war. How many troops do you have? 5 to 14. So we're going to guess around 10, 9. Last time we saw you had 9, so probably still 9, maybe 10. We can bring over some more dudes. You can be our defensive dudes, okay? So this army, Gotthard Henrici, we're going to bring him down just for defense on the Austrian front. I don't plan on using him to attack. We might use him to move in if there's no defenders. But we're definitely going to turn off his training. Wait, no, you guys are supposed to be training. No, you're going to stop because you're coming down here to help out. Right. So come on down. You're going to help out on defense only. Man, it's super rare for them to say no. Kind of cool, though, right? That they can just be like, nah, screw you, Germany. All right, so we're done making motorized and mechs for now. Check our resources. Equipment, anti-air, anti-tank, Still behind on all this stuff, but we'll catch up. Negative 1,000 tanks, negative 2,000 trucks. Yeah. We need more. More. Need more of everything. Need more rubber. More rubber. I guess I'll trade with Malaya. That's cool. Do you get cores later if they say no? I think you get cores on it, yeah. You get claims for now, but I think you get cores on it eventually, yeah. All right, get troops down there. We're not going to wait long. We're just going to go and beat them up. So troops are coming over from the Czech border and from the Dutch border. He's not guaranteed by anyone. There's no political interactions with him between anyone else. So there's no one that's going to stop us from doing this. So we're just going to go beat him up. Let's get our airplanes assigned to help out. Give me the fighters. I'll take 3 of them to assist the main pushing army. All right, so we're going to click on this little button down here to attach air wings to the main pushing army. We'll put 50 for the Mountaineers. And for attack bombers, we'll take a bunch of them for the main army. And the rest can help out with the Mountaineers. Close air support. Put you on half and half. Okay. And now we have to assign their roles of interception and air superiority. And the bombers need roles of close air support. And we're all set. Airplanes are assigned to armies. Just get everyone on the front line. We'll hit the button. This bar right here is your attack bonus. You get a 40% max. You can get an increase in that if you take certain doctrines, but we don't have those. This bonus is temporary. It means at the beginning of combat, you have this nice bonus, and then it goes away over time, after a little bit of combat. And you generate this just by standing at a front line while you have these arrows drawn. So it looks like we're ready to go. Yo. Unfortunately, this is going to remove MEFO bills. So, goodbye MEFO bills. Now, you have two ways to wage war. You can either just click these go buttons and expect that your units will be able to push the enemy, or you could instead individually tell your units to move onto every single tile. Like this tile has no units on it. So we're going to tell our units to move in there. Then we're going to move in behind him. Like this. There's also no units here, so we're going to move in this way. Make pockets. And that's probably going to be the only thing I really have to do is make pockets of all these dudes in the Alps. And then we'll just walk beyond these guys to go to Vienna and Graz. He is responding. Looks like he's going to try to stop us over here. That sound effect means our troops don't have supplies. That's fine. So we're going to start spreading out. Looks good. Keep moving. We want to spread out as fast as possible. Austria does not have enough troops for this, which is why it's going to work. We almost there? 3 days. 11 hours. Okay, so we are going to have to push this way to make the pocket work. That's okay. We'll make the pocket work. All right, now he's in full retreat mode. He knows what's up. And he's afraid that we're just going to bum rush him and that'll be it. And he's right. We have way more troops than he does. So we are going to bum rush him and that will be it. Oh, well. Sounds like a you problem, Austria. All right, that looks pretty good to me. That should end the war, really. We might need to get Innsbruck to end the war, but I doubt it. Yeah, he is trying to get ahead of us here. What we're going to do now is pin him at Salzburg. I want him to start taking damage at Salzburg. We're going to move around him and make a pocket at Salzburg and crush that pocket. Same thing with Linz. And same thing with Innsbruck. We're just walking around him because he doesn't have enough dudes. If we had motorized, this would be even faster. All right, so these armies, we're going to set them to motorization priority 3, so they can get better supplies. Same thing with you, get better supplies. That's one of the new things I have to keep remembering to do, and I keep forgetting because I'm dumb. But yeah, our troops will have better supplies now. And yeah, this is like nothing here. Alright, collapse that pocket. And I'd like to collapse this pocket as well. Let's walk through here. Go that way, go this way. You can walk right through Vienna and go this way. Get Graz and go there. Walk this way. Oh, they're attacking. Interesting. Matt! Welcome abroad, Matt. Happy 7 months. Alright, let's go ahead and wipe out what they have here. Yeah, there's like nothing here. The entire Austrian army wasn't even enough to stand on the front line. Poor Austria. There goes Salzburg. All right, good enough. I think we got him. You guys gonna give up after Linz, or do I have to go all the way to Innsbruck? I might have to get Innsbruck. No. Good. So that was a very simple little war. They had like 9 or 10 guys. Yeah. So we're gonna pass a couple turns. In the peace deal here, this is the number of points you have. You spend your points in the peace deal by taking land or doing whatever. And you gain points by passing your turn. If there were other nations participating in the peace treaty, then us passing our turn would allow other nations to make demands of the defeated enemy. But since there are no other nations in the peace deal, it's just us. We can just whatever. Take whatever. So the downside of Austria saying no is we don't get cores right away, unless there's a button for it. Maybe there's a button for it. No? So how do we get our Austrian cores? I don't know. I assume we'll get Austrian cores at some point. But the main downside here is we don't get the 9 units. Austria had 9 units they could have given us if they had accepted Anschluss. We don't get those. Austria said, Anschluss, no thanks. Anschluss, no thanks. Indeed.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And giant spiders.
And giant
FDR.
spiders. You gotta fear the giant spiders. Yes, Admiral. If you don't have cores, then you don't get all the factories and you don't get the manpower. Yep. All right, if we're going to reassert Eastern claims, we're going to have to put some troops on the Lithuanian border to intimidate them. Let's get some troops on the Lithuanian border. All right, you guys go back to Czechoslovakia. Get ready for that. And go back to medium priority. Keep switching everyone around. Who's going to go to the Lithuanian border? Let's put the tanks up there. Maybe not all the tanks. Give me like half the tanks. Yeah, okay, you guys stay here in France. There you go. Yeah, I just want to intimidate them a little bit so that they'll accept our demands. Because I want Memel, right? Memel, we can core that. It's going to be great. There's got to be a way to core this. Let's see what happens when we unpause. Oh, and you guys got to go back to the Dutch border. My bad. To the Dutch border! Oops, I didn't mean to use that. I just used a special ability called Last Stand. Damn it. Whoops. Whatever. So they're just last standing for no reason. That's fine. Get it back over there, and the Mountaineers can get on maybe Switzerland? Yeah, let's get on Switzerland here. There you go. Make more Mountaineers. Deploy them there. All right, one sec. I gotta go clear my throat. I got a lot of congestion right now. All right. Can you make a super heavy tank army like the entire army, like the entire country's army in Hearts of Iron 4, like the stereotypical movie fiction Nazi Germany? I don't know if you'd be able to make very many. Super heavy tanks take a lot of production. I think it's like 100 production. It's some incredible number. Tanks, super heavy tanks. Production cost. Oh, it's only 12? Wait, no. Production cost 41. What's that compared to a heavy? 19. So it's twice the production cost of a heavy. More than twice. I don't know, man. That's a high production cost. Hello, Zatanobi. Hello, Y2K. Yeah, I don't know if I would want to do much of that. They have a lot of hardness. They don't take any soft damage at all. Tank army sounds cool, though. What do we got? Press censorship. I don't know if I want to do press censorship. I don't think we need it. Let's turn it off for now. We'll hide it for now. We can do some manpower. We can get a designer. Ooh, yeah, maybe. You can't really go wrong with a designer, but it might make more sense to go for some experienced guys. Yeah. Division attack, division speed, experience, division training time, organization. Let's go with organization. Yeah. So he's going to start generating these army experience points every day. 0.09 experience per day. We're going to want that for the Navy and the Air Force and all that stuff. Really important to get those experience points going. Oh, right. One thing I didn't mention was attaching Air Force. So we attached some Air Force here, right? Attached air wings, attached air wings. What this does is those airplanes that are attached will follow that army as it moves across the world. And the airplanes will try to do whatever missions you told them to. Like we told them to do interception and air superiority. And we also had some bombers doing close air support. So they will try to follow the army around and do those orders. It's a really neat tool to have them follow the army around. For now, though, we're going to put them on hold. And we're going to send them back to Berlin. Hold. Back to Berlin. Because we're not doing any fighting right now. So just hold the air wings and put them back to Berlin. Spanish Civil War. How you doing on numbers? Still kind of out there, huh? I do want to help in the Spanish Civil War. But we have to focus on Lithuania right now. What's our next hurdle in terms of deployment? Like 700,000? Yeah, 725,000 for Czechoslovakia. Has he built any forts yet? Looks like it. He's got level 5s. Wow, he's already up to level 5s. Damn, he got there quick. Wow. Yeah, he got to level 5s really quickly. Interesting. So we need 725,000 deployed in the field, which we should be able to do just the next time we get some more equipment. Okay. All right, top priority, all this stuff. Let's poop them out. Looks like we're missing some supply trucks. Let me turn off supply trucks for you guys. You don't need them right now. You're good. You did your job. All right, you're good to go. Companies demand MEFO payment. Very well. That sucks, dude. We just lost MEFO payment because Austria refused Anschluss. Do we still get cores on this stuff? Man, it's not cored. Do you seriously not get cores if they refuse? Wow. Really? Does anyone know how that's supposed to work? Like, it's been a while since we've had Austria say no. Yeah, we're checking their forts out. Does anyone know if you're ever supposed to get cores, or is this like permanent no cores now? That's kind of poopy if you just can't get the cores. Hey, Endurin. Can you set your navy to follow your army? No, your navy cannot follow the army. Air Force and railway artillery can follow the army. Navy cannot. So we're currently researching railway artillery. When that's done, we'll assign some factories to make some of those. And those things can follow the army around. And it's basically the same thing as your navy doing shore bombardment, but instead it's on land. Really useful. Can you design the most expensive tank possible just for fun? You probably can. All right, this is a heavy tank. We don't have super heavies yet. Heavy cannon. Soft attack 20 versus soft attack 25. Piercing 85 versus piercing 90. I guess we'll go with the piercing 90. 3-man turret. Got a radio. What is this? Heavy machine gun. Wow. So the basic German tank has 50% reliability. Ugh. Let's get rid of the machine guns. Get some better armor. Small cannon. Small cannon. Small cannon. He's asking to make the most expensive tank we can at the moment. Or at least design it. All right, there you go. Reliability 0. 69 production cost. 0 reliability. Perfect. It's terrible. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So that's what we could make right now if we really wanted to. I'm not going to make that, but it's a thing. According to the wiki, the only way to get cores on Austria is for them to accept either Anschluss, or if you are democratic, non-aligned, and in faction with Austria, you get an event about a referendum for peaceful Anschluss, which they have to accept. So there's no way to core it. Oh, really? Gotcha. Well, that's unfortunate. It kind of sucks that we don't get cores on that stuff. Oh well. It won't be the first thing that we don't get cores on. We don't get cores on Poland. We don't get cores on France, and trust me, we're taking that stuff. All right, we are almost ready to deploy to Spain. Yeah, we're still limited to 4 volunteers. How many airplanes can we send? When you're sending volunteers, you can mouse over this up here. We can send 200 airplanes if we want to. That's pretty good. All right, unassign the field marshal for now. I want him to be ready to join us when we go down to Spain. Where we're going, we don't need reliability. The Ferdinand? Oh no, what's the Ferdinand? It's just pushed by the soldiers. The soldiers behind it just pushing. You might just want to go with this. What are you missing here? You're missing a lot of infantry equipment. All right, we've got our eastern claims. Let's see what Lithuania says. Did you accept? Because if you say no, I've got troops out here, dude. Come on, give me memo. Give me memo. Lithuania is discussing it with his people. He said yes, and we get a core on Memel. Lithuanian government has agreed to our demands, and Memel will be incorporated back into East Prussia. Yet another unlawfully stolen province has been returned to the German nation. Indeed. All right, welcome to Memel. Gives us a little bit more pops. And of course, we get the 2 factories at Memel as well. Nice. All right. Currently at 676,000. Can we deploy anyone? Yes. Puts us at 733. That's enough. All right, let's go for Czechoslovakia. All right, new army. Fyodor von Bach? Sure. Where are you guys going to go? I'm going to give you guys the job of coming here underneath Czechoslovakia. And we're going to have our yellow army focus on the north while you focus on the south, like this. I can live with that. So the army that was at the Dutch border is coming back to Czechoslovakia. And we're going to start working on harassing the Czechs. Don't tell anyone that we're harassing the Czechs, okay? It's our little secret. Shh. They don't need to know. Ooh, Fortress Buster. Hell yeah. So both of these generals here on the Czech border, they both have Fortress Buster, which is really useful against the Czechs, because the Czechs have level 5 fortresses on all their tiles right now. And I'm sure they're doing the research to make them level 7. Or not research, they're doing the focus to make them level 7. Damn, they've really, really prepared for us. So let's do it. Let's go demand Sudetenland. The fate of the Sudet Germans was one of the worst injustices inflicted by the Treaty of Versailles. They must be brought under our protection, regardless of Czech objections. Right now, they're guaranteed by Romania and France, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, thank you, Lithuania. I've always wanted to have cores up here, and now I have it. Don't think I need troops up there anymore. I think what we'll do is we'll have you guys get on the Polish border. Yeah. Like this. Okay, I can handle that. With German forces on their border poised for an attack, Lithuania has given in to German ultimatum demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel. It was passed to Lithuania by the Treaty of Versailles, but has now been reintegrated into the region of Ostpreußen. Have we yet reached the extent of German territorial ambitions in Europe? Experts are doubtful. Germans everywhere must be united. Yes. Germans everywhere. All right, we got another 150 PPs. We can take a look at hiring another dude. Dude! I'm not sure if we're going to do airplanes first or tanks first. Armor technology. Speed plus 10%. Mobile warfare doctrine cost speed minus 15%. Wow. Wow. That's really good. That's actually really good. I like that. Doesn't mean we want it right away, though. I think we're going to want to get our industry stuff going here. So industrial research speed, synthetic research speed, electronics research speed. Ooh. Let's do IG Farben. I expect to do a lot of synthetics. Yeah. But the MP and the Cav units, good call. Hey, Cav units. Let's get you your military police. Billy! Arvius is here. What's up, Arvius? All right, we're going to put military police in the Cav, and we're going to rename them to the Popo. The Popo. Don't be afraid of the Popo. So that's now our police unit, and they're only going to be used to protect our territories like Austria, which are not core. What up, Arvius? How was your stream? The Peepo? Not the Peepo. Billy! Billy! If you don't know Arvius, he's another Portlander local. He's really fun. He plays a lot of They Are Billions. He plays a lot of XCOM. If you want to watch some XCOM, he's really ridiculously good at it. And he's recently been playing a game called Wartail? It's like Egg. Remember Egg Combat? It's like Egg Combat. Anyway, if you haven't given Arvius a follow, I recommend you do. He's a lot of fun. He's a really chill guy, too. Popo in German means ass. Does it really? That's great. That's fantastic. Ooh, supplies problem. This icon here, this little, oh, it's gone. Well, there was a temporary icon there for low supplies. I don't know what that was for. Ooh, right, new guys. Where are the new guys gonna go? I think we'll get on the Yugoslavian border. All right. Get down there. Yugoslavia's going down the democratic pathway. That's fine for them. They can do whatever they want. So Yugoslavia is splitting out all these countries. Eventually, he's going to either annex them all or let them go free. But in the meantime, you're going to see Yugoslavia get very, very colorful. So have fun being colorful. You love that the blank general portrait still has a smile? Yep. All right, so we're going to put this on infinite so we keep on making mountaineers as soon as they're available. Make sure our mountaineers are still training. Yeah, all these bastards need to keep on training. I don't want you to stop training. Anyway, welcome. For those of you coming from Arvius' channel, my name is Shen. I'm a moron here in Portland, Oregon. We play video games every day of the week. Usually we play strategy games like this, but not always. I also like city builders, business sims, all sorts of crap. I love 4X games. Oh my god. But yeah, we play a lot of Hearts of Iron recently. This game had a update for the way supplies are handled, so that's all new. Very, very new concepts in the game right now, including this rail artillery called the Dora. And this is a new thing you can do in the game, which allows you to have rail artillery follow your armies around, and then they can provide artillery support from long range. They don't actually get into combat. They're never at risk of being damaged or whatever from combat. But they can be bombed. You can bomb these things. Anyway, we can start making some of those in just a moment. We are doing tutorial stuff for Hearts of Iron right now, so if you have any questions about how this game works, feel free to ask. This is the right place to do it. Cut your
52
rib!
millennia Shenlurk.
Welcome back. Stapo means state police. All right, we'll do Stapo. I like that. Stapo.
Moo.
Moo. Welcome, Lil. What are the bonuses for Mountaineers? All right, Mountaineer bonuses. They have attack plus 20% on hills, movement plus 10% on hills, defense plus 5% on hills, attack plus 35% on mountains, movement plus 20% on mountains, and defense plus 10% on mountains. They're obscenely good in hills and mountains. They're really, really good. All right, now we want to add some equipment to our infantry. I think I'm going to take the artillery. I'm going to move the artillery from support into combat. So put artillery over here, boink, and swap this out for... Oh, we don't have enough points. Oh, we don't have enough points. We need more experience points. And let's start making the railway artillery. The Dora. It's too bad you can't upgrade this. Oh, the game crashed. Shit. That's fine. I mean, nothing quite wrong with a tutorial that doesn't have a crash. You want to stretch, Alterabu? Let's stretch. Whee! Is the crash part of a tutorial? Is that a feature of the DLCs? Oh, yeah. The game doesn't crash that much, but it crashes now and then. I mean, we went, what, 5.5 hours without crashing? That's not bad. All right. An error has occurred. Yeah. Let's see. What were we doing? I clicked on the upgrade button or customize button, whatever it's called, for the rail artillery, and the game crashed. I know you cannot customize, upgrade these items, but the button is still there for some reason. Don't know why it crashed, though.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
What do you think about the new patch and DLC?
It's good. I like it. It's complicated and it's buggy, but I like it. Your crash report was sent successfully. Oh, good. Can you build factories and forts in the same territory simultaneously? Yes. You can build an airport, the infrastructure, a naval port, a supply hub, a fortress, a coastal fortress, a factory, a civilian factory, an oil refinery. You can build everything in the same province at the same time. Yes. Man, I wonder where it auto-saved. I think I have it set to autosave once a week, so it should be pretty recent, but we still lost some time. What were we doing? We were finishing our research on railway artillery, right. Sorry about that. Crashes happen now and then. Yeah, I think the default autosave is once a month. I have mine set to once a week, just because this seems to be an occasional annoyance. You love features? I love features too. Hey, Samarkand. Hello, Scotta TV. Whoa. Oof, excuse me. See how our railway research is 3 days away. Not a problem. Charismatic, yeah. All right, so you're still training? All right, good. We were down here watching these guys do their little battles. We're currently doing Demand Sudetenland. So what this does is it sends an ultimatum to the Czechs. And this could lead us into war with the Allies. Like, this could be really bad for us if this goes wrong. If the Czechs are protected by France and Britain, as they are currently guaranteed by France, then we could get drawn into a big old war against the Allies. France, Britain, Czechs, whatever. Romania. We might have to fight that right now. But I hope not. I hope they just give us the land. That'd be nice. Ooh, what were we going to research? I guess I want wrenches. I do like wrenches. Let's get wrenches. Got to put the military police in here, because I forgot. Oh, it is in there. We got to name it to Stapo, though. State Police. You got it. And now we can start making some railway artillery. Let's do it. So this is the button I clicked, the rename button. That's what it is. I clicked the rename button. Why does it say rename? Oh well, whatever. Not sure if it's supposed to say rename. We'll put those at the bottom of our military production queue here. Notice that we can only have 5 factories working on railway guns, which is interesting. The bigger the construction project, the fewer factories you're allowed to have working on it. The same thing applies to boats. The bigger the boat, the fewer factories you can have working on it. I don't know why. Like a carrier, you can have half as many factories work on a carrier. than you can work on a submarine. In other words, you can have twice as many factories working on a submarine than you can on a carrier. Why? I don't understand that. The same thing applies to railway guns. So we're going to make... I'll just make infinite railway guns. They take forever to build anyway. Having a weird war against the Allies where only half of them are in the war, but the troops still walk through the territories of the Allies which are not in the war. Yeah, isn't that weird? It's so awkward. They're trying to make it realistic. Capital ships took 2+ years to build. Yeah. No, that part I get, Dr. D. I get that they're trying to make it realistic. But what doesn't make sense is that you can have 10 factories on a submarine or 10 factories on a destroyer, but you can't have that on, like, a cruiser. Cruisers are limited to 5 factories. It's just weird. Like, I understand the reasoning for it, but mentally my brain is just like, but I have the factories. Let's just do it. Why am I allowed more factories on a smaller project? It's a little counterintuitive. Oh, low supplies. There we go. So we have a problem of low supplies down here in Austria. Let's see if we can track down the problem. Tracking down supply problem has been my most difficult thing to do in this version, in this patch. Supplies are not good here around Vienna. Let's see, infrastructure is not damaged. Yeah, no damage. So that's not a problem. What is the problem here? Oh, I know what it is. We need to start using trucks. So, this army here needs to use trucks. Which one is it? This one? Yeah. Let's give you trucks, and then I think you'll have supplies. Let's put them on medium priority for trucks. Does that give you supplies now? Let's see. They need 360 trucks. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's helping a lot. The supply problem's now gone. Yep. No more supply problem. So anytime you have a supply problem, try to track it down. If you don't track down your supply problems, you're going to run into situations where you're going to start fighting and you're like, why don't I have my guns or whatever? It's like you're going to be missing stuff because you don't have your supplies in the front lines. So if you ever see that little jerry can, that's the warning sign that you're running out of supplies somewhere. And oftentimes it's as simple as turning on the truck setting like we did. Other times you might have to upgrade rails. You might have to upgrade the infrastructure. You might have to build a supply hub somewhere as like a last resort. But yeah, you have options. Don't feel like you don't have options. You always have options. They may not be the best options, but they will be options. I'm tempted to research Marines. If the Czechs refuse us... If the Czechs refuse us, we might want to get some Marines. Let's get field hospitals. I love field hospitals. What these do is they allow your troops to take less manpower damage when they get wounded. So you can treat people instead of having them die. Or treat them and allow them to return to combat instead of making them, like, lose a leg, right? You can, like, save a body part, which allows them to keep on fighting. It also means you lose less experience when you take losses. So when your troops fight, they lose this experience. They lose a little bit every time they fight because people get wounded, people get killed, whatever. So you can prevent loss of experience a little bit with these field hospitals. They're really handy. How does the learning curve in this game compare to EU4 or Stellaris? It doesn't really compare to either of them. This game is by far the most complicated Paradox game. Or the Hearts of Iron, just in general, is the most complicated of the Paradox games. This one's not as complicated as Hearts of Iron 3. Hearts of Iron 3 had more complexity than this one, but it's still the most complex Paradox series. So comparing it to EU4 doesn't really work. Comparing it to Stellaris doesn't really work. If you want just like a big generalization on how hard is this to learn compared to them, this one's harder. There's more to learn in this one. That being said, it's also a very quick game to play. EU4 and Stellaris take a long time to play. This one does not. So even though this one has more to learn, you can go through multiple playthroughs in the same time it would take you to do one playthrough of Stellaris or EU4. This game only covers about 15 years of time. Less than that if you play someone like Germany, and you can just end the wars in like 1946 as Germany. Just conquer everything. So depending on who you play, and depending on your strategies or your plans for your playthrough, you may have a very quick run or a run that might take, 2 decades. For the most part though, this game is very quick to finish. So you might learn the game faster than you learn other Paradox games simply because you repeat the same steps more frequently in this game than you do in other Paradox games. Because you start more runs in this game. Is it more complicated than Victoria? It's definitely different enough that it might be hard to compare. Victoria is incredibly complex as well. Victoria doesn't have front lines though. This game has front lines. Front lines are like a really important difference between this game and other Paradox games. In most Paradox games, you move units around on the map. Crusader Kings, your unit goes from this tile to that tile. And battles don't just happen anywhere, they only happen on the same tile as an opposing army. In this game, the battles happen everywhere. It's a very different experience. I'm not sure if it compares really well. Is it as complex as Victoria 2? It might be. Victoria 2's complexity is more industrial and economical. That's where Victoria 2 is complex. This game is complex with military. Very complex with military. Like you can go in and design your cruiser in this game. And then you might spend 10 minutes designing a tank. And then you might spend 15 minutes designing a battleship. Like you have to make so many weird little intricate choices in this game that you never would do in Victoria. But in Victoria, you're going to make big investments of time in your sphere of influence, in industrializing a certain state. Like a state in Victoria 2 that makes iron is a good state to make products that use iron. So you might have a factory there that uses the iron, and then another factory that makes things from that first factory, and another third factory that makes things from the iron as well. Hey Syndrin, does this game have giant spiders? Thankfully, no. But if it did have giant spiders, we would make peace with the giant spiders. And then we would have bugs in our ice cream. All right, Spanish Civil War is breaking apart again. It's now a 3-way struggle. We'll be able to send our volunteers pretty soon here. You guys almost trained up? Yeah, they're getting there. All right, 63%. Right, you guys are going to come join this army. Keep pooping them out. Keep pooping them out. Keep pooping them out. Every now and then I'm going to have to check and see if Spain's going to let us send more than 4 guys. Because originally they said 3. Now they say 4. And then if we keep on deploying units, they'll eventually say 5. Look at that. It's already 5. Nice. All right, let me get another motorized. So we're probably just going to have to go. Let's just go with 5. Ooh, Latvia's having a civil war for fascism. That's always fun. Civil war for fascism. He won't join my faction, though. We'll keep an eye on that. Might be able to puppet him or ally him or something. Yeah, let's go ahead and get our dudes going to Spain. So stop training and let's go to Spain. All right, Rommel. And we're going to send 200 airplanes as volunteers. Volunteers. Volunteers? Because they're airplanes? All right, let's go. Rommel's going to Spain. Takes 2 weeks to get there. Yeah, 2 weeks to get there. April 12th. And if they say we can send more volunteers later, like as we keep deploying these units and stuff, they'll eventually say we can send more. Then we'll do that. We'll send more. Those giant spiders, they're no joke. They're no joke, man. Okay, where are we using all of our fuel? Ah, training the army, right. Yeah, training the army uses fuel. So, because we're using all of our fuel, we're going to have to start trading for a little bit of oil. Who are we going to trade with oil? Let's trade with Iran. Give me an oil. There we go. Now we've increased our daily gain to 739. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, the 5 divisions we assigned to go to Spain are there. Where are we? We're up here. La Coruña. Takes 25 days for Rommel to get here. I don't know why he didn't come with the army. He should have come with the army. All right, Field Marshal, man. Von Klug. Yeah, let's get Von Klug in there. And let's get Rommel on the fronts. We can assign 200 airplanes. Booyah. Maybe we should help out against you guys. How many troops do you have? 20? 18? Or we could focus on the Spanish. They do have more dudes. I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to put the Spanish volunteers on high priority. Oh, I should check and see if there's any state that has... Oh, yeah, we've got planned offensive over here. So we can push through here pretty easily. Planned offensive in Madrid. Okay, good. Not over there. We do have it here. We can push up to there, which looks like they're doing right now. Yeah, they're doing it right now. Perfect. Okay. Planned offensive, planned offense. No. So this place is unplanned. So it looks like we want to be over here. This area has all got planned offensives. So let's go here. And we'll help attack these little tiles. Maybe we can go around and make a pocket. Ooh. Let's do that. Let's go around and make a pocket. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like this. So we're going to guide our plan here. We're going to make them go through... We're going to use the edit button to make them go through certain tiles. Just to make sure they follow a certain path. That way we'll make a pocket. That looks good to me. All right. So get on that plan. And as soon as Rommel gets here, we'll go. I don't want to do it before he's here, though. It's going to take him 24 days to get here. We're here. We're in the Spanish Civil War. We're here to help. We're here to help. All right, put them on high priority for supplies. And let's bring in their air support. Okay, where are the transport planes? How many do we have? We have 6 there. 3 more, we can make 9. I guess we'll go up to 10. Sure, 10 transport planes. You got it. And then we can also have some fighters and some bombers. Fighters, fighters. Where's the Cass? There's the Cass. So let's take the Cass and the fighters that have the ace. No, let's take the fighters without the ace. We'll see if we can't spring some more aces. And yep, they're already assigned. There you go. Bring them into the army. So now that they've been attached to the army, they will fly down here to Spain. There they go. And they're going to help out down here in Spain. Good shit. The media personality trait, but he wasn't assigned to a new army. That shouldn't affect it. Army reassignment duration. Yeah, but it wasn't a reassignment. He wasn't assigned from one army to another. He's in the same army. It's still called the Fast Guys. That hasn't changed. All we did was go to Spain. His logo changed. He lost his logo. He shouldn't have lost his logo. That seems a little buggy to me. All right, anyway, we're defending here next to Madrid. Should be able to push into that tile easily. And we will. Defending in the mountains, good stuff. You gonna get out of my way, dude? Yeah, get out of my way, dude. You're fine. Just get out of my way. You're fine. Hey, we got the cipher for France. Nice. Who's next? Who's the next cipher? Let's do Poland. When do we get the Czech demands? Ooh, we're only 10 days away from the Czech demands. Then we're probably going to want to get dug in. Let's get you guys dug in. They're actually almost done training, but no, we'll get them dug in. All right, stop training. I want you ready for fighting. Let's put them on a new theater for high priority. Well, no, we don't need them high priority just yet because they're not fighting just yet. But yeah, let them get dug in. All right, cipher for France is decrypted. What this means is we have a passive bonus now against France. We have better air detection against France, better interception missions, that's airplane interception, and then we have better information on France. That's just passive. It's a nice passive bonus for having their cipher correct. However, if we activate the intel that we have, that gives us 1 month of huge bonuses. 1 month of better invasions, 1 month of faster planning, 1 month of better defense, 1 month of invasion preparation, and 1 month of 15% more breakthrough bonus. So it's a really nice thing to have when you're ready for a big push against a country. You hit this button and you get 30 days of big bonus. And then after that month is gone, you will lose half of your cipher progress on that country, and you'll have to start breaking their cipher again. Okay, we got some artillery upgrades. Nice. And let's get some more industry going. All right, push them off the tile. There you go. Let's go get Madrid. We're almost not even here yet. When he gets here, those bonuses are going to kick in. 10% attack, 10% defense, faster planning. It's going to be good stuff. But he's not here yet. How's the air game look? Okay, air game is better now. We could use more fighters. Can you send railguns? We haven't built any railguns yet. We just finished the research for railguns, so we can't do that yet now. Go to Toledo. I'd like to go make some pockets. All right, Sudetenland demand. What do you say, Czechs? He's still guaranteed by Romania and France. Let's see what happens. Hello? The Czechs refuse Sudetenland. What the heck is this? What is with everyone saying no? This is bullshit. What is with everyone saying no? So now the Spanish Civil War has to wait. Now we have to fight France and stuff. All right, put a temporary guy in here for defense. Oh, no, Rommel's on his way back from Spain. Yeah. So we'll have to put someone else in here for now. You guys. Get over there. You guys. Get over there. Thanks, Brovesnik. You know I love hearing stuff like that. That's like saying I told you so. Ooh, I love hearing I told you so. My favorite. All right, get on the French border over here. I said the French border, not the Swiss border. Let me change your color. It's way too similar to mine. Yellow? Yellow. Okay. Stop training, though. And I need you guys to railroad over there, like, right away. Railroad. So our troops that were fighting in Spain are now going to be brought home, unfortunately. We were definitely about to start encircling some troops down there, but whatever. We got to come back and fight France, I guess.
It's only a game. Why you have to be
What's
mad?
up, Karim?
I told you so, Kappa.
Can you not do that, please? Thanks. All right, planes. Where did my planes go? Looks like they're already back. Yep, they're already back from Spain. Okay. TAC bombers. We're going to want TAC bombers here in Czechia and in France for sure. I think we'll just put everyone up to medium priority for now. Yeah. Let's put everyone on medium priority for now. That's fine. Hey, Gertlocker. What's going on in here? We are doing a little bit of German tutorial here to kind of get people some understanding of how the game works. Unfortunately, everyone that's supposed to be saying yes to all of our demands are saying no. So this is not the normal kind of tutorial experience I was hoping for, but we're still learning. We're still learning and we're still explaining things as we go. Hopefully we're making a kind of okay job so that people can understand what we're talking about. And hopefully we're making things clear. Because I don't want to be unclear if I can help it. I have a problem of being very, not vague, but I have a problem of being very confusing in my delivery of information. And it's not intentional. I'm not trying to, like, sabotage your experience. I'm just bad at explaining things. All right, in the meantime, what should we be focusing on here? We can get the Reichsbahn, get some infrastructure, get some synthetic oil, some synthetic rubber, some more civilian factories. Let's get more civilian factories. That sounds good. Still building? Yeah, we're still building. Hello, Kyrim. No, it's all good. Okay, so the French will probably gonna be pushing us right away. I assume the French will attack us right away, and some of our troops are not, like, super well organized right now. So they may successfully push us off that line. We'll see. You guys are gonna get the hell over here. And then you're gonna get the hell back to the French border. Our troops in Czechia are gonna just wait. The Czechs have a bad habit of attacking. If you've never seen this war before, the Czechs, just for whatever reason, they love to attack. They probably shouldn't attack, but they love to do it. So let's assign some fighters and bombers. You get a bomber. You get a bomber. You get a bomber. And you get a bomber. And you get a bomber.
Oh Shen, I know you're bad at explaining things, but that is part of your charm. Also, when do things ever go as planned when it comes to Hoi 4 events, Shen Velp?
And that's true. Okay, fighters. Transports. I'm not going to assign the transports just yet. And the naval bombers, I don't really need them right now. Although I will need them for the French, I guess. I assume all these guys are going to join the Allies, and that's where things are going to go pear-shaped. All right, Württemberg. You guys are also unassigned. We have 2 casts and a fighter. Okay, I think it's a pretty good assortment of stuff that we've got assigned. When you assign airplanes to an army like that, they will follow the army around. So our naval bombers are going to be set up for naval strikes, and we're going to do that in the Danish belts. No, we can probably do the Eastern North Sea. We'll start bombing this area. And we could start setting up our navy to harass ships out there. Maybe. Can railway guns be transported by sea? They can, yeah. Railway guns will automatically transport by sea if they follow your armies around. They'll follow them through the ocean. They can also be bombed, and they can be destroyed. They will follow your army across land, across sea, whatever. And you can manually send them across sea as well. All right, so we're going to set our 2 patrol groups to do... Let's see, patrols. We're going to set these guys to do strike force. And then these guys are going to try to do some submarine things. I'm thinking down here. Try to do some submarine stuff away from... Well, no. Let's just hover around this area and just chill. I don't think I need to deploy my subs right now. I know the fuel, I know. Gotta import some more oil. Alright, Romania and France have joined the war against me. They don't have a faction, which is just weird. So they're probably going to join the Allies. That'd be my guess. But they may not. They may not. So what's in the war right now? France, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. Okay. We're definitely outnumbered when it comes to factories and soldiers. That doesn't mean we can't win this, though. I'm surprised France hasn't attacked yet, but kind of happy they haven't. I assume the British will join the war, but they haven't yet. And I'm surprised the Czechs haven't attacked us yet. We're getting bombed. We're getting bombed in northwest Germany, so I'm willing to pull some fighters off. Wait, do we have extra fighters? Ooh, we can deploy some guys. Do you want to deploy some guys? I do, yeah. All right, keep deploying these guys. You're doing great. All right, more troops are on the way. We're railroading over there as soon as we can. We could start by pushing right now, but I don't know if that's the right move. The Czechs have some big forts. Whoa! Following his arrest by Ma Bufang, Chiang Kai-shek has been killed. Wang Jingwei! What the? Okay, that's rare. Chiang Kai-shek was killed by Ma Bufang. Wow. Okay, dude. That's unexpected. You get a free France? I don't know if we get a free France. We're going to have to march in there. He's got a lot of dudes. Yeah, we can't sink the French Navy, not from where we are. Alright, do we have any spare fighters? We do. Let's spin up some fighters over here. And we'll help protect with fighters. It's gonna be all of them. And we'll put them on interception and air superiority. Make sure we win this. I don't want to get bombed too much. I expect to get bombed a little bit, but I don't want to get bombed too much. Takes a few days to deploy these guys. But as soon as they're deployed, we should be A-all-right. There we go. All right, now we're not going to get bombed as much. There we go. Yeah, shoot them down. Hey, we already sunk a French submarine. Very nice. Looks like the French do have ships in here. All submarines, apparently. Let's send one of our naval bombers this way. Maybe. Do we have spare naval bombers? 21. Not really a lot. All right, let's send one of these naval bombers this way. Because there are definitely submarines in here. And I want to sink them. He's trying to kill my transports. Don't let him kill my transports. That's rude. He's sinking transports, you douche. Okay, we're sinking his boats. Good. Oh, we're sinking all of his subs. Look at that. Goodbye, French subs. Wow. Yep. Holy crap. There's so many subs out here. Look at this. And the entire French Navy's here. All right, bring over more planes. Let's get air superiority turned on. More ground crews. More fighters. I'm going to steal all of my bombers. I want all of my bombers for this. All you guys. I'm going to take them off army assignment for now. And we're going to put them on naval bombing. And we have Cass as well. Where's my Cass? So we're going to temporarily take these planes off of Army duty, and we're going to put them on Navy duty, because there's a huge French fleet out here. The entire French fleet. And they are definitely stronger than we are. But we have the advantage of owning the skies. So as long as we own the skies, we might be able to win this battle. Maybe.
45 months. That's
Mighty
like
Pie!
a long time or something.
What's up, Mighty Pie? How you doing? Can we hire a dude to help out? No, we can't. That's unfortunate. Oh, we lost our captain of industry. Oh, once you do demand Sudetenland, you don't get this guy anymore. Ah. All right, get the political power gain then. Yeah, we're retreating for sure. You getting any good bombing runs? Oh yeah, we bombed some of their destroyers. Nice. We're losing destroyers as well. That's to be expected. Yeah, a lot of our ships are taking damage. This Panzer ship, whatever this is about to die. This little bar above its head is how many hit points it has left. It's at 3.7% of hit points. It's trying to retreat. Does it get out? It did not get out. So yeah, that French fleet, that's brutal. We lost a heavy cruiser, 1 destroyer. We lost a bunch of airplanes. We sunk 16 submarines and 2 destroyers. But yeah, we were very outnumbered there. Oh, we got some naval doctrine. Nice. We need some more fuel. Let's trade with Iran. And who else? British Malaya. The Raj. All right, let's trade with the Raj. And Malaya. Is that good enough? Yeah, it's good enough. Okay. So we're going to keep on bombing his stuff. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Looks like he's leaving. Yeah, he's leaving. So let's move our... Let's move our planes to follow him. And keep on bombing him as he leaves. And let's get some radio going. I want that coordination going. So the plane's going to fly over and keep on bombing. We're not catching them, are we? No. Oh yeah, we got something. Still more subs out there. We'll keep an eye on that. He still has more subs out there. I will allow more of our factories to be used for repairs. Because we got a lot of repairs to do. All right, are we all set? The Danish belts. Spotting in the Danish belts. So they do have a fleet out here. We're trying to find them. Whew. Our units are back from Spain. So get in that army down there. And we could put Rommel back in charge. Nah, we'll leave Rommel alone. Leave Heinz Guderian down there. He's good. He's fine. All right, Czechia, are you guys ready for a little pushy push? They're probably ready for a little pushy push. Let's see if we can get this tank here. We're going to do an attack from the north. Welcome, Goten Kyron. We're going to do an attack from the north, and we're going to unpause for just a moment and then pause again. There we go. So the attack has begun. And now we're going to do an assist attack. We're going to grab 2 of these guys, and we're going to hold down control to do an assist attack. Then we're going to grab 2 of these guys, hold down control, and do an assist attack. So what assist attack does is these troops will help this attack, but they will not move onto that tile when they're done. And you can do that by holding down control and then right-clicking on the bubble for the fight. Welcome, Saturn. Happy 7 months. I'm sorry you're drowning. So this is what we're attacking. It's some tank up on a mountain. And we should be able to push him out pretty easily. Combat on the left. We have 3 divisions attacking right now. We have penalties because we're attacking a mountain tile. It's very penalized. And we have reserve units that are eventually going to try to hop in and help out. Combat width is here in the middle, 125 combat width. Currently have 3 divisions in. All 3 are also the same combat width. Currently using 54, so when all these guys are in, we're going to be using 108, which is still below the combat width limit. So we are going to be able to fit all of our units in with no penalties. If your units take more combat width than is available, then you will receive small penalties for going over, or big penalties for going over by a lot, in terms of your combat stats. So combat width is a pretty important thing to be aware of when you're talking about how a fight is approachable. You might be approaching a fight the wrong way if you are like way over or way under the combat width. It depends. In this case, we're going to be under the combat width, but not by too much. So it's a kind of a good spot. How about over here? No, don't have enough troops for that. And I don't really trust using these units for combat because they don't really have all their guns and stuff. Like, what are you missing? You're missing guns. Yeah, this army's not missing guns. I think I might put them into a new group. The high priority group, yeah. Let's put them in a high priority group here. And we'll use them for just pushing. The pushing group. Need your own field marshal. There you go. He's not available for... Oh, he's back right now. Perfect. He's back. So he's going to help us with attacks, actually. So we now have 7 divisions pushing in with 126 combat width, which is just about the same as the combat width for the terrain. So we have a penalty of 1.2%, which is basically nothing. We are not being attacked, so this is fine. I don't know why France isn't pushing us. France could have easily pushed us off the Maginot Line, but he didn't. And I really don't know why he didn't do it. We could try hammering the French position here. We could try bombing his... Another sub is gone. Good. We could try bombing his fortresses here. And we might be successful in bombing his fortresses, maybe. Let me check, how many airplanes do you have? He's got fewer airplanes than we do, so we might be able to bomb those fortresses down and then just push across the Maginot. It's worth trying. All right, give me TAC bombers and CAS. No, just TAC bombers. No, TAC bombers and CAS. No, just TAC bombers. All right, give me TAC bombers, and we're going to put them on this. We're going to put them on strategic bombing for fortresses. Yeah. Want to bomb just fortresses. That's it. And we're going to say, I want you to bomb fortresses over here in France. Northern France. Like that. Let's do it from Berlin? No. Do it from Rhineland? Yeah, do it from Rhineland. So we're going to bomb from Rhineland. It's pretty close. And then we need some fighters to go with them. You guys are going to have to go from Rhineland. Yeah, well... Let's go from here. That should cover. Get some air superiority, start bombing. And you guys can assist the army. There you go. No, I think you're okay there. Think you're okay there. Na, 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 na. All right, keep on naval bombing all this stuff. Stretch. All right, let's stretch. Oh, I missed the train. That's okay. What's up, Ryuval? Ryuval says, I could not figure out all the troop movement, front stacking, etc. Wait, did you say anything else before that? Ryuval, what's the problem? No, Ryuval, the last time you spoke was November 15th. So, What are you talking about, dude? What's up? What can we help? What can we help you with? This is tutorial stream. I'm here to help. Hello, Skogan. How am I doing? I'm all right. We're doing tutorial stuff, so we're trying to explain all of our decision-making processes with varying degrees of success. Ugh. Ryuval, are you still there? I feel bad. Ryuval popped in. He hasn't spoken in a month. He pops in, he says, I couldn't figure out the troop movement, fronts, stacking, etc. I don't even know if he's still there. Can you mine the channels? You can. I haven't bothered with that, but you can mine them, yeah. Hi, Tony. Hi. Bark, bark, bark. If someone can find Ryuval, ask him what he's talking about. Maybe we can help him out. All right, our first little push. There you go. Done, done, done. Hey, Apple Moose. Easy peasy. Little targeted pushes like that can be very successful. Let's do another one here. And we'll do some assist attacking. Actually, we don't even need assist attacking here. That one's fine. So if we watch the battles, you can see that we've got them encircled, which increases the combat width. We are attacking a fort, so that's a modifier that's hurting us. And he's got a bonus for intel. But we can work on that. We can get our intel better. We can eventually have an intel advantage as well. We're just not there right now. A little more oil, please. Actually, we're okay on oil. We're okay. Yeah, I think my goal here is going to be pushing tiny little bits. Getting through them one spot at a time. I don't think we can just rush these guys. They have level 5 forts on every tile. I mean every tile. So pushing through is tough. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but it's going to be a grind. Okay. Push through. Follow. This is where motorized would be really handy. Let me get some motorized over here. All right, we're in. I want one of you to go this way. I want one of you to go straight. And I want these two guys to stay there. Sunk some more submarines. Good. Keep sinking those subs. You're doing great. Have we bombed any of these forts yet? We did. Yeah, we bombed a French fort. I like it. We bombed that one twice. Oh, we're bombing. We're bombing. Let me see the air game over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're bombing these French forts. We are losing planes, unfortunately, but we're bombing his forts. The goal is just to whittle them down and then take them out. All right, you guys, you are on top priority for supplies. Top priority for supplies. Get those trucks in here, baby. We can get the airdrops as well. Get some organization up. Surprisingly holding well over here. Because we can't penetrate his armor, so it's hard to get him out of here. He's got 2 guys over there, huh? Alright, keep up the pressure. He's not attacking me at all. This is interesting. He's just letting me tire myself out, which is fair. I mean, that's a good strategy if you have a nice defensive position, and he does. They both do. But we are making progress. We are bombing these French forts. When they get low enough, we can try a push over there. Looks like we could use some more fuel. Trade for more fuel. I guess we'll do the Dutch. Oh, let's start doing our support drops over here. Looks like we don't have control of the skies here. We need some more fighters. We don't have that many fighters. Do we have any available to spin up? No, we're at negative 11 fighters already. Well, I think we just have to suffer with not having enough fighters. That's really unfortunate. Why are you over there? You should be over here. Yeah, I want you to fly over there. And give me one more. Give me one more. Okay, where are you guys? That's probably fine. Let's go down here. Alright, so planes are on the way. I want to get my transports up here. How many transports do we have? 0. Alright, let's get him over here. We got to help in Czechoslovakia. We need supplies. Alright, we're now going to drop supplies on Czechoslovakia. Hooray! That'll certainly help. Yep, supplies are getting better. They went from red to orange. Okay, progress. Speaking of progress, there's Prague. How many troops are in Prague? 1 dude's in Prague. Looks like he's pulling a couple guys off the front line. Let's see if we can keep him interested. Stay there. We're going to pin him down here. Come on, get this chump out of the way. Now he has 3 guys in the capital. He's trying. He's trying. Okay. His tank is retreating to Tabor. Let's follow him to Tabor. So you guys go this way. I'm going to try to take as much of this space as we can while he's, like, confused. You guys go to the capital. You also go to the capital. Spread out a bit. Nice. We are making a mockery of this. Go to Pilsen. I want that airport. I really want that airport. Okay, I can see he's pulling troops away now. That's not ideal. Let's keep him interested. Pin him down. If we can pin him down, we might be able to make some nice pockets in here. When you make pockets, you can reduce the enemy's ability to actually survive by quite a bit. If you can make pockets. Uh-oh. Supplies are back down to red again. We do control the skies. Oh, now we're getting bombed over here. We're getting bombed over here. He's bombing me, I'm bombing him. I see how it is. I see how it is. I bomb you, you bomb me, huh? Yeah, they're doing bombing. They're bombing supplies. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're bombing supplies hard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're bombing lots of supplies. Okay, well, now we've got a problem with trucks. They are bombing all of our trucks. We need more trucks. So all the new factories that are built need to go towards trucks. And we should probably do some anti-bombing stuff. So get my fighters over here. Where are my fighters? There they are. You guys are going to patrol Western Germany. So are you. And you guys are going to go to Northern Germany. All right, that's better. We can disrupt them there. Way better. Way, way better. Yep, we're disrupting them pretty good now. Okay, good, good. I want this airport. Give me this airport. Pin them down. Assist. All right, get that tile, baby. You can do it. Good, good, good. Get that airport. The fascists in Latvia want to join the Axis. Sure. All right, good, good, good. You're going to go there and then assist the capital. Hey, hey, made a pocket up here. All right, crush this pocket. So I issued a small order there. I'll show you how I did that. When you have a pocket like this, the fastest way to get rid of it is to issue an order to attack the tile, like this. And then if you hold down Shift, you can then click on this arrow to activate orders. And then you can individually activate just this one order. So it doesn't activate all of the orders for that army. That's what holding down Shift does. It's good stuff. So they will now kill that one dude, that one pocket. All right, assist attack here. Still no attack from the French, that's fine. Assist attack here. All right, excellent. We did not get the capital, but we can try again. Push. And push. push. I think we will get the capital. Assist. Looks like we're going to make another pocket here, which is great. We are making progress. I like it. How goes the bombing over here? So what I'm looking at down here is the level 10 forts on the Alsace-Lorraine Maginot line. Right now, they're at level 7. We've damaged 3 of the 10 forts. This one's at level 6. We've damaged 4 of the 10 forts. Level 7, level 8, level 9, and level 7. So we've damaged some of them. Do we still have air advantage? We do. We're going to keep on bombing them so long as we've got the air advantage there. I want to take out as many of those forts as we can, and then we'll start pushing on that front. This icon up here means our new ally of Latvia wants to join us in the war. I don't want to do that, though. I don't need Latvia's help, and I'm not going to call them in if I don't need them. Meanwhile, we're about to make a nice big pocket here in Czechoslovakia. Good shit. Got him. All right. So now we have a huge pocket going into Czechia. Into Slovakia. And we need to go push that pocket and push right on through to Romania. So let's adjust this adjust this order to go through. So we're going to hold down Alt. If you hold down Alt, you can grab these little order targets. You can move the line. So our order line is designated by these 2 balls. If you move these endpoints, then you can change the order. In this case, we want to go through to Romania. So we're going to move the order all the way down here to Romania. Like that. There you go. At least that's the plan. I don't know how we're going to get there, but we're going to try. Need some more fuel. So a little more oil import, please. Sure, import from the Dutch. Unfortunately, all these yellow dudes got unassigned, which is really, really bad. We're going to have to reassign them manually. Don't like that, but it happens. Pockets can have really, really weird front lines sometimes. It's not you. It's the game being weird. All right, you guys. Okay. Ow. If you take all the tiles around the enemy capital, does it reduce their logistic supplies? It does. Like right now, these guys in the east are completely cut off from the capital. In this game, supplies are sent from your capital to wherever your troops are. So if his capital is cut off from these troops over here, then these troops don't get supplies from the capital. Instead, they'll get a little bit of supplies from the nearby cities. So Brno, Olomouc, Ostrava, Bratislava, Kazis, they all give a little bit of supplies. Not a bunch, but a little bit. It's better than nothing for them. For us, though, we're happy that we cut them off from their capital, because now they're not getting as much supplies as they normally would. Hey, Tiandre. Let's give... I kind of want to give these guys the order to go. It's very tempting, because they're not going to be getting much supplies anymore. They probably get some supplies through their ally Romania, but I don't know how many. I don't think they get supplied from Romania's capital. So I think they will start starving a little bit. When Prague falls, their capital will go to Brno, which is kind of like a downer right now because we don't have Brno. But if we get Brno, then, well, that's great. Here, let me select all these guys here. Turn off that one. All right, you guys look great. Turn that off. Let's go get this town. And go get Brno. Before the capital falls, preferably. Capital's going to fall pretty quickly here. Yeah, ideally we get some of these victory points. These little dots on the ground are victory points. Ideally we get some of those before the capital falls. Nah, we're just going to get Prague here. So how many points do we need from the Czech to make them capitulate? The way wars work is countries will have a... Oh, Romania is a great power. Countries will have a minimum level of victory points that they control before they surrender. And at some point, they'll just give up. So for Czechia, it's 20% of whatever victory points they have. So if we take 81% of their victory points, they'll throw up their arms and be like, we give up. That's capitulation. Hey, extra research slot. Nice. Japan declared on China. Goodbye, China. Japan loves to declare on China. All right, well, there goes Prague. So the capital's going to switch to Brno real quick. I think it's okay just to turn on kill mode here. Go. This is very wasteful, but go. All right, so now we have a general attack order. This means we're not microing the attack. And this is a very good way to issue orders, but it's also a very wasteful way to issue orders. This is going to cause us to lose a lot of manpower and equipment that we probably shouldn't lose. Just realize that when you issue a general order like this, you're being wasteful, and try to pay attention to what's going on so that you can avoid waste when possible, although it's not always going to be possible to avoid waste. And you're not always going to want to micro everything in this game. There's a lot to do. Keep checking on these forts over here. I think once they get down below level 5, we'll probably want to start pushing. But yeah, now that they've lost their capital, they're down to about... Yeah, we're at 60% towards capitulation. We're getting there. Okay, Brno is now the capital, and they're losing Brno right away, so that's good. How's the air game? Air game's solid. We're doing surprisingly well in the skies. We lost Prague. What happened? As soon as we take our attention away, the game's like, well, I guess you didn't want to keep that, did you? Whatever, we'll get it back. Yeah, as soon as we stop microing, it just gave up. That's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. We are making good progress. Dispersed Industry 2, nice. Let's get Construction 2. Got 150 points. We should get our war support up. Can we get war support up? Yes. Okay, war propaganda against Czechoslovakia. War propaganda against France. Let's do that. War propaganda against France. That'll give us weekly war support. Good stuff. So this is not how a Germany run usually goes. Realize that what's been happening here, where the countries have been saying no to our demands, that's very uncommon. Not to say it doesn't happen, but it's uncommon. So don't expect that to be the norm when you play. It won't be. Hello, Ixom. I hope you are swell.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
All hail our servile overlord. Hail, Mind Ferrier.
Thank you, M. Grant. How do you plan to deal with England? Well, we're not at war with England. Eventually we'll be at war with him, but right now we're at peace. So at the moment I don't have to think about it. But I guess naval invasions? Lots of naval invasions? Oh, he's using final defense over here. Final stand. It's going to make it hard to attack. That's okay. We're still pushing. We're good. This pocket is slowly shrinking. They don't have any of their forts left. They have no forts left. Air game? Looks good. Alright, get me a truck. Let's start making some pockets back here. If we go this way, we can make some nice pockets. That's what I want. Still don't have this tile, huh? Oh, he's using final defense. Of course he is. So he's using a special ability that makes it really hard to push. Not that we can't. It's just going to be hard. All right, Slovakia is basically toast. Okay, we bypassed a focus. So we bypassed the fate of Czechoslovakia because we already have Czechoslovakia. So we can't do any of that stuff. Oh, goodness. We could do the second Vienna Award, which does what? Transfers land from Romania to Hungary. No reason to do that. We could ally Italy. Oh, right, we're currently doing the research slot. My bad. So we're still doing the research slot. This bypassed in the middle of a focus. Interesting. Keep moving, little team. You're doing great. Not much left of the Czechs. I'm surprised. If we hadn't lost their capital there, they would have been gone already. The moment they split in half, all of our troops went really weird ways, which is why we lost their capital. We'll get it back here. Yep, supplies look pretty good now. More truck factories. Let's go up to 20 truck factories. Oh, front lines get really messy on pockets like this. I really don't like pocket front lines. It is unfortunate how messy these get. Oh, stupid. There you go. So I can't put it here? Nope. Can't put it here for stupid reasons. Oh, I hate this. I guess that works. I guess. We'll do that. Where's the purple front line? I can't even see the purple front line. Is it over there? No? Where's the purple front line? I don't know where it is. I can't even see it. Move the yellow front line. Purple front line's over there. Such a mess. One thing the devs have never added, which they really need to add, is pocket mechanics. They need to add pocket front lines, pocket orders, all sorts of stuff for pockets. Right now, front lines are just horribly mangled whenever there's a pocket like this, when you surround something. and you're not able to put front lines where you want. It's really messy, and I don't like it. Army doctrine? Yeah, soon enough. Okay, they lost their final stand. Get some organization up. Keep pushing. Oh, we're in Romania. Nice. Okay, issue orders to attack over here. I'm gonna bring my tanks here to Czechia. We'll use the tanks to break through all this crap. All right, tanks are getting here. Romania's pushing. Very good. Ah, we finally did it. We got to Pilsen. There you go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Got him. All right, finally. Then we can get back on the front line with Franz-Aruni. Got to get through Romania here. Now, Romania is going to be a pain to push into because we don't have good supplies through this corridor. We can get good supplies through this corridor, but that's going to require us to do some construction. And we can see here that the rail lines coming down through Slovakia are not very good. So we're probably going to have to upgrade these rail lines. And yeah, let's... No supply connection to capital. That's just not true. You do have a supply connection to capital. That's bugged out. Or maybe it's just on a timer. Yeah, maybe it's on a timer. Anyway, we need to get better supplies down here. So we're going to hold down Control and then click on this number 1. That's going to upgrade the rails along here to level 2. We're going to do the same thing here and here. We'll do it there. Yeah, it's probably faster to go this way. There we go. So we're going to upgrade these rails to level 2. All the way down to that supply hub. I don't know why it has an X on it. If it was on a timer, it would tell us. It doesn't say there's a timer, so I don't know why we don't have control of it. Something's wrong. Anyway, we're going to upgrade rails. It's going to help us get some supplies down there. In the meantime, take Prague. This will end the Czechia. Hey, we got maintenance equipment. Nice. Let's get signal companies. And put maintenance equipment into the armies. Let's get some motorized recon. Some maintenance equipment. And put artillery into the division template here. 21 combat wit. Nice. All right, finish them off. You did good. Field hospital, nice. Absolutely want the field hospital. All right, 1937, we can get some production efficiency cap. Very good. And let's go ahead and put the field hospital into the armies. There you go. So right now our main infantry template is just 9 infantry with an artillery. And then we have some support equipment, the engineer, the reconnaissance, the motorized reconnaissance, the maintenance, and the field hospital. All of these are giving us some nice bonuses, and they're going to get nicer as we actually get enough support equipment into the armies. Right now we don't have enough support equipment to make that work, but we'll get there. All right, you guys can stop pushing, because that ain't going nowhere. All right, stop executing these orders, because we just don't have the supplies for it. All right, stop that. Focus on Czechia. Oh, there we go. Bye-bye, Czechia. They're going to capitulate, and we can piece them out right now, because they're not in a faction. If they were in a faction, then we'd have to wait to piece them out till later. But they're not in a faction. So, how should we piece them out? What should we do? Just annex them? Like, how dare they resist our demands? Just annex them. Or we can make a Slovakian puppet. What do you think? Should we make a Slovakian puppet? That's what Hitler did, right? Hitler made a Slovakian puppet. What equipment does the motorized recon use? It uses trucks. You have cores there? We don't have cores yet. We have cores on Sudetenland. Or claims. Sorry, we have claims on Sudetenland. We don't get any claims on Slovakia. I don't think we can core this stuff. What would Hitler do? Well, Hitler actually made a puppet. But I don't know if I want a puppet. Maybe we just take it all. You had to fight for it, so take it. You know what? That's fair. We had to fight for it, so we'll take it. Mine. Bum 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 bum. All right, I'm gonna get my mountaineers over here. And they're just gonna chill here. I want my mountaineers to chill. And you're gonna push the mountains. Meanwhile, you guys are gonna come over here. We're gonna start pushing the Frenchies. You ready, Frenchies? Oh, he's so ready. Frenchies are so ready, dude. They've never been so ready. All right, all of us should be over here now. Yeah, they were all assigned over there. So no assigned over here. Get them out of there. And do we want any of these crappy units over here? These 24 defensive guys? I don't think so. I think I want them on the French border as well. All right, I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Got some water. Hey, Apple Moves, welcome back for 2 years. Congratulations on surviving another orbit of our parent star. You've earned it. Didn't think you'd make it, but you showed us all wrong. You did it. All right, bring this army over. I want you here. I think that'll do just fine. You guys are going to have the goal of going south. And you guys are going to have the goal of going towards Paris. Now, France will capitulate when we get Paris, which means it's very important that we get Paris, right, as soon as possible. He currently has a modifier which makes it very easy to capitulate him once you get to Paris. So our goal really should be just get to Paris. At all costs, just get to Paris. I'm going to keep some of you guys here just temporarily. Yeah, just stay here temporarily while we're getting more troops over here, okay? Just stay here long enough to get some troops over here. You're good to go. How long do you get here? 2 days and 13 hours? All right, stay here for 2 days and 13 hours. That didn't work. All right, just stay here for a little bit, okay? We got replacements coming in. Just hold on to your butts. France is not pushing. Good, good. The Mountaineers are here. Good stuff. Hey, we got our 5th and final research slot. Nice. We can get some infrastructure, some more infrastructure, and some factories. I like factories. There's oil. I like oil. Lots of oil and free rubbers. We could also start doing our army innovations, our air innovations. There's lots of things we could do. Our navy. Let's do air innovations. Yeah, air experience. Okay. And we got another research slot. Nice. Gotta love research slots, dude. Let's get fuel tech. Yeah, fuel refining tech. This gives you more fuel from oil. All right, Germany, how you feeling? Germany's feeling great. France, have we made any progress over here? Ooh, he's challenging us. We've lost a lot of bombers. How many focus tree items does it take to go through Netherlands and through the Netherlands and Belgium? I don't know. We can probably do it right now. Yeah, we can do Danziger War and then go around the Maginot. Yeah. But I think I'd like to finish up France first. We're going to try to finish up France before we do that. So we have done some damage, but he is repairing. Yeah, it looks like he's repaired more recently. So we haven't been able to do as much damage recently, which is really unfortunate. Oh, you guys. Right, what are you doing? Okay, you guys can stop. What are you, fighters and Cass? Let's get you over here. What else do we have? Fighters and Cass, same thing. And what else do we have? Naval bombers, naval bombers. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. As long as we're doing... That's a lot of fighters, huh? You guys are helping out armies. Okay, that's fine too. Keep getting troops over here. Let's roll these guys around. Pure infantry, huh? There you go. Okay, you guys just gonna chill over there? That's fine. And they have supplies too. So they're good on supplies over here. I like it. I'm just gonna let Romania grind on us for a bit, because that seems like a good way to pass the time. Let's go take out France. Hey France, how you doing? All right, before they get any more repairs in, let's start hammering. So, first step is to push these 2 tiles. This one we can probably push a little easier because we can attack from 2 tiles. This one we can attack from multiple tiles. We've got a lot of dudes there. All right, so you're going to take... You guys go in. And you guys can assist. All right, start hammering. Hammer. Hammer. I want to see progress. I want to see damage. Oh, now you're having supply problems again? No, I'm not going to go after the Netherlands, and I'm not going to go after Switzerland, okay? I said I'm going to go for France first. I'm going to go for France first. Okay? I'm not going to do Poland. I'm not going to do Britain. I'm not going to do Netherlands. I'm not going to do Switzerland. I'm not going to do anyone else first. Not Denmark. We're doing France first, because we have them at war with no faction. And the fact that they're not in a faction right now means I don't want to start fighting a faction. If we attack anyone else, it's really likely that they're going to join a faction, and then France is going to join a faction, and then we won't be able to piece them out separately. I want to piece them out separately. Got it? Got it. All right, right now France is really dug in. He's got huge defensive bonuses over here. So we might want to use something like forced attack to get through. Yeah, we are not making a dent at all. Are we damaging his forts? Not really. It's currently at level 3 damage. Gotta get him up to level 8 or 9 before we push. There's no way he's gonna let us out without that. All right, stop. Let our preparation get back up. Oh, we lost it? Oh, shit, we lost this. We lost the supply hub. That's brutal. All right. Can you guys, like, not I understand you want to help and stuff. I'm not here to take suggestions, okay? I'm here to do a tutorial. You don't like it, that's cool, that's fine. But I really don't want people telling me what to do. We're trying to do a tutorial. Okay? If you already know how to do this, then you don't need to be here, and I don't need to hear your comments. It's all good. We're gonna back the hell out of here. This is not a position where we can hold, so we need to pull back. There we go. Okay, good. No, just stay there. You're good. Stay there. You're fine. Sorry, folks. I don't know why I get so grumpy. I'm sorry. I get really grumpy. It's not you. It's me. All right, move some more tanks over. We'll try to bring in even more attack bonus here. All right, what's this? Emergency factory conversion. So there's some things you can do when you're at war that you cannot do when you're at peace. When you're at war, you can do war measures like women in the workforce, emergency factory conversion, war bonds. Emergency factory conversion will lower your war support and your stability, but it will give you some military factories. So it'll convert some civilian into military, just like that. It's great. Women in the workforce gives you manpower, but you have to have total mobilization turned on. Total mobilization is an economy, like toaster economy, partially mobilized, war economy. This is the one right below war economy. It's called total mobilization. If you have that turned on, you can then turn on women in the workforce for some manpower.
Why you have to be mad?
When you are done with the tutorial, do you think you could swing by and help me clean the garage? Shen coffee.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. And then war bonds is the last thing you can do when you're at war, which is it lowers your consumer goods factories by a little bit, which is really good. That means you have more factories for doing construction. But these all cost political power points. So do you want to spend political power points on any of this stuff? I don't really want to spend political power points to do this. And I don't really want to spend political power points to do this. So, nah, I'll probably just pass on that for now. We could use some stability, but that would lower our factory outputs. That might be a bad thing. Nah, let's do it. We need stability. Stability's getting real low. Let's see, industrial land appropriation. You can do this when you're at war. This allows you to get some building slots. Lowers your stability and war support, though, so no thanks. Dismantle the Czechoslovakian forts. What'll this do for us? It gives you land fort construction speed and coastal fort construction speed for half a year. It gives you bonuses for half a year. No, not interested. What's this? The military buildup. Lowers your stability and war support, makes fighter production cheaper. Oh, hell no. Not interested. Okay. Pressure. Pressure. Keep the pressure up. Have we damaged this at all? Nope. So normally fighting will damage the forts that you're fighting on, but this fort has not been damaged by fighting at all, which is really annoying. We got it down to level 6 through bombing, but now he's got the air advantage. So our bombing is not super effective anymore. Oh, we got air advantage back. Oh, good. Are we attacking the Maginot? Yes. So Germany has lots of ways to go around the Maginot. They even have a focus
It's only
called...
a game. Why you have to be mad?
Can the Kriegsmarine clear the North Sea of French Navy enough to possibly effect a landing in Pas-de-Calais? Not
No.
telling you to do it, just asking if it can be done.
No, they can't. There is a focus called around the Maginot, but to do this, you have to go to war with Poland. So I don't want to do that. We could fabricate to go around the Maginot. There's also the ability to go through Switzerland and yada, yada, yada. All this stuff requires you to go to war with Poland, so we're not going to do that. Like, I want to focus on finishing this war without going to war with Poland, if we can. We can fabricate like this, justify war goal, conquer, etc. But to do that, I guarantee you, someone's going to guarantee this country, and if they guarantee the country, they're going to join factions, yada, yada, yada. I just don't want to get into that mess. So we're not doing it around the Maginot for a very specific reason, because it's super early in the game. If it was later in the game, then around the Maginot would be great. Because then it wouldn't matter who's in what faction. But it's still really early in the game. Like, it's only a year and a half in. So the factions not being finalized right now is very beneficial to us. Hey, radio detection. Nice. Get some coordination. Get some more coordination. And let's build a radar station. So now that we've got radar unlocked, we can build radar here. And that's going to help us get air coverage over France. And now we can definitely do some doctrine. Or we can do some of these bonuses. What do we got? Leader experience. Ooh, I wanted this coordination, right? Maneuver, warfare, coordination plus 5%. Sure. Unexpected thrust. Let's do it. So we now have a preferred tactic, unexpected thrust. We can also get some doctrine. Nope, don't have enough for doctrine. Damn. We'll get that next. We can get some air doctrine, though. We can also get an air bonus. Experience loss when killed. Reduced accidents chance. Sure. Air support mission efficiency. Sure. Ground support. Sure. And we can hire a leader as well. We got an infantry expert, division attack and defense. We need Rommel. We got to do army innovation so we can get Rommel. He's pretty good. Regrouping. Ow. Attrition. Infantry attack and defense is pretty solid. Bomber interception. That's pretty good. Let's get the infantry attack and defense. That's solid. And we can do another one. Ground support. Air superiority. Let's get air superiority. All right, that'll help a little bit. We're still not making any damage to his forts. That bothers me. We did some good damage with our bombers, but haven't done anything since then. Oh, I see. Okay. Our bombers are now so wounded that they can no longer bomb. So we need to merge our bombers again. No, 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 no. Yeah, merge the bombers. Okay, there we go. And get them back on doing fortress bombing. That's why they weren't bombing the fortresses, because they took too much damage and they stopped doing the jobs. That's fine. Now we've got them back on it. We're good. Yeah, we're good now. All right, what's going on here? We got too many bombers to fight. Really? Well, we can increase our efficiency. What's our efficiency? 90%. Our air detection is bad. Once we get the radar up, we'll have way better air detection. That's what radar is going to do for us. Radar is going to give us really good air detection. It'll make it easier to disrupt these guys. Because right now, they're bombing all of our logistics and stuff, and it's super annoying. Oh well. Hey, got an ace. Nice. Hopefully we'll start bombing some of these forts down again. That'd be great. Come on, man. Get rid of this fort. Yeah, a lot of our planes are getting disrupted. And he does have a lot of anti-air. So he's actually bombing our... He's actually destroying a lot of our planes with his anti-air guns. You captured a French operative. Nice. Does the dotted line from befriend Poland to around the Maginot mean you can get there without going to war? Yes, you can go befriend Poland. Yes. Okay, we are getting his organization down, which is great. He still has a lot, but we're making a dent. We're way behind on guns. We need more gun factories for sure. What else are we behind on? Support equipment. Okay, more support equipment factories. We need to make so many more factories. Oh my goodness. So I'm attacking when the troops have good supplies and good organization. And I'm not attacking when they're low. Over here, we're just going to defend. I don't really have any priority. Yeah, we got Poland's cipher. Nice. Whose cipher do you want next? Romania? Sure. We already have France's cipher, so at any point we can crack his code. We'll have a nice combat bonus for a month. So we could do that now. We could use our combat bonus over there. I don't think I can really afford to do this right now. Well, maybe get some passive defense. Yeah, we could use this right now for some temporary bonuses. We can get that breakthrough plus 15%. But it's probably not worth it until we've got this fortress down a little bit. Still not making any dents on that fortress. Come on, man. I need to bomb these fortresses. Wow, man, we're losing airplanes so quickly. Not making any progress. Let's get our efficiency up over there. Yeah, we're losing so many bombers. That being said, we are making a dent on this tile. We did damage it a little bit. It's down to a level 6 fort now. The level of the fort determines how effective the fort is at preventing damage. So at level 6, it has a minus 67%. Let's see, do any of you guys have Fortress Buster? You do. So if we get some command power points, we could turn on Fortress Buster. Let's do that. That sounds great. So we'll be able to spend some telephones to get a nice bonus to kill these forts a little faster. $33.6. We'll be there very quickly. Do it. Okay, so for the next 7 days, we're doing extra damage to forts. Now we have an increased chance of attacking the fort as well. Increased chance of damaging the fort. Army innovations? Yes. Yeah, army innovations. Do it. Still just level 6 fort. We gotta keep hammering that fort, man. we're at 90. We're getting there. '92. Another ace pilot. What aces are we getting? Oh, he's got 400 fighters here now. He's really trying to defend. He's got all of his planes here trying to stop us from bombing those forts. We need to merge up again? We do. All right, keep running your bombing ops. You're doing great. Okay. Oh boy. It's so close. I can taste it. All right, so the 7 days is up. Did we do any real damage? Nope. So we turned on Fortress Buster. We spent 33.6 telephones. Really didn't get anything out of it. Didn't do any damage to the fort. It's always a crapshoot whether or not you can damage the forts here. Mexico's having their first civil war. Mexico can have 2 civil wars. It happens. Charles de Gaulle. He's trying to keep us out of France. What you got against us, Charles? What did we ever do to you? Let me in. Stop having it be closed. France should be open to everyone, not just the French. So, there was a lot of suggestions to go around the Maginot, which is historical, right? Hitler did go around the Maginot. And yes, going through the lowlands is way easier than busting through the Maginot Line. Maginot Line is level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10. It's just all level 10 forts, max level forts, which makes it incredibly hard to just push through. Incredibly hard. That being said, if we were to go around the Maginot, we would be inviting all sorts of nations to join the war against us. And while that may be historically accurate, it's not what I'm choosing to do right now. Okay, we got one of them to fall away. Retreat from the battle. Okay, right now his troops are at very low organization. I think we've got him on the run here. If we can get through this one tile, my goal is going to be to flood south. I want to get from Nancy down to Besançon, and I want to try to pin troops here on my border. What's the template? 9 and 1. It's just 9 and 1. Nothing special. Do you have special forces you could throw against the force to help move things along? We have Mountaineers, but these forts are in the flats, so Mountaineers will actually not have any benefit there. So, nope. Not really. Ooh, he's retreating. I see that. These last two units, these last two stubborn units are the really annoying ones, because they're the last ones that have this defense bonus. So as soon as they push back, then that defense bonus is gone. Then the only thing they have is the fort protecting them, which unfortunately has not really taken any damage. The fort has been surviving way too well. We're still losing planes at a rapid rate. But we are still bombing. Wow, he's actually repairing forts faster than we can bomb them, which is so depressing. Oh well. Sometimes bombing is easy and sometimes it's not. Do you need early experience for better templates, or when is it smart to invest in doctrine? Templates and doctrine are completely separate. So that, are you asking, should you spend your experience on doctrine or spend your experience on templates? Like, what should you do first? Probably templates. Templates first. You're not going to go through Belgium this time? I don't know how many times I need to answer the same question, but no. Not this time. We're just chilling here against Romania. Oh, we're having supply issues out here. I see. Really? Oh, right, because we lost that hub. Right, there was a supply hub over there. We lost it. We'll have to get that back. But no, it's too early to go through Belgium. You could go through Belgium, but then you'd be at war with everyone. What's up, Formulka? You could go through Belgium, be at war with everyone. Yeah, well, you didn't ask the question in a way that made it obvious, Safid. But I gotcha. So again, the reason why we're not going through Belgium and the Netherlands is because if we did, then we'd be in a bigger war. And if France joins a faction, oh, we can hire a spy. If France joins a faction, then we'll be in a bigger war anyway. Then going around the Maginot is fine. But right now, France is not in a faction. So I don't want a bigger war. So I'm not going to go around the Maginot. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, we'll take this fine-dressed man and put him spying in Romania. What's up, Formulka? Hello, Zarifin. I'm sorry, I get really grumpy when I get the same question over and over. I don't know why I do. I really shouldn't. I'm here for your entertainment. There's no reason for me to be grumpy. It happens. My apologies. Hello, Bama. We are slowly getting him off this tile, but it is very slow. We're not making enough progress on damaging this fort. I was hoping we'd be damaging the fort from the skies and from the ground at the same time. That hasn't happened. We did get some good initial damage on the forts from the skies, but we haven't done nothing. We've done nothing to damage the forts on the ground. And that kind of bothers me. I thought we'd be damaging the forts on the ground. It is 1938. We can now get some 1938 techs, like soft attack bonus and breakthrough. Let's get the breakthrough first. Bunker Buster trait. Yep, we used it and it had no effect. We'll use it again when we have 33 points. Are we having supply issues over here? A little bit, yeah. Probably shouldn't be having supply issues here. Pull the Pink Army back a little bit. Pink Army's like super pink, right? Yeah. They can come back a little bit. They don't need to be there. That'll help with supplies a little bit. You're not on trucks. That's probably explaining some of it. Do we have extra trucks? We do. Okay. You can go to trucks then. Well, go to medium trucks. Stretch? All right, we can stretch. Can you tell us why you're using low intensity for airplanes? Because I don't want to lose all my planes. We're fighting outnumbered in the sky. Well, for most cases. For most cases, we're fighting outnumbered in the sky, so I don't want to lose all my planes. It's really easy to lose all your stuff in this game. It's really easy to lose all your boats. It's really easy to lose all your planes. So I have my planes set to low intensity so they won't just suicide. If they're losing, they'll just stop losing once they're down to half strength. All right, more gun tech. More soft attack. Also, we can get another bonus. Yeah, let's get recovery rate. What's wrong? We're not getting as much oil as we're asking from Iran. Oh, Iran. Fine. Let's go to the Netherlands. A little more there. And a little more from the Brits. Yeah, as soon as we have the points, we can do another one of these, but we need 33 points to do the Bunker Buster. We turned it on once, and it had 0 effect. We went from 3 damage levels to 3 damage levels. Now, we were attacking all 7 days, so you think that you get some damage, but we didn't. It's all chance-based. You have a chance to do damage, and you have a chance to not do damage. To the fortress, I mean. And that's this little red bar down there. The red bar indicates how many levels of fort are currently damaged. When they're damaged, they don't do any impact. They have no effect. Yeah, this is really tough to push into the Maginot Line. It's never a good idea to push in the Maginot Line. Unless you're in a weird situation where you're at war with France and France is not in a faction. This is very rare to have a war with France when France is not in a faction. No, we don't have railguns yet. They're not built. We just finished researching railguns. We have no factories on railguns. None. Our factories are tied up trying to get us the essentials, like the negative 31,000 guns that we don't have. Like, how fast can we even make guns? And now we don't have enough trucks. That's bad. All right, Army Innovations is done. Very nice. What's next? Treaty with the USSR. We could do some treaties with the USSR. Get some naval stuff. I don't think we need the naval stuff right now. Get some oil. Get some infrastructure. Let's get some infrastructure. That seems good. Keep pushing these bums out. Like, we're making progress. We're just not damaging the fort. I was really hoping we'd be damaging the fort, because then you'd make progress much, much faster. Each level of fort lowers the incoming damage by 15%. So with 10 levels of fort, they lower the incoming damage perfectly. However, we bombed down a few levels of the fort before we started attacking. So we are doing some damage, just not much. Yeah, we're making progress here. This guy is the only troublesome here. There's no one dug in. We've removed all the dug in troops. That's really helpful. If there's no one dug in, it's going to be pretty easy to finish them off here. Now the question is, once we take the tile, can we quickly push down south to the Swiss border and make a big pocket and then push for Paris? I think we can. I think we'll have the advantage. Do we still control the skies? Kind of. He's abandoned southern Germany. Okay, so he's desperate now. He's completely desperate. Let's go just on air superiority here. I want to make sure we control the skies. Oh, we sunk another French submarine. Oh, neat. That took a while. Okay, so supplies over here in Slovakia are kind of shit. Kind of figured they would be. I'm not going to futz around with it too much. We might have to fall back through Slovakia and pull some of the Romanians into Czechia, and then we can pocket them and kill them there. That's always a possibility. For now, though, we're just defending over there, which is acceptable. We should increase our manpower law. Let's do that. Boink. They still have a level 6 fort. That blows my mind. We've been attacking this for, what, about a year? And in the course of a year, we've done 0 damage to the fort. Nothing. All of that was bombed from the sky. That's crazy. So now they're getting down to really low organization, which means we've got a pretty good advantage now. 1938 computing tech, let's do it. And we can get better radar. So let's upgrade the radar. Right there. Top priority that. Again, if you want to make it happen right away, you hold down control when you click it. That'll put it at the top of the queue. And if you want to remove something that you've queued up, you can just right click it and it'll remove it from the queue. Why aren't you using Fortress Buster? Because we don't have enough telephone points. You need 30, well, depending on the size of your army, that determines how much it costs to use the Fortress Buster or any ability. So the bigger the army, the more it costs to use your abilities. So we could shrink this down to a smaller army and use Fortress Buster. But I think we've got them on the run here. They're very low org. Like really low org. Their highest is only 21.8 and dropping. When their org goes to 0, they leave the battle. Yeah, in an ideal situation, you'd start the war when you have lots and lots of points. You can just spend all your points. This wasn't an ideal situation. All right, what else do we have? Engineering Corps, motorization, mechanized experience from combat, motorized experience from combat. That's interesting. Oh, you can make command abilities cheaper. Let's do that. We can make command abilities cheaper. I like that. Tenacious defense. Oh, you gotta love tenacious defense. Nah, we're gonna go for bold attack. I love bold attack. And let's do some more doctrine. We can get organization plus 15. Reinforce rate plus 2. And of course, mobile infantry or blitzkrieg. Historically, Germany went with blitzkrieg. So let's do blitzkrieg. Gives tanks more organization and more breakthrough. We can also get some air doctrine. Get some ace generation chance. Get some support mission efficiency. Get some air superiority. And get some more air superiority. Very nice. So what we're doing is we're spending our experience points up here. The more combat you do, the more experience you get. So you can spend that on doctrine. Doctrine. Ooh, we're actually positive on guns. Well, that means we're gaining guns. We still need some support equipment. Hi, Tony. And we need lots of light tanks. Show how to issue separate army order with shift and execute it. I guess. Sure. So, blue army over here. Blue army. We can issue them in order like this. Right? So we have a blue army over there, and we have a blue army over here. It's the same army, but they're on two different fronts, right? And if you want to order one of them to attack, but not the other one, you hold down shift. You select the army first. So we've got the blue army selected. You hold down shift. Then you click on the arrow above the blue army. And now it asks you to click on one of their arrows. You can click on that one, and that one goes, but this one doesn't. Or turn that off, and then turn this one on. So hold down shift allows you to select one or the other. There you go. It's just something you gotta do a couple times before it becomes obvious how it works. It's not super obvious how that works. Can you bust now with the discount? Probably, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. 26.8. So we now have 7 more days of fortress busting bonus. What do we need next? Air intelligence? Yeah, get some air intelligence. Upgrade our spy agency a bit. So now we want our orange army to attack like there's no tomorrow. All orange army must attack. We're currently at level 6 fort. Let's see if we can't get some nice fort damage here. For 7 days. 7 days is not a long time. Signal company has been researched. Very nice. We'll start doing some tank upgrade research. Hi, Tony. Use some synthetics. Hi, Tony. Boop, 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 boop. Swag. Yeah, let's get some synthetics. More rubbers. Hi. Boop. What are you lacking? You're lacking a lot of tanks. How many tanks are you supposed to have? 240? You only have 70? Well, 70 tanks will have to do. So far, how much time has gone by? It's been 4 days out of the 7 days, and we've done nothing. So the majority of the bonus time is gone, and we've done no damage to forts. That's what blows my mind. Like, this is the second time we've done the fort damage thing. It's not doing anything to forts. I'm not sure if that's working right. Yep, it's gone. The bonus is gone. What did we do? Nothing. So for the second time in a row, we did no damage to forts. And we're basically out of bombers now. I'm just disappointed that we haven't done damage to the fort at all. We've been bombing it since the war started, and it's still at 4 levels of damage. We've been attacking it since the war started, it's still at 4 levels of damage. I don't know. We're using our special abilities for damaging it, it's just not having any impact. I don't know, we'll keep our eyes on it. So this is why the Maginot is really painful to attack, because you never know if you're going to be able to damage the forts. So someone was suggesting to do naval invasions, but there's no way. We don't have anywhere near enough ships to handle this. He's got 110, we have 54. The one engagement we did, we got slaughtered. He engaged us here south of Sweden, and we got absolutely slaughtered. We didn't lose that many ships, but we lost the battle decisively. Without naval advantage, we can't do any landings here in France. So the way you fight Britain is you take over you take over France, and then you bomb Britain's navy to hell. Because Britain's navy usually sits here in the English Channel, and you can just bomb the crap out of it. But we don't have France yet. So getting to bomb the French fleet, I don't know how we would do that. We did lure him over here once. And we've been trying to lure him over here again, but he hasn't come back. So I think he's kind of keeping his navy in reserve right now. When his navy was over here, we bombed him a lot. We bombed like 20 ships, which is great. But if he doesn't bring it back over here, we can't really bomb it. We can't do their logistics. We've already lost all of our planes. So we won't be able to bomb their logistics, unfortunately. That would be nice, but I went for one tactic, which was bombing forts. Didn't get enough damage done, and now we don't have any bombers left. They're all dead. And I can't really afford to build bombers. So bombing their logistics might have been a better tactic, but now I'm out of bombers, so I can't even try that. War propaganda? Sure. Like, at some point we're going to bust through, but it's already been more than a year of attacking one tile. And it bothers me that we haven't damaged the fort at all. Still level 6 fort. Yep. What I expected to happen was, as we attacked the fort, it would take more and more and more damage, and then eventually we just bust through. But it hasn't taken any extra damage, for whatever reason. And if it doesn't, then we're not going to be able to get through very easily. Paradrop Paris. We don't have that research. We could research paratroopers. That probably would have been a really good idea. If we had planned ahead for paradropping Paris, we could have had him by now. We could have paradropped Paris and this war would have been over. But we didn't plan for that, so we don't have that research done. So we can't do that. That would be a huge detour for research at this point. If we had started the game with that in mind, we would have had that done and be ready to go. We'd have our paratroopers, etc. Hey, Rykon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Welcome, welcome. Rykon is now a mass murderer. He's drowning people. Watch your ass. Don't let him drown you. Happy holidays, Rykon. Thank you so much. Paris Troopers? Paris Troopers. That's such a good name. I love it. All right, this looks like it's going to finish the attack very quickly here. Let's get in there. Let's make sure it finishes. No reason to let this delay any longer. Hey, we finished the Reichsbahn, which gives us max level infrastructure in Brandenburg, Hanover, Thuringen, and Franken. Let's get some factories. The German war economy. Oh, okay. Britain is going monarchist, looks like, I think. They must be going monarchist. Canada is leaving Britain. Interesting. Oh, but they're still in the Allies. Oh, okay. So Britain hasn't really done their monarchist stuff yet. They'll get there. Come on, push through. 98. We're so close here. Push through. Don't let them reinforce. No, they're trying to reinforce. This is our moment. Damn it. Don't let them reinforce. Ah, damn it. Don't let them reinforce. This is the time right here. All right, let's do one more Fortress Buster attack. Bam. Keep doing that Fortress Buster. See if we get lucky this time and damage that fortress. Still level 6. You love that sound? Isn't it good, Frosty? What are the casualties like? Oh, 145,000 already. Yeah, we've barely touched France. Yeah, anytime you're on the attack, you're going to take a lot of casualties. So just expect to have a lot of casualties when you're on the attack, like this. Especially into fortresses. Oh, come on. Don't let that guy reinforce. Don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, gosh darn it. Now they put a big, beefy, light tank in there, and he's reinforcing. And he's got full organization. Now they got 2 light tanks, 3 light tanks with full organization. Are you kidding me? You kidding me here? And we still haven't damaged that fortress at all. Yeah, and we just lost it. So for the 3 times that we used fortress busting ability, we got nothing out of it. Isn't that weird? I kind of feel like the fortress busting ability should actually have an impact. It doesn't seem to have any impact. When did Latvia join you? I don't know. When they finished their civil war. About a year ago? Yeah, Latvia finished their civil war about a year ago. They went fascist. So they joined us. Yeah, those units that are just fresh right now, that kills me. That's going to make this take a lot longer. G-Nugget. Here's what it says. Here's what it says, G-Nugget. Fort damage from combat, plus 200%. Fort damage chance, plus 200%. Attack plus 20 against forts. So you get a solid modifier for attacking against forts, plus 20% damage. Then you also have 200% increased chance of damaging the forts, and damage bonus to the forts. So this is what we're using. We've used it 3 times now, and we've done 0 damage to the forts from this ability, which just makes no sense to me. Like, you spend the time and effort to get your generals trained up in this ability, and you use it 3 times, and it doesn't do a damn thing. Yeah, it might be bugged. I don't know. I've never really paid too much attention to it, so I don't know how well it's worked in the past for me. But it's certainly not doing much this time around. Like, maybe it's working fine. Maybe it's just all chance-based, right? Maybe the damage you do to a fort is dice rolls. Like, oh yeah, you're attacking the fort, but are you doing damage to it? No, no, maybe. No, no, maybe. I don't know how it works. Yeah, adding those extra tanks in really makes this hard. Do you have access to the Mediterranean? No. We do not have access to the Mediterranean. We might get access to the Black Sea here, because Romania might die. Let me check Romania. We haven't looked at Romania in a while. Romania, how you doing? He is just hammering us. He's just desperately attacking us here. We'll just keep defending against Romania. So at the moment, we're trying to get his organization down. Uh-oh. Now he's bombing me. All right, I got to get some fighters back here again. Do we have any spare fighters? No, we're at negative 100 fighters. That's not good. And our attack bombers are dead. Yep, the attack bombers will never fly again. Let's take these fighters. And yeah. Stop some of the violence up here. With only one arty in the divs and most of your units missing equipment, that might be 200% of a very small number. Yeah, I just don't know how to interpret it. I don't know how to interpret the bonuses that we're supposed to get from this artillery barrage, whatever it's called. It doesn't say you have to have artillery to do damage to forts. It says specialized sieged artillery will cause heavy damage to forts. It doesn't say you have to have artillery in your armies at all to use this, so I don't think you need it. Hello, Theosis. We don't have flamethrower tanks. We'd have to do this research to get flamethrowers. Right here. It's a 1939 tech called Engineer Company 2. This is what unlocks the flamethrower. So we don't have that. You can do it early, but it's expensive to do it early. We got Romania's cipher. That's always fun. All right, I'm going to go ahead and use France's cipher for 30 days. See if we can't punch through this wall with that bonus. That gives us 15% more breakthrough. For 1 month. 28 days remain. So can we get this in 28 days? Maybe. It says it's going to last 5 days, but that's only if he doesn't reinforce. When you mouse over the combat, it'll tell you how long the combat will last. But that's dependent on them not reinforcing. Okay, we got our breakthrough bonus, 5% more breakthrough for motorized, for infantry, and for 3% for mountaineers. Not too bad. Man, what the hell's wrong with me? Why is it every time I do a tutorial I get so grumpy? I'm really sorry, folks. Why do I get grumpy? I don't get it. I'm having fun. I'm playing a video game. Now, let's do some tank research. Let's get some armor research. Tanks are very customizable now. That's one of the new updates. All right, we'll get ready for another fortress siege artillery thingamabobber. See if we can't help our troops pound through. Still level 6 fort. We haven't made any progress on that fort damage. Very suspicious of how this is supposed to work. You might be right, Imgrin. Imgrin might be right. He's saying you need more. He's saying you might need more artillery in your armies for this to actually be impactful. But it doesn't explain that. So maybe. All right, we now got soft attack plus 5%. We are very nicely equipped for combat bonuses. Let's go ahead and get paratrooper research. It doesn't take long to research. We won't be able to make any paratroopers, but we can convert our mountaineers into paratroopers. I'd be okay with that. I don't really need these mountaineers. Okay, get some economy research going. Economy spy stuff going. What is the factory recycle tech in the manufacturer tree, and why do you not pick it up? So that technology, good question. I always skip this when I play this game. This technology is called improved equipment conversion. So this has to do with converting factories and equipment into other factories and other equipment. It's just not something that I do. So if you want to convert a civilian factory into a military factory, you can do that faster with this. This also lets you convert equipment faster. So if you have, I don't know, if you have like 2 different designs of tanks, you can click this button to convert your older tanks into your newer tanks. That only applies if the equipment that you're converting from is the same tech level as the equipment that you're converting it into. So you can't convert an older gun into a newer gun, but you can convert an older tank into a newer tank as long as they're both like 1940 tanks. If they're both 1940 tanks, then you can convert them. So if you've gone in here and you've upgraded your tank design to have, I don't know, a different gun or a bigger turret or a better radio, like you can do this, right? You can put on special items on your tanks, like this, then you save it, and then that'll be a different model than the current one. Then you can convert the current ones into the updated one. That's only because it's not a new version of the tank. It's not like a brand new chassis or whatever. It's the same chassis, just with some new tidbits on it. So that's what that's for. It lets you do that faster. No, you could never upgrade older guns into newer guns, Keeper of the Fields. That was never a possibility. Guns cannot be upgraded. Ever. Doesn't apply when converting factories to build updated infantry guns. So it doesn't apply when converting factories to build updated infantry guns. No, you can't update infantry guns. Is the newer train faster? No, the newer train has armor. This train has armor. It's an armored train. There's no... Trains don't have speed. Alright, we've got our Fortress Buster active for the 4th time. We might actually get this tile this time. He's really low on organization. We still have not damaged that fort at all. How long do we have left? 4 days left. I don't know. I feel a little weird that we haven't damaged that fort. Okay, 3 guys. Oh, he's got another guy coming in. So he's just bouncing back and forth between Nancy. What we're doing is we're pushing him back to Nancy, and then he's bouncing back in. So he's getting a little bit of organization back here, and then coming back into the fight. And it seems to be just enough to keep us here. And we've been in this battle for I don't know how long. A year and a half, maybe? This is a really ridiculous battle. I did not expect this to be this weird. I knew this was possible, but I didn't... Oh my god, we damaged the fort. Oh, never mind. It went up to level 5 and then back down to level 4. Let's back up to level 5. We actually did sustained damage to the fort. It's now at level 5. Oh. We did it. We did 1 extra level of damage to the fort. Amazing. So now we're doing 15% more damage because that fort lost a level. That's significant, right? So we're doing 29 damage, 14 damage, 18 damage. These numbers are varying vastly. Do we have West Wall? No. Hey, Freelancer. We could build West Wall. I don't know if we need it, but we could build it. I thought we'd be done with this war by now. I'm a little disappointed in myself, but I knew this was possible. I just didn't expect it to happen. I expected to damage the forts and then just push through. That hasn't happened. Right Commissariat Norway, Right Commissariat Netherlands, Right Commissariat Belgian Nord-Frankish, Ostland, Ukraine, treaty with the USSR, the German-Soviet treaty, create a new variant of the Panzer. Ooh. Give us basic medium tanks. Let's get basic medium tanks. That sounds good. You met the point where the repair speed matches the damage speed. I don't think they can repair when they're under attack. At least you're not allowed to manually do anything when they're under attack. This tile's been under attack for 1.5 years now. So they shouldn't be able to do any repairs on it, at least not manual repairs. Well, of course Grobzilla. Unfortunately, I think I've reached the end of what I can tutorial at this point, unless there's some specific questions. That's war for you, never predictable? Well, sometimes you can predict it. Like, sometimes you can say, this is probably going to happen, this is probably going to happen, and it does. That doesn't mean it's going to be accurate all the time, but... take some of these guys out, the ones that are like low organization, low equipment. Let them get their organization and equipment back up. Your units will not get resupplied when they're attacking, when they're in combat. So I'm taking them out of combat so they can get resupplied. And I wish I could move this bubble so I could see. I guess I can move the camera a bit so I can see how their organization's looking. We'll be more selective with the push a little bit here. Still 1938. Get some excavation tech. Or... are we going to do Marines? Probably. Let's get Marines. Well, no. Let's get better engines for our tanks. Probably going to do some tank designing pretty soon. Oh, we can do some more doctrine. Let's do some more doctrine. Tank organization, tank recovery rate. Sounds good. Air doctrine. What do we got? Naval mission efficiency. Strategic bombing. Interception detection. I do want that interception detection. Ground support, give me that. Strategic bombing, nah. So we'll come down here and we'll get this air interception detection next. It seems pretty good. All right, we're done with all the basic stuff for our spy agency. Let's get invisible ink. Oh, right, so the France bonus is gone. We have to turn this back on again. I forgot this doesn't automatically update. I wish it would. Oh well. So we're letting some of these troops recover while we keep hammering with the rest. It's still at level 4, so it's been... I don't know how they're repairing. I didn't think you'd be able to repair if they're under sustained attack, but apparently they are. Because they've gone up to level 5 damage and back to level 4 damage twice now. So they can repair while they're being attacked. Really? I didn't know that was possible. Cheaters? No, it's just some mechanic that I'm not super familiar with. All right, let's turn the Fortress Buster back on. And send them in. How's Romania looking? Romania gave up? Romania stopped attacking. I love it. Are you out of manpower or something? They might be out of manpower. No, they're not out of manpower. Okay. It's always possible, though. He's revising the Constitution. What's he doing? He's going monarchist. France is trying to become a monarchy. No, we're not going to let that happen, are we? He's trying to reinforce it. Oh, hold on. Okay. So he is reinforcing from the sides. I thought he was only reinforcing from Nancy. No, he is reinforcing from the sides. And we're back up to level 5 damage on the fort. Nice. And it just ended. We lost our fort damage bonus. He's just holding this tile very casually. Wow. This is super poopy, dude. Can you invade Romania while you wait on the Maginot? We'd have to build some stuff out here. Let's do it. I'm gonna build a supply hub out here. All right, supply hub time. So supply hubs take about 3 months to build. January 29th. Oh, geez, that's way more than 3 months. Why is that so slow? I guess because it's early game. January 29th. We're going to be waiting until January for supplies out here. Well, at least we'll have them in January, I guess. Once January rolls around, we'll be able to start pushing over there. But for the to answer your question, no, we can't do it right now because we don't have supplies. Please get out of the way. Thank you. All right, visible ink is done. Interrogation techniques. Yep. There's a lot of good spy stuff. So we're going to save our orange army and get them ready for another bunker buster attack. How are we doing on guns and stuff? We're catching up. We're almost positive on guns. We've caught up about halfway on guns. Fantastic. We're still really low on support equipment and light tanks, though. So let's cut back on guns just a bit. Cut back to 10 factories on guns. And we don't need as many trucks, so cut back on trucks. Let's focus on support equipment. And light tanks. And keep on making those factories. What's up, Mildron? You check the wiki and only soft attack does damage structures. What does that mean, only soft attack does damage structures? I'm sure you're referring to the way we attack forts, but maybe a little more specific. Are you guys about ready for another fort attack? Let's let them hold back for a little bit, because we are pushing with just our motorized right now. We're making some progress, actually. Motorized are doing pretty good. We're back up to level 5 fort damage. Good. Should we use the Cypher yet? The Cypher was already used, and it didn't really make a dent. So we have to redo the Cypher. We're 56 days away from redoing the Cypher. That might be a good time to go. Maybe we do our fort damage bonus attack and the same time we do the Cypher bonus and see if we can't use that to get through. That might be enough. He's bouncing his tanks back and forth, and his tanks have like nothing in them. Those tank supplies are like so low. I think in an ideal world, what I should have done is I should have attacked both tiles at the same time. They wouldn't be able to bounce back and forth as easily. Need a little tungsten. Let's trade with Guangxi. All right, Guangxi, give me some tungsten. And chromium we'll trade with Turkey. Awesome. $47 days. How are we on guns? We're currently at negative 15,000, but we're going positive 56 a day, which is great. Okay, we got a treaty with the USSR. I assume they'll say yes. USSR does like to get that free tech that they get. I like it too. Air Innovations 2 gives you Battlefield Doctrine bonus. Sure. Battlefield Doctrine bonus. So right now he's bouncing troops back and forth to try to protect this tile. But he's not doing a very good job of it. Alright, the Soviets accepted. So now we have discounts for armor tech. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, I thought we would have had France capitulated by now. I feel really bad that we haven't done this, actually. Like, this has been... This right here is a good example of having a plan, and the game does not go the way you expected that plan to go. And that's fine. It is making me frustrated, but that's okay. Like, the game isn't supposed to be just a pushover all the time. It's good to be frustrated once in a while. It's good to have your plans go wrong once in a while. All right, do some armor tech. And what else? Let's do some excavation. Do some more doctrine. More doctrine. Blitzkrieg. The strategy of fast-moving armored forces supported by mobile infantry and air, breaking through enemy lines to disorganize and encircle them. Gives you motorized organization +5, tank organization +1, and tank recovery rate +0.1. It's more about motorization than tanks, if anything. Yeah, his org is real low right now. He's got that one unit with 37 org, but the rest of them are super low. Suicide pills? Yeah. What's this? Hungary wants to join my faction. Hungary, are you sure you want to join my faction? I'll think about it. Still 39 days away from breaking his cipher. All right, keep the pressure up over here. Soft attack times number of attacks times modifier if it applies. Fortifications in the province receive damage based on the attacker's attacks. The amount scales with the attacker's number of attacks, soft attack components, and damage scaling factor. Damage against fortifications only occurs with a probability of 5%, while infrastructure always gets damaged. Attacks by close air support do not cause collateral damage. Damage against infrastructure gets scaled further. Okay, so it's all about forts. Let's see, collateral damage equals 0.1 times soft attack times number of attacks times damage dealing factor. Oh my god. That is so indecipherable. Damage against fortifications only occurs with a probability of 5%, while infrastructure always gets damaged. So damage to forts is 5%. How do you figure out your personal information? How do you figure this out, though? Oh my god. That is not clear how that works. Ugh. The calculations are not easy to understand. I think we're going to have to start attacking this tile, too, to really make a push. We're going to need to attack both these tiles. I don't want to attack Metz, because that's across a river. Attacking forts is a big enough penalty. Attacking across a river is an additional penalty. We don't need that as well. Hey, Franklin.
The pain of World War I repeated. I'm impressed you didn't start over when Anschluss failed.
Yeah, we could have tried starting over when Anschluss failed. I'm a little surprised Anschluss failed. That's so rare. It's incredibly rare. All right, here we go. We've got Erwin Rommel now. Armor, attack, and defense plus 15%. Pretty big. We can also get our infantry equipment designer, Mauser. It takes damage 5% of the time with Fort Buster, 15% of the time for 3 times the damage. But how do you figure out your troops' chances of attacking it? So it's 15% as a base, but what's the actual percent that you get? How do you figure out your chances of damaging it? And how do you actually realize that you're doing damage to the fort? other than just watching this. There's got to be an easier way to figure out if you're going to damage the fort. Thank you. I appreciate that, Burvesnik. That right there summarizes everything, doesn't it? Wraps it all up in a nice little package. X equals 2. I did it. I solved for X. X equals X. Always has been. So right now we're waiting for this decryption to be active so we can hit the button. Oh, hey, Romania's pushing us again. Hi, Romania. So we can hit the button and have some nice combat bonuses. Get in there and fight, maggot. Still got 11 days. Suicide pills are done. All right. Let's stop on spy stuff for now. Spy stuff can wait. Still negative on a lot of stuff, but we're catching up. Early wars are so messy. Early wars have the potential to be incredibly messy just because you're always trying to catch up on stuff. Oh boy. Are we actually holding over here? Yeah, we're holding. Okay, good. Air game is still messy, but we are winning. How many planes do you have left? He's got somewhere close to us. We've lost our air advantage already. Do you ever use paratroopers? Yeah, paratroopers are great. Finger wants to get chimped, chimp get fingered. All right, our 1938 computers are done. That's awesome. Let's get more extraction tech. Okay, we got the French cipher. Let's do it. Yep. So we have 30 days of combat bonus against France. Let's use our Fortress Buster and send in the orange team. Except we're going to go in both directions. We're going to go both ways. It's time to go both ways. Make it happen. Come on, damage those forts. Okay, he's using Last Stand, which means now we're going to have a very tough time getting him off these tiles. Very unfortunate, but I understand why he used it. It increases his defensive ability by a lot. And that basically nullifies my fortress push. Just completely nullifies it. Amphibious tanks, sure. right, the bonus is over. So we're going to wait for him to lose his ultimate defense bonus. Then we're going to turn the fort attack thing back on. Because we have one more charge of it available right now. But I need this modifier to go away any day now. I really wish it would tell you how much time is left on it, but it doesn't. It just tells you that it takes 7 days to complete. It doesn't tell you how much time is left. So I have no idea. I thought it'd be over by now. Maybe he used it twice in a row? He might have used it twice in a row. Hey, Kalmar. Okay, it's back. All right, fortress bust, go. He used it again. Oh my goodness. So he's just countering my fortress busting with his final stand ability, which is smart. Very smart. We're not really damaging these forts either. Yeah, that fortress assault ability is just... it doesn't seem to be any good. That's unfortunate. I thought we'd be using this a crazy amount. I'll use it again. Army Innovations 2. Let's do it. And it's really hard to see which units are attacking and which aren't. Oh man, this interface. This game has units that hide behind other units, so it's really hard to find stuff and select armies and shit sometimes. Yeah, we really haven't damaged these forts. Doesn't seem to do much. We do have some more points to spend, though. Let's get a tank designer. Heavy tank for armor and attack, or speed and reliability, or reliability and soft attack. Let's go for the speed and reliability. I like that a lot. So that means every time we design a tank, it's going to have that bonus, or research attack. Man, it's hard to see stuff back here. How the hell are you supposed to see this stuff? And now we're not making any progress at all. Man, after all that, we still are at level 5 on this fort. And this one's at level 9. Yeah, ritual sauce, right? Going through the Maginot instead of around. So someone suggested we try force attack instead. Yeah, force attack might straight up be better. Get some more doctrine. So forced attack is expensive. Costs about 60 command points to use it. The fort bonus, or the fort perk, the fort ability, costs about half that much. So the fort ability is a little more efficient to use, but it doesn't mean it's better to use. Get some special forces upgrades. Paratroopers are researched. Okay. It's basically 1939. Let's get some 1939 construction tech. Alright, just give up. I was expecting the sustained attack to slowly damage the fort all the way to level 10. And that doesn't happen. I'm really surprised by that. It's been a long time since I've done like a push against the Maginot Line, but yeah, he's back right down the floor already. How the hell do you not get more damage when you're under sustained attack? Normally, you cannot do any construction on a tile if there's combat there. You can't do any construction. But apparently, they're allowed to repair forts when they're under attack. I don't know why they are, but they are. I'm very surprised by that. All right, well, that unfortunately is where I have to call it for the day. No, they're not cheating. I don't know what's going on there, but they're not cheating. They're doing something. I got to call it for the day because I got stuff to do. But we will be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll give this another shot. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, thanks for watching, folks. Have a good night. I'll see you on the morrow. Let me go find someone to raid. Hold on to your butts. Let's just go back to Arvius. He raided me, I'll raid him. It's all good, Burvestnik. You're not a pain. You didn't know. I just get grumpy. It's not you, it's me. Folks, thanks for watching today. I've been Shen, you've been you. I'll see you tomorrow at 1500 UTC. I'll probably start at 1500 UTC. Thing is, I'm going to a party tonight, and I don't know how late we're going to stay. If we stay really late, then we might start the stream a little late tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, have fun, folks. I will see you on the morrow. Put some... Let's see. What do we want to use for our raid message today? Let's use the popcorns today. So if you're a subscriber, put some of these popcorns in chat. Like this. If you're not a subscriber, then I'll show you how to unlock the emote. You can join us in the raid. So at the bottom of chat is a button called Licks. Non-subs, click on this Licks button and then click on Choose an Emote to unlock. If you've been here for half an hour, you can unlock this emote. It's Shen Popcorn. Grab that and then highlight the message. Right-click and copy, or just Control-C and then Control-V, and you're good to go. Thank you for watching, folks. Thanks for sharing your day with me. Thank you for joining me for this experience. This was not the best tutorial, but hey, it's a place to start. You really only need to watch the first couple hours if you want to learn the basics. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Post that message in chat for Mr. Arvius, and have a good night.